Yeah, definitely big response there from Falcons. Sure, you buy time for the puck, you buy time for Satanic, but you are definitely bleeding a lot of kills here. And the fact that the supports are so underleveled makes those fights almost unwinnable. Like you have hook shot at 8 minutes from from Fishman, and this River's gonna get level 6 as well.
Yeah, and let's see, how's Crit? I mean, Crit, he's got himself 2 Wraith Bands here, so it's not the the support build that I'm used to seeing. Even from Weavers, he's still looking like he's trying to get those early items, get himself some good net worth. And the value for the damage coming out here, that Weaver, it is paying off for him, and now he's going to go back for the medallion after those 2 Wraith Bands.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've seen one Wraith Band sometimes, and sure there's a TA, but there's not that much physical damage besides that. I guess there's tag team. But it's interesting. I guess he's having such a good game that he feels like he's going to do a lot of damage thanks to it. It's a very cost-effective item, and in terms of slots, because you don't need boots on Weaver, you can afford some extra small items as well.
Yeah. And let's see. Maureen, are they going to try and go for a rotation here? They might have caught out the tusk. The hookshot isn't going to latch here. Rocket Flare just to spot him out and Crit. Yeah, with a couple more right clicks, Snowball going to bind some time onto Crit and Crit. Ice shots come through here. Satanic is close. Does he want to try and contest onto this one? Crit's level 6. Doesn't have the mana for the time lapse. Going to be able to get the Scoochie away. And the TP's coming in now from the side of Yellow Submarines, it looks like. But Team Falcons, they might have just pulled the ripcord as Marine just continued to put the pressure onto the tier 1. So let's see what they can do. 3-man Dream Code comes out. The cogs have been dropped. So is the call in here. And then so has Crit. Follow up onto the Clockwork Clock. Can he get himself away from this one? Fishman again. Big Tanky Boy going to be able to walk himself away. No hook shot for 28 seconds. And it looks like Marine, do they want to turn onto this one with the addition of Amar? It doesn't look like they want to here. And okay, support for support lost. But Marine, he did a lot of damage for that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, not a bad fight from Yellow Submarine. Despite those 2 Wraith Bands we were talking about on Crit, he actually did die to a single meld without casting his time-lapse. Maybe not expecting that much damage. So TA, very scary hero, and despite the itemization, it does fall. But as you said, tower here taking a lot of damage, and there's really no response from Yellow Submarine. They're going to have to give it away.
And what's the build for Amar? What's he got item-wise here? Does he want to go straight for that Blink, or is it, Echo Saber, I assume, into the Harpoon to follow up, so he's going to use that as the initiation tool?
Yeah, so I've seen both Eggs first and Blink first after Echo. So we'll see what he's going to choose. I think this game, because they are really far ahead, you can just get the Blink. I think you want to kind of expand your lead rather than farm. Because, this Luna, you need to create space for her. And if you just allow this TA to farm, I think that's a really good matchup. Holy moly. Erase got erased.
Yeah, you blink and you miss it here. He disappears in the lane. The hook shot, the cogs to push him back as well. And I like the Clockworks for the past year or so. I've started to use those cogs, not to trap heroes in, but just to knock them back after the initial stun wears off. It's just some extra control. And for a hero like a Puck, it's great at just locking them down long enough to get those kills.
Yeah, this is definitely a really good performance here from Fishman. And for Falcons, I mean, they are really cruising right now. That's another game where they are pretty much getting at a point where it's their game to lose. Like, the matchups look good enough. They are 9K. I mean, they were 7K gold ahead of 12 minutes. Oh, Coil? It's a big one.
Yeah, Dream Shot, Dead Shot comes through. It was a Dream Shot there for Rue, but the Dream Call, Dead Shot combination there, they get the kill onto Marine. It's some good net worth to pass over to the side of Yellow Submarine. And 12.5 minutes in, okay, yes, they ain't dead just yet. They are showing signs of life, but they've got to buy so much time for Satanic to get this farm. And you can see that Amar, he's just saying, cool, if you want the farm, come into the jungle. I'm going to be here farming it up, and you have to contest me, take it away from me. And yeah, Satanic just doesn't have that power spike at the minute, it feels like, to go up against the Slardar.
So he does have a Blink, it looks like. He could potentially initiate here, but not sure he can get a solo kill. It's still, there's traps and all that. Oh, the Blink away.
And yeah, so Satanic, how's he looking? He actually wants to go for the Deso first, so going to be using the rest of his teammates to initiate. He needs that damage coming out. Oh,
they have a crit.
Do they want to go for this one? Refraction is up. Swarm comes out now as well. Amar's going to be able to get himself on top, and he's got the Corrosive Haze as well. The right clicks, Snowball, it's going to keep King alive for a little bit longer, but you've got Crit chasing him down. The right clicks come through. Crit gets that kill, and now Ake might be the second one to fall. LSA connects. They might even be able to go for even more onto this one by one. The Yellow Submarines, they are going to fall. 3 heroes dead. And can they get any more out of this one? The Blink, the rotation behind the tier 2 tower, and Rue has to run into the rest of Team Falcons. They take down 4 heroes here with no response from Yellow Submarine.
This is the Amar show. He is just doing so much with that slaughter. Gets the blink,
Yeah.
playing very active. And you could see like the primal TPs gets cogged, the fight is over. Like
Yeah.
he cannot onslaught away because he gets cancelled, and the fight is over. Fishman solo countering the offlane on the side of Yellow Submarine, whereas the offlane from Falcon seems uncounterable. He's just running at 4 heroes and getting kills left and right.
And yeah, so an 8k net worth lead and 13 kills. Team Falcons taking control of the game 14 minutes in. And what's the hope here for Yellow Submarines? How do they get themselves back in? How do they play themselves back into a comfortable position?
I mean, you gotta sneak a Roche. You need to finish the Desolator first on Satanic.
Yeah.
The thing is, they are playing with 4 heroes, potentially 3 heroes on Falcons, because Lina and Luna are 2 heroes that want to farm a lot. So there is travels available for Maureen, but if there's no creeps, potentially it's going to be a 3-4-5. So if Yellow Submarine can somehow abuse the number advantage and try to really take it to Falcons, like they did in game number 1 against Yellow Submarine, that could be a path. But they are actually trying to smoke here into a tier 1 tower. There's going to be a lot of vision, a lot of ways for TPs to come through.
Pulverize, it does come through onto Mari, and they're going to be able to get the quick kill onto Lena. TP cancelled by the Clockwork. Wouldn't be there in time. So yeah, good jump on. And Marin gets caught out, killed off here. In fact, they might be able to go to the tier 1 tower. But while this is going on, Falcons just say, cool, we know where you are, and we're going to march ourselves into Roshan. We've got the minus armor coming through from the Solar Crest, from that Swarm. If Omar gets here as well from the Corrosive Haze, how quickly this Roshan is going to fall. Yellow Submarine, they aren't going to be able to contest this, even with the knowledge that it's going down. It goes down way too quickly.
Yeah, they take it on the dire side. Yellow Submarine, they smoke, but they are late. Potentially, if they find someone, they could maybe get a punish here. There is no Lina as she is. Okay. They have Vision of a Mark thanks to the traps. But that's such a hard kill. He actually holds the Aegis, by the way. That's how strong he is.
And yeah, if you get that jump on it, I don't even know if he goes down the first time, because you have 2k health, you've got yourself, what was that, 17 armor? Something like this. The jump comes in, the cogs come down. They're not even going to be able to get themselves on top of Fishman here. Yeah, and now you've got Amar comes in, gets the kill onto 8. Can they go for any more onto this one? Amar wants to chase down with that sprint, and Rue's going to be moving himself back. Corrosive Haze comes through, but Rue's already waiting. No back lines. Got the wraparound coming through. The LSA connects, even the Laguna Blade. Marin, he gets his revenge, and Rue's going to go down in a race. How does he get himself away from this one? Has that orb, has the Jones away if he needs it. Just trying to farm these creeps up before he gets back into the base.
Yeah, Falcons were ready for this. They have this ward for a while now, and they like easily just went through that other side and pincered Yellow Submarine. They get them worth the kill. They're gonna get this tier 2. They have everything here. Yellow Submarine, they're gonna need more time. They have to wait these Aegis out. I don't think, as you said, they can do. Oh,
the hook shot's going to miss, but the Swarm's going to be there now as well onto Erase. Erase can get himself away. He's going to be missing in the LSA, but the jump in from Amari does get the kill. Colin goes down, trying to protect his teammates, but the puck is already dead. And now Falcons just say, cool, we'll back ourselves up. We'll take down this tier 2 tower. We'll reset. We've got the Luna here now as well. Then we'll look to the high ground.
All right. Yep, Slaughter is going to shoot up to 80% win rate during Pinnacle Cup. This is going to be the 7th win out of 8 games, I believe.
And yeah, you've got Weaver. Look at this. Crit. Position 4 Weaver. He wants to build it into an Orchid. This isn't a position 4 at all. Like a 3 maybe, a 2. It's just a 4th core on the board for Falcons.
We don't need those tags, man. Weaver's Weaver's whatever she wants. I guess she's not a she, but he's whatever he wants to be, okay? This Weaver, I mean, it's kind of, it used to be quite popular, and I think now that they buffed the shard to kind of do damage through right clicks, I think it makes sense that you play position 4 Weaver this way. You know, the Egg's cast range is so bad these days that the right click just seems a bit better.
Fair enough. And yeah, he's definitely building it as a right clicker to help out his teammates here as well. I'm surprised that with the opening of the puck being down, that Falcons didn't, at least after taking the tier 2, try and force something out on the high ground, but maybe just not feeling comfortable enough to try and break that just yet.
Yeah, you know, you kind of need the Luna to be there, so if Skitter is not willing to really hit the tower, you can't really do that much, as now he is mid, and they are ready with the smoke. Only 2 heroes under the guys with smoke, though.
And Yeah, I mean, look at this absolute massive Rui playing away. They're trying to take this tier 1 tower on the top lane, and they're so defensive about it. They're going to be the TP back now to defend the base, maybe. So they didn't even go for that.
I don't think you even defend this. Defending this tier 2 is very risky. They can't just jump and 3-shot anyone with ATF, as you can see here.
King, yeah, so Titanic goes down. They're going to be able to get the kill to Rui. There's going to be the hook shot missing once again. Doesn't matter. Just puts the fear of God in Ake, and Ake is going to go down. 3 heroes dead. And yeah, Titanic really not had the impact you'd like to see from the TA, but he was just shut down from minute 1 here. And Falcons, they feel so comfortable moving themselves through tier 2 tower in the mid, tier 1, tier 2 tower in the bot. And
somehow
I don't know
this
how
is a harder stomp than the Chen one. Like, I can't believe it. The ATF's just carrying this game at a level you don't see this in pro games very often, but he's really stepping it up this game. This is a testament to this hero being banned more often. I think Slaughter, you're definitely going to start seeing more Slaughter bans rather than Primal, right? Because Primal, you pick a Clockwork and the hero seems literally useless. Yeah. Whereas I'm not sure what you pick to really counter Slaughter. Like, carry-wise or support-wise, there doesn't seem to be a clear answer.
No, he does. He feels like he takes over the lane at the minute. And that was, I mean, he wasn't... was he even picked up at TI? I don't think he was, right?
I mean, if he was picked maybe once, but maybe 0. I definitely don't remember a single Slaughter game.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, like I say, the pros, they're saying at high level, this hero is unstoppable, this hero is incredibly scary. And it's just... how the meta is still evolving, even with just a little letter patch, that teams, they are figuring out how to use these heroes that don't seem as popular, and all of a sudden the superstars in the meta. And yeah, look at this.
I think the biggest nerf is the CK one. Like, CK shits on Slaughter, and because the hero got really, really nerfed, like, you barely see the hero anymore. I think that's how he gets to shine again. Naga isn't as strong as he used to be. Same for Terrorblade. And then, like, he just gets these matchups that are very favorable for him, despite first picking Slaughter. Like, this is not a last pick.
No. And first picking him twice.
Yeah.
We might see a fight around the Radiant Wisdom Rune here as well. TPs are going to be coming back. I think Morta, he did get the snatch onto that rune, but Amar might have just used it as a bit of bait here. He is an anglerfish, so he's going to be able to dangle that. And now, well, they're trying to get the Pierce of Veil, the damage coming through here, but do they have the control, Rui? Chase down, you've even got Crit trying to go for this one, the dead shot, but the blink forward, the right clicks, and Amar just cleans him up on the other side of the map. They get the kill onto the Puck. Puck is dead for 40 seconds, no buyback, and Ake had to come back with a snowball. And Amar, yeah, saying... throwing out the question marks. So he's still got his personality in check.
All right, okay. So Amar definitely back to his old ways here, as he's also going to be back to the top 4. I mean, the game's not over, but let's be real here. I don't know what the win probability is, but if I had to guess, I would say like 2%. I don't know how you come back from this. This game seems so hard to come back from. Like, look at it, TA.
Yeah.
Totally drained of resources.
Has the initial kit on the board, but this is what you were expecting maybe, 2 or 3 minutes ago, having the Blink Dagger, the Daedalus, and the Dragon Lance. That's how you want to start the game, not be in the middle of the middle part of the game here, coming into this one and trying to fight out that way. Net worth-wise, like you say, that Luna is at least an item ahead. In fact, all 3 cores on the side of Falcons, at least an item ahead here from Titanic. And Titanic, he's the one that you kind of put in your hopes and dreams on. The rifles coming through, they might be able to get the kill onto the Clockwork. Clockwork will go down. Backline dive though from Amar. Do they have the control with the Walrus Punch coming through here? The pulverized damage, it might be enough with the Laguna Blade being thrown out though. Malurian gets the kill onto Ake, and he looks like Amar. He just wants to carry on coming forward. Look at this, they're absolutely deleting everybody. 4 heroes dead, and yes, they just called GG. Falcons, they had the game plan, even being aggressed on. There was just no way to fight back into this one. And Falcons, they take game number 2, they take the series.
All right. I mean, very similar game, fight to game number 1. Amar tanking literally every spell, survives and gets a Beyond Godlike spree at the end. And, that's what we expected from Falcons. I think they showcased why they qualified to ESL Kuala Lumpur, why they were in the winner's bracket in the first place. They did drop, but quickly bounced back off. And, I think Yellow Submarine should be proud of themselves. They are a very new team. I don't know how much, if any, support they have from Team Spirit themselves in terms of coaches and resources. I think just the fact that these 5 players that were unknown, 3 months ago get to top 6, I think it's big, and it's a breath of fresh air we all love in terms of just getting new blood to the scene.
Yeah, and yeah, there is a long road ahead of them. They're going to be able to improve. Falcons, they are maybe sometimes jokingly, but referred to as the meaner super team for a reason. It's confident players with a lot of experience that they're coming into this one. Like I said, they came into the series as the favourites, so they will move on to the lower bracket of round 4. They'll play up against the winners of Level Up versus VP, which will be the next series to come. But Yellow Submarine, they should be proud of what they did already here as we take a look at the schedule here, and then Team Tickles versus Dudley Boys to end out the day. But they did well in the anniversary show. They've had a good show in here. They get themselves some money on the board as well. So they shouldn't be too dissuaded about what they've done here. It was a good showing for them, and it's only the first step, like say, in a long road of competitive Dota to come from them. So really good showing, and that is going to be the first series. We are going to be taking a break, and we're back with the second series of Level Up versus VP. In about an hour and a half here, an hour and 20 minutes. Level Up versus Virtus.pro will be taking place. So another hype series on the board. Virtus.pro may be surprised to be back down in the lows. And Bowie, before we get to it, any thoughts on that coming series?
No, I think this is pretty much it. I hope that VP versus Level Up isn't similar to this one, but we do have the big dog versus a Level Up that sure has more experience than Yellow Submarine, but didn't look as convincing. Even their win against Klee was very back and forth. But hopefully we get a 3-game series there, because we only had one in the entire. Never mind, we actually got yesterday a couple of extra Game 3 series. But yeah, I think this is it. Thanks for watching, guys. We're going to have kind of a long break, but we should be back with way more Dota.
Yep. And about an hour.
Oh, eSport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second series of the day. Bowie, it was a bit of a longer break, so we've had a bit of time here to rest here, recuperate, get ourselves ready. I mean, the first series, it wasn't even that long of a series here. I think in total game time, it was about an hour long. So Falcons being able to move on, and now we're going to see who they're going to be facing up against with VP versus Level Up. So have you got any thoughts coming into this series? You know, any maybe favorites?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely favor VP here. And, you know, that series was a bit tough for me because I had Yellow Submarine as the dark horses of the tournament, which, you know, in a way, I guess you could say they were already dark horses. They ended up getting pretty far. But I would say they had a better shot against Falcons than Level Up has against VP. So if that series was fast, I'm not sure how fast this one's going to be. But hopefully Level Up can upset VP here and actually get a fight going. Because despite dropping, I do think VP should take this series.
Yeah, looking at the lineup, like I say, we saw them go fairly far at TI. They've got that experience with Sayush as well as FNG, and then fairly young players in Kiritich, Squadix, and Notice, you know, those youthful players that, again, high skill ceiling, that they are showing that they deserve to be in the talking point for one of the strongest teams in Eastern Europe here. So Virtus.pro, they want to continue kicking on, and this is a good place for them to do so in the Pinnacle Anniversary Show. Meanwhile, Level Up, Focus, Stoikov, as well as Divide, Lama, Desire, and Lupsion coming through as, yeah, maybe the underdogs in this series. But, again, they beat Namiga 2-0. They've come through Team Klee. Team Klee, another surprise of the event, as we take a look at the brackets. So, yeah, Klee put up a fight, but Level Up were able to take it, and now it is up to them once again to step up and take the fight to VP.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that could be messing with my prediction here. Klee, they 2-0 bait, a bait that took Tickles in the EPL finals in a BO3, so bait were supposed to be really good. The fact that they lose 2-0 to Klee and then Level Up takes a win against them maybe suggests something here that could be possibly upset VP. But yeah, like if we look at past results, obviously VP, they have the track record. They had a really good campaign during TI, and they're still looking quite good despite dropping.
Yeah, and I think the only game that VP dropped in the entire group run was a one game to Team Klee, so they ended up winning 2-1 there. So yeah, Team Klee, you know, again, one of those teams that nobody seems to be talking about, but, you know, they do put on great shows. They put up a lot of pressure onto the teams that they have played. Meanwhile, in the Group A, Team Tickles coming up against Level Up. I think it's the same again, that Level Up were able to take a game away from Team Tickles. So they show that they do have it in them to take these games. You know, whether they can take a full series here against VP, we'll have to wait and see. But they do have that ability to take at least games. So VP, they have to be on the top of the game here. You know, they can't be slouching about coming into the series because Level Up will punish them if they do.
Definitely. But as you said, the fact that Klee took a game out of VP, and then you have this team taking a series out of Klee, you know, there might be some sort of relationship there, which could possibly take this series to a game number 3. It would be very nice. But I mean, when we look at, you know, player-to-player comparisons, it's hard not to really give VP the advantage. Focus, he's been around for a while, but you know, Kirtic, he's like, I think he's one of the, he's like ranked 50 or something. Stoichkov actually surprised me a lot. First, because I didn't know North Macedonia was a country, and he's from North Macedonia. But also during his campaign, very brief campaign with D2 Hustlers, he also looked really good. They also have the Vailama, pretty known player by now. I do feel like they have the pieces, but as a team, they might be lacking.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that the Vailama only just came in as the groups were ending to level up. So yeah, it is another mix-up, like you say, that they're getting used to each other as a team. But they've shown a really good fight and spirit here. And you know, they do want to play for this one, because this is the difference here between 5th, 6th place and 4th is about $5,000. So obviously the more you move up the table now, the more money you are going to get. So you want to be getting those higher finishes. Yellow Submarine finishing that 5th, 6th slot, they get themselves $3,000 on the board. And yeah, the winners of this, they will move through to at least 4th place here. So every win counts. And it's like I say, that it's not a bad showing again for Yellow Submarines or level up, but you want to go as far as possible here. But I think VP, if they drop down here, if they at least don't get through to play up against Team Falcons, they will be disappointed. So again, I think they're going to be bringing everything they've got here to this series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you look at what this tournament means for an up-and-coming team like, you know, like level up, that 50K prize pool is insane for them.
Yeah.
So in a way, I would expect them to be more fired up than VP, right? They came out of TI. You know, they have a big org around them. I don't think they're really, you know, money isn't really a problem for them. But we could see level up really taking it to them, and it would be nice to see. It would really be nice seeing them shine again.
Yeah, and like I say, the winners of this do move through to play up against Team Falcons in that lower bracket semi-final. The other series is going to be Team Tickles versus Dudley Boys, and both teams I didn't expect to see in the finals. You know, I thought it would be a VP Falcons upper bracket finals, but it will be Team Tickles versus Dudley Boys, the final game of the day. Any thoughts on that series?
Ooh, that one's a spicy one. And it's really tough, right? Because I think a lot of people had both Tickles and the Dudley Boys as the teams that would actually drop to the lower bracket, and both of them coming through against the big names. I have no idea what to expect. I know it's going to be an amazing series, though. I would have to guess a favorite. I'll probably go with the Dudley Boys just because I'm friends with their coach. But mainly, you know, just my heart saying more than anything.
Okay, well, we will be able to jump back to this series here, get ourselves into the draft, and see how this one is going to play out between VP and Level Up. And yeah, we can already see Level Up on the board here, banning out the Pugna straight away. So no real, as far as my mind goes, you know, no respect bans like we saw in the last series. You know, banning out the Marses, the Razors. I think we are just going to see the quote-unquote meta heroes being banned out here between the two teams.
Yeah, I think it was Level Up in the last series I cast from them. They were focusing banning supports a lot. They have a very different approach than other teams where we saw, you know, the Mars, Razor, Primal Beast being like considered way more.
Yeah.
Not sure how that's going to work out for them, but I do like the Chen ban. I think we're going to see a lot more out of that. And the Slardar is another one we saw just destroy the last series. It will be contested here. Both teams are watching, and I think it's about time.
Yeah, Amar absolutely running riot on that Slardar in the last game, and both the carries that, you know, they tried to play into him both times on King got shut down, excuse me, on Satanic, got shut down in the lane, didn't really have a way back. So we're going to see the Primal Beast as well as the Nature's Prophet, Centaur, and the TA bans coming up for Virtus.pro. Meanwhile, on the other side, like I said, Level Up going for those supports, banning out the Pugna and the Chen. They have one more ban. And then we're going to see the Slaughter get through, the Kunkka will get through there as well, Grimstroke, Dark Willow. There is some big supports that could pick up on the side of Level Up just to try and limit that pool a little bit more. So they do go for that Grimstroke ban. And immediately into the Tusk. Okay, Dark Willow, Kunkka, both available here for Virtus.pro.
All right, yeah, Dark Willow, Kunkka, Slaughter, Muerta, lots of heroes here. possible for Virtus.pro to pick. I don't really have any particular preferences. I mean, if they don't like running the Slaughter, they obviously don't have to go for it. I think it's kind of a specialist type hero. And they actually grabbed the Invoker instead. Okay.
Okay, that's yeah, it's something that Virtus.pro have been playing a little bit. I know that Team Falcons grabbed it when they had the BZM standing as well. So it is going to be, I mean, of all the heroes to pick up, though, you want to make sure you get that on the board, I guess, here for VP, and yeah, benefiting from it, because it does get second phase banned a lot of the time, and especially when you have a player like Squadix that likes to play that Invoker.
Yeah, we saw that his Invoker just shine. I think we were casting together, right? He was getting so many Sunstrikes, and yeah, it was a crazy game. He went for that level 1 Sunstrike that some Invokers are still not going for, but I think it's the future. I do feel like we're going to see more of that. And now we do see Weaver being banned. Slaughter still in the pool. Just saying.
Yeah, it is still there. Maybe that's something that Virtus.pro might look at here. With a Tusk being there on the side of the level up, it wouldn't be a bad hero to go alongside with him, but I think there's a bit of anti-synergy there. You want to be getting the crush out, and, well, no, maybe you do snowball into them for the extra stun while the bashes come through as well. So, yeah, both sides maybe looking at the Slaughter.
I think both. Corrosive Haze, pretty good against Invoker. Just not really going to be able to run away with that Ghost Walk. As level up, learning some reserve time here, trying to figure out exactly how they want to take this draft. They do have a Tusk, so Muerta is a hero that naturally kind of shines alongside it, and maybe that's something Virtus.pro wants to ban. We see that combination quite often.
Just level up. They ban out the Tide. Good frontline tanky hero, a lot of control as well. Can set up for the Invoker. Building Taker, more often than not, you see the Meteor Hammer build for the Tide Hunter, so even though it's not built into his kit, he can get it through the items. Really good with that Meteor Hammer. Virtus.pro on the other side, I wonder if they do ban out the Slaughter. Maybe they got something else up the sleeve and just don't want level up to take it.
Yeah, I think the Muerta is not a god ban, and not a bad ban as well, just because of the Tusk. But besides that, what other very contested hero is available? As I said, the Kunkka, the Spirit Breaker, although Spirit Breaker losing a lot of popularity here. I've seen lots of games where it was ignored completely.
Is there anything specific you don't think the Invoker would want to play into in the mid lane as well? Because, I mean, the Kunkka is still there.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a decent matchup against Invoker, but I don't think it's, like, unplayable by any means. So you can play against it, but if that's what you're worried about, just take it away. They're pretty much just signaling this Invoker is going to be mid and no support flex or anything like that, as VP can now pick a 5 for them. There's a fair amount of 5s banned here. Chan, Pugna, Grim, even the Weaver we see played as a 5 a lot, so we're going to go for the Treant. And
yeah, so again, that frontline protective hero, like the Tusk coming through, so either side now, if they feel like it could go for that Mortar. The Luna and the Spectre still open as well. Again, Luna, I think, one of the most popular carries in the entire event, so I wonder if either team go back for that, in this next phase.
It is nice to have Luna, like if you have a hero that holds towers like Treant, you want to have something that can really brute force the towers, and Luna is not a bad choice. But so far, they're going to pick up a Willow here. Very nice combo with the shards. Pretty good hero in general as well. Can Bramble into the shards too. I like it.
So, yeah, carry Dark Willow. I'm all for it.
Don't get your hopes up, my friend.
And the Slardar does come out. Yeah, so are you expecting that to be the Slardar Dark Willow offlane?
Very possible, yes. I think that's a very strong combination. Have the crush into the Brambles. Really hard to fight into those guys. Even with the heal from Giant Protector, we actually saw in game number 1 Treant being put into that Slardar lane, and it was not enough to stop ATF's aggression.
Yeah, and we'll see how Virtus.pro want to respond to this. Do you think then that... I know he's not the highest armored hero in the world, but if you've got this Slardar coming out, do you want something that can fight against it, like the Wraith King maybe in the lane?
I don't know. I like the Wraith King because of the AoE of the skeletons, so that is something Slardar's notoriously bad against. I keep thinking about it, Okay, they do go for that Luna. It's the same approach that Yellow Submarine attempted, but they were not successful. Although you do have this Invoker to, let's say, buff up the Luna during the mid-game fights.
Yeah, and with those Squadic Sunstrikes as well, if you get anyone low on the side of level up that slot out of the Dark Willow, they've got to be on the the tippy top of performance awareness to make sure they don't get Sunstruck down.
So far, the only combo they have for the Sunstrikes is the Trin Protector, so I would love something that has a low cooldown stun with a decent duration, just so they can go for those types of plays. There's still a support left for them. What could they pick here to chain that?
A good question. We're not...
Maybe a Gyro support? I think it was level up banning Gyro against... some heroes, but usually Gyro is a 5 and you already have Treant, so maybe that's not going to happen. But the missile has pretty decent stun duration.
Yeah, I'm just looking through what's left. You still have, if you wanted it, I mean, they could go for that Spirit Breaker 4
or 3.
Yeah, or 3. All right, it's still available. There's still the Witch Doctor here. We've seen a couple of Vengers, 1 or 2 Banes in there as well. Ancient Apparition could still be a pick.
Oh,
Ooh.
For the Tiny. Yeah, that's a decent setup. You have Avalanche into the Toss.
Yeah.
Can definitely keep people in place. You can also toss people into the Overgrowth. I do like it. It's also very good against Dark Willow, just because you have a stun through the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, no, some good AoE to come out for that Tiny. The Tiny, in general, only really needs, even core support, just needs that Blink Dagger to really hit an early power spike. Or the setup, something like a Cold Snap if it's going to go for rotation into mid lane, to set up onto the enemy mid laner with the help of the Invoker. So let's see how Level Up want to respond to this, because they do still have their mid laner to pick.
Honestly, this Tiny is really smart, because there's all the aspects we talked about, and there's no support in the game that gets as much armor as Tiny gets as the game develops. So he will be probably one of the hardest to kill supports for a Slardar. I really like this approach here. You don't really see Tiny that much, but probably I really like what the way they're thinking here with their draft.
So we're going to see the rise of the Rockman again. Is that what we should be expecting in the coming days, the coming weeks?
It does make sense. Maybe if they win here, it's going to be a good testament to Tiny support being a good response. As now Level Up, they can probably pick their mid. They know Invoker is going to be there. Out of the mid heroes that are left, we still have Puck.
Ooh.
Oh, but they actually get their Spectre. It is the highest win rate against Slardar, by the way. Out of every hero, it has a 48% win rate against Slardar. So right now, there's no hero. Yeah, you get what I mean. This hero... not really that hot against Slardar, but it is what it is, and I guess they're snatching it from VP, one of the options they could have gone for.
So, I mean, Level Up coming down onto the next set of bans, and potentially looking to ban out an offlaner for Virtus.pro. Looking through the Primal is already gone, Kunk's already gone, the Lone Druid this time going to be taken out, Tidehunter taken away as well. Is there anything you're looking at here? Something maybe unorthodox, like the Timbersaw or a Dragon Knight to come out against the Spectre in the lane?
I mean, Spectre is a notoriously really weak hero, and you're going to have a double melee lane with the Tusk. I think you can probably pick anything. In terms of things that would enable their draft, I like Beastmaster. I saw it lose twice yesterday, but when you have Invoker, Luna, Beastmaster together, any fight that you win is like insta Roche, insta towers falling. I do like that combination a lot, and it also makes their team fighting hard. Their team fighting really strong, which makes it hard for the Slardar to pick people off because they're going to be playing.
Yeah, the Brewmaster ban out. There is still the Magnus there as well, so some good control with the RP. You could see the Luna with the bouncing glaives rip through the side of Level Up. It sets up the Invoker for things. You've got the Overgrowth maybe into an RP, sets up things like the Meteor to be dropped, the Death and Blast to come out there as well. There's a lot of AoE damage that the Invoker can throw out that Mag might benefit from if they do want to go in that direction.
So yeah, they did ban Puck here for VP. Their draft, I think what they are lacking is they have decent reach, decent catch. I mean, their draft looks pretty good. I think you just need a stable mid laner here to. Oh, wait.
What?
Is this mid Slaughter? It has to be, right?
Yeah.
Thompson did play a game of mid Slaughter when he was with Alliance, and they actually destroyed that game. I am assuming this is gonna be it today.
I mean,
you know, there's a lot of good things about mid Slaughter because he has all those bonuses in the river, right? So you actually rotate much faster than other heroes, and he gets enabled by the Darkseer. The Tusk gets enabled by the Darkseer. I kind of really like the approach here. This is a really nice curveball from Level Up.
but how well is it going to play up against the Dazzle?
So, okay. Yeah, this is the hardest lane here for Level Up. This Focus Spectre plus whatever support's going to be there. I think it's going to be trashed by the Dazzle and the Tiny. I think this is a really hard lane to win. But Darkseer and I'm assuming Tusk is going to be with the Darkseer now. Is quite strong, and the Slaughter should also win against Invoker. Overall,
really?
I would say they have the advantage. Yeah, I think so. Like Invoker, he lost a lot of the bonuses from Exhort to get the damage amplification and all of the things he gets now. So lane-wise, Invoker is the weakest he's ever been, I think.
But are you not that he's going to be able to kill the Slaughter, but with the control coming out, cold snaps and tornadoes, you know, is that not something that's going to keep the Invoker in the lane, do you think?
Nah, I don't think so. I think Slaughter, like you just get the crush down, you get all of the bonuses, you get the armor. It should be an easy lane for the Slaughter if he plays it right. And I do have pretty high expectations of Level Up's mid player. I think he impressed me with a couple of games with D2 Hustlers in the past, and we'll see. Squadix is definitely a different tier of a player he's going against, so definitely a test for Level Up.
Okay, so you're looking at the two lineups. You've seen all 5 picks for both teams now. Just purely on the picks, who are you favoring coming into this match?
I'm going Level Up, man. I actually think they got a really good draft. I don't think you can get a better draft than this one when you are against VP, Caliber, a team of this caliber. So if they're gonna win a game, I think it's gonna be this one.
Okay. Well, I've got Virtus.pro down as my team to win it, though I do have Dudley Boys down as my dark horse. But looking at this. Just the two lineups, I don't know. I don't know if this Invoker really will struggle all that much in the mid lane. The Dazzle coming out there as well, so the fights, you're going to have that protection coming through. It does stack up, the damage. You're going to have the armors flying about as well. So, I mean, if this Dazzle gets to a quick Ags, but there's a Spectre in the game, and the Spectre is, apart from that -1 armor that it got as a nerf, it's probably one of the scariest heroes in the game at the minute.
Yeah, I think this is a very scary game for the Dazzle because they're going to be trying to kill him. As you said, the Grave is a very important tool for VP, and they have the Spectre. They're going to have the initiation of a Tusk, of a Slaughter, of a Surge Darkseer. Yeah. They're going to be throwing their bodies at this guy. I think it's probably up to the Tiny to try and stop the aggression, a good overgrowth. But in general, if the Dazzle dies at the beginning of the fight, I think this is just some easy fights here for Level Up because every core on the side of VP hates being gap closed, and every core on the side of Level Up wants to gap close.
Yeah, and in terms of frontline, you do have that Tiny in the train that can stand the ground, but yeah, like you say, all 3 cores here on the side of VP. If somebody gets in their face, Kiritich on the Luna, it might not be completely awful for them, but for the most part, yeah, they want to be playing on the edges of the fight, and Level Up have a ways to get to them. So
yeah, it's gonna depend on the laning stage. If it's relatively even, I definitely favor Level Up. But obviously, if you're 5-10k gold ahead as VP, they're gonna have the items. They're gonna have that experience advantage to play around the initiation. It's gonna be quite awkward for Level Up if that's the case. It looks like there's a bug here, guide bug. Never heard that.
Oh no! And hopefully it'll be fixed. Sorry, it's a new player. Yeah, maybe the bug is that he can't find the guide that he wants.
Yeah, trying to learn here with Bertolini how to play Ladder. I mean, it's a new hero. No one really played this hero in the last year, I guess.
So even in FNG's having a bit of fun. He's trying to hold it back, but he's got a laugh there. And all the players, yeah, a bit of a laugh there coming through. So who says you can't enjoy yourself? You know, Dota isn't just serious business.
Of course. Especially if you're, a VP player, you're already in a comfortable spot. You can definitely just chill a little bit, just smile. You see the Vi Llama here. Looks like it's pretty cold where he's at.
I mean, it's pretty cold where I'm at too. We had snow the past couple of days.
Oh, damn.
So yeah, it is. I mean, we are in December, so it's getting chilly all over the show. And yeah,
What's the temperature for you right now?
For me, it's apparently 4 degrees.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yesterday, I almost got to 40 here. So pretty much polar opposites right now.
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius, dude.
Oh, damn. 40?
Yeah. 40. Yeah. I literally bought an air conditioning system just because it is literally unbearable.
Oh, God, I can imagine. Yeah, we get up to in
like
the summers.
The worst heat wave ever in my city.
Yeah, I can imagine. So, like, in the summers, we get a couple of days a year out of, like, they get up to, like, 36, 37, and that's just lay on your bed and do nothing, like, wet towel and... But, yeah, damn, 40?
Yeah, it was, like, 38, I think, at some points.
Yeah, complete opposite. I think yesterday we got down to -5. So, like I say, just bundle up and stay warm inside with the heating on, but... Yeah, I think I'd rather have, it be too cold than way too warm, because you've got heating and...
It's much easier to adapt, I think. Like you can get an air conditioning in your place, right? But when you leave the house, there's nothing you can really do. Like there's only so much clothes you can remove until...
Oh, focus.
Oh, focus.
He's going to go down. Notice they get the chase down. We were caught, on a tangent. And Notice going to be able to get the first blood against Focus. And that's not great. I mean, first of all, that's your carry, so it's going to take him a while to get back to the lane. He's going to have to use his TP, but just giving that over to the Dazzle, who will want to bully you in the lane, it's a good start here for VP.
Yeah, definitely. This is your carry dying, and we talked about this lane being weak, right? If you feed first blood to the Dazzle, which is the reason the lane's going to be hard, is definitely not the brightest start there, as the Dark Willow... It's not the greatest defensive support as a 5, It's a strong hero, can trade some hits, but it's not going to give you any heals. It doesn't really bully the Dazzle enough.
And that's the thing, if Sayush gets in your face enough to get a toss back here, Focus is going to have to use those daggers defensively, because the Poison Touch comes out, he's going to be slowed down way too much, level 2, level 3 when you have the avalanches coming through, the toss backs, it is really hard to get away if you don't immediately commit to those defensive daggers.
By the way, look at me. 6 and 3 of the Slaughter versus 2 and 1 of the Invoker. Wow. It's gonna be the Slaughter fast. Maybe with more levels, Invoker can recover, but early on, like with FNG.
The vacuum comes out. Are they going to be able to get the kill into FNG? They should be able to, but Kurtic was that Lucent Beam 4 seconds away. One more right click will be able to get it. And now, you've got Desire coming through. The Lucent Beam mid-animation, not going to be able to get the kill. The shard, the damage coming through from the creeps. He was trapped in the alcove and no way out there. So a good couple of kills here from the side of Level Up. And even if it does cost you your offlaner, you take down the carry, that's still 100% worth it.
Oh, for sure. And at the end of the day, the offlaner was there for the support kill. And despite the Spectre losing the lane, I mean, we expected that to happen anyways. So if they're beating mid and getting those offlane kills, this is a very promising start for Level Up.
Yeah, and now the slowdown comes out. Nature's Grasp, level 2 here for FNG. Lucent Beam as well, so Desire having to just run himself away here as the Tusk. But again, it is a Tusk, so he's not the squishiest hero in the world. Will be able to shrug off that Nature's Grasp, get himself back towards his tier 1 tower. And at the minute, no big power spike. Avalanche comes out with a tree toss. Lipsion's taking a lot of damage, so is Focus. But it looks like Noticed, he's the biggest bully in the lane. And just trying to, keep the aggression up. You take a look at the last hits. I mean, talking about Kurtic, slow down tag team, going to be a real good vacuum
Level
back into those ice shells once again. And you've got the damage just ticking Kurtic out. Kurtic, snowball, right, just held still, close to that tier 1 tower. But does he have enough to turn it around? He's got that Lucent Beam once again, trying to get some regen out as well. With those tangos, trying to do what he can in terms of damage. But Kurtic, he's going to be so careful that there's not any aggression underneath the tier 1, because it's not just right clicks that do the damage here with this combination. And Kurtic just trying to play it safe, and he's used up a lot of health now, so he's going to have to rely on that regen.
Squadix.
Squadix, yeah. Mid lane, Cold Snap does come through onto Skochkov. Is he going to be able to turn this one around? Yeah, no right click bash coming out on Squadix. He's going to be able to take a lot of health out onto the Slardar. And this is what I was looking at. The Cold Snap's coming through. Maybe Deafening Blast and Ice Wall as well. I'm surprised that the Invoker's suffering so much in the lane.
Yeah, the base damage is a problem early on, but he should be able to recover slightly. He's probably gonna go for a bottle as well. The Slardar can definitely get both runes because he's so fast. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game to watch, as now FNG at least buying some time here for Kiritich. That he was really strong against the Darkseer. One of the few heroes that can kind of stand their ground against 2 melees and Darkseer.
Yeah, and looking at the top lane as well, just on the health bars, you can see that VP, they are able to keep focus and Lipsion low. So if they get too far out of position here, they're going to try and get onto this creep wave. But look at how the control's coming out from VP on the creeps as well. They're taking Lipsion and focus away from the tier 1 tower, you know, so they can put this maximum pressure coming through. Lipsion, Avalanche actually does connect onto the Spectre. Spectre can get himself away. Tree Toss, Poison Touch is on him, and the Avatos now as well comes through. Sayush gets the kill onto Lipsion and focus, but on the bottom lane, they take down FNG. Kiritich, Blood Grenade comes out. Desire, he's going to be able to turn it around. Lucent Beam here onto Divine Llama. Divine Llama, they're going to try and dive in with the Iron Shell. Not going to be able to catch up Kiritich, just a little bit too fast. He's got that salve coming out now as well, so Desire's got to be careful. If he tries to get in on top of Kiritich, cancel off that salve. Lucent Beam into a kill might happen. Ice Shards, but still a lot of health here for Kiritich. And now, TP in, FNG going to try and go. Lucent Beam connects with the Blood Grenade, with that Nature's Grasp. Divine Llama, has he gone a little bit too far? He has. FNG gets the kill, and Desire, he had to get himself out of this now as well. Picks up the bouncy rune, but that's all he's going to be getting away with here in this lane.
Oh, they were so close from at least mimicking what happened in the top lane, but yeah, the Salp on the Luna, just slightly enough to keep her alive, and this is the second death of the Vylum, unfortunately. No, not the end of the world, but you can already see that 1k gold advantage here for VP.
Yeah.
They are recovering the game with the Invoker. So overall, VP stabilizing those other lanes that they weren't doing as well.
And that's the thing, this time Kiritich keeps himself alive, he's able to keep the aggro going as well. Desire comes in with a salve, cancelled off, mostly full health, but now the leech seed here, Ice Shards onto FNG. FNG's just going to turn himself around. You've got the right clicks come through with the tag team. FNG might lose his life, not going to be fast enough to get himself away. So this is definitely the kill lane coming out here, but it's still keeping Kiritich alive. He's still able to get to those creeps. We do have a twin gate rotation coming through from the Dark Willow. Can they get this catch here onto the Luna in the bottom lane? Lipsion, well, FNG's back up in 1 second. TP should be coming right back in. Do they get the kill onto the FNG tree and make him walk back to lane here? As Kiritich, well, he might have actually scouted out. So, Lipsion, yeah, going to go with the Shadow Realm, so not going to be able to get that stun off onto the Dark Willow. The Dark Willow straight back through the Twin Gate while this is going on. Focus taking a lot of harass from Noticed.
One interesting thing about this combination that VP has in the top lane, Tiny is one of the few supports that can actually proc an auto attack from a distance. So as someone is actually losing the poison touch debuff, you can throw the tree just to set it up and focus his dead again, man.
Damn.
This lane is so hard. As Stokov does rotate.
Yeah.
There we go.
He gets the kill onto Notice, it's a decent amount of gold, but that's going to be after focus goes down once again. So at that point, Notice is like, yeah, cool, job done. I'm the offlaner. If I die, no big deal as long as I'm taking the carry with me. Mid lane, oh, Lipsion, no, excuse me, Squad X rotated to the top lane, and they are going to be able to get the kill onto the Dark Willow here. Divine Llama trying to do what he can. Has that Vanguard already, though, onto the Darkseer. That's actually a really quick time here, under 7 minutes.
Definitely. Despite his low CS, I think he got a couple of kills, right? Got some assistance gold and was able to get the Vanguard. In general, I think it's going to be quite hard for him to die moving forward. But the damage is done on the Spectre, and they're going to have to find a way to enable him. And, you know, Darkseer is one of the best heroes at enabling melee carries. Just the Iron Shell alone can give some kills for the Spectre. But, I mean, you need to get to level 6, and that Spectre is still level 4, the poor girl.
Yeah, Squad X, he's trying to tag up some pressure.
Rotation.
The Snowball comes in right into an Avalanche, though. The damage onto the Tusk. Tusk, what can he do here? FNG's going to be getting low. The dagger comes through, but it's still going to be a great 4-man rotation from the side of VP. They get the kill onto Desire, and look at this. Kiritich, he gets the kill, just goes straight back through the Twin Gate now to protect his Tier 1 tower, as the rest of the team from VP, they are going to be able to take down this Tier 1 uncontested.
Oh, Slarda found someone top, and I think there's a fight brewing here.
Hey,
yeah.
Might be onto the Dazzle.
Something going on. He's dead, actually.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, they turn it around. And it looks like the Dazzle was able to get the kill. Turn it around and get the chase down now onto the Dark Willow. Dark Willow having to use that Shadow Realm, getting himself away. But, yeah, the heal's coming through from the Shadow Wave. You've got the Poison Touch there as well. And a fish out of water into that Slardar. He wasn't able to get himself away.
Look at that Spectre having to go Midas, and the starter dying there is so rough. He was having a really good game. He got a couple rotations, but now Squadix is back in the game, already ahead in net worth. And if there's one thing Starter is bad at, is farming. And look at that rotation bottom. This could be huge.
TP, the wall's going to be dropped here. Divine Llama can get himself away from it. Level 5 onto FNG. Not going to have that overgrowth just yet, but they've got the cold snap cooldown. Divine Llama's not going to be able to run himself away. That surge, it's just enough mana, but the right clicks, they connect, and Kiritich gets a kill. That glaive mid-earn, no way to dismiss it, and Kiritich was able to get up the kill. And if it wasn't, it would have been the earn charge from the Invoker doing enough damage there to take Divine Llama down.
Tough one. He held on the surge for so long, waiting the tornado, but a lot of patience from Squadix. Never really commits the spell, just so he can dispel the surge. And they do get that Q in the end. 3k gold, lead at 9 minutes. It kind of started promising here for level up, but it feels like the castle is crumbling quick.
Yeah, and now backline dive. Do they want to go into this? FNG still level 5, no overgrowth to come out, but we've already seen the control ice shards get thrown forward. Kiritich walks himself forward and out of that little avenue here. It doesn't get caught into it. Meanwhile, Invoker already started to move himself away. How are we looking? Luna got the Mask of Madness, so good start. Gonna really amp up the farm speed of Kiritich here now as well. And I like that there's some protective wards going down from the Radiant here, just to make sure that Kiritich doesn't get interrupted moving through the jungle for farm.
He's going to be quite safe. They will get level 6 on the Spectre. Yeah, they do have it. Shadow Step on Spectre. That could idea. Oh my god, FNG is actually the same level.
Look at this. It's just too much. It's just way too much, man. Notice level 7. The overgrowth comes out into the poison touch. The shadow wave damage with the creeps around him. He just disappears. Not through a shadow step.
FNG is ahead in levels than the Spectre. Like, the position 5 has more experience than the carry. This is disaster level gameplay right here. And, I mean, they need to create situations for the shadow step to be used, or else I think the Spectre is just not going to have a game. It's just going to be they're going to keep running at her. And, you know, the Midas is just a pipe dream right now. The heck, he has no money towards it.
Yeah, and like you said in the draft, right, the Tiny, the Train, not the easiest heroes to shadow step on to get the kill. Dazzle, even if you focus him down, he's going to have at least one level in the shallow grave as well. It is just so hard to find the pick off, and that's the power point of the Spectre, that you get in, you get an easy pick on a support, something like that, and then you get yourself out, or that's how you start the fight. And here, it just feels like he doesn't have the damage to be able to do it. Squadix, he sees Divine Llama. Cold Snap into the urn. It's actually a full Spirit Vessel to come out now as well. With the Avalanche, they're going to be able to get the toss-up onto Divine Llama. Divine Llama, does he get himself away from this? The Tornado connects. The damage, the EMP, everything flies through. One more right-click, they do get it. But now the Brambles have been dropped. There's going to be the Snowball rolling in now as well. Squadix, he's got to focus right on top of him. Can they get the damage here to get the kill onto the Invoker? The Invoker's going to go down, but it might cost him, will cost him Desire. And the chase through the wall. Avalanche connects once again onto Stoikov. And the chase coming through. Notice trying to get in range for another poison touch in 2 seconds, and it might just be Lupsion that goes down as the sacrificial lamb, and Kiritich picks up that kill.
Dude, they fight into a wall, and it doesn't matter. Like, there was a Luna with glaives bouncing from that wall, but they're so far behind right now, especially experience-wise, that it didn't matter. VP just overpowered them through brute force, and this game is like just losing control so quickly here.
Yeah, and look at this.
This Divine Llama, I think, farmed most of these camps. Let's see. No, he didn't actually. I mean, he got a fair bit, I guess.
Yeah, he still had the iron shell on the neutral. Was trying to do the damage there, it looks like. But the control coming through. Oh, it's the poison touch from the Dazzle, actually, that goes onto the Ancients. As you can see, the Squadix, he is going to be the only one to go down here, caught in those ice shards. He's already used the Ghost Walk to engage onto Divine Llama. But back live, it looks like we have another kill as well. Overgrowth being used.
I think we have the replaying again.
Yep, the replay into the replay, just to make sure we doubly see Divine Llama go down.
Just, oh, poor Divine Llama, man. Not like this. There we go.
So yeah, able to get another couple of kills on the supports. It looks like Avalanche onto Stoikov. Notice he's going to rotate in.
Toss.
So if you're level up here, you're looking at this match, you're 10 kills behind, 6k net worth behind. How do you focus up to get yourself back into this? You know, slow down the aggression from VP.
You need to get a couple of item timings before you can join, but Focus is gonna die probably again here.
Yep.
EMP with the 3 toss.
Sausch, you know, kill secured. As they do get the kill into Notice though, so that is a good amount of gold once again. Nearly 1,000 gold going the way of Stoikov and his teammates getting that kill onto Notice.
Yeah, that's gonna be his Echo Saber. I think like what you need is the Greaves on the Darkseer, as well as possibly the Blink Dagger on Slaughter, but he's pretty far behind right now. Just finished the Echo. Might need like 1700 towards the Blink Dagger. You have to chill. Maybe you can find a couple of pickups with Iron Shell on the Spectre plus a Smoke Gank. But that's about it, I think.
It's going to get even harder as well because VP, the Tiny, has just picked Sayush, has got himself the Blink Dagger. 14 minutes on the support Tiny. That's coming out. That's going to be a rough one, to try and, because he is going to be able to get the backline jump onto the Dark Willow before she gets the Shadow Realm off, onto Divine Llama, before he surges himself away. So there's a good couple of targets that he can jump himself on here, and I don't know how Level Up are going to be able to deal with this. Speaking of,
Try and go for a Squadix here, but there's a Treant.
yeah, Brambles goes down. Shadow Realm's going to be used. Tornado will connect now as well into that Sunstrike to get the kill, and Lupsion not going to be able to get himself away. Wall's going to be dropped now as well, but you do have that Shadow Step onto Squadix. Squadix going to get himself away. 3 heroes stacking up. Vacuum back. Divine Llama's going to be able to get the kill. Snowball onto the Treant. Do they keep him alive? Poison Touch coming through as well from the Dazzle. The Dazzle, they're going to try and do as much damage as you can. Overgrowth going to be used, but it looks like here on the side of VP, maybe with no Luna, they just want to play it safe, back themselves away. Oh, focus. That Shadow Wave, man.
Okay, and that's a Spectre that has extra armor from the neutral as well. Holy, from the neutral and the tier 2 tower, it's insane damage. Asayu gets the kill on the Spectre anyways, man.
Yeah. Saush, he's going to be caught out. There is going to be the Corrosive Haze coming through. War's Punch, though, into that damage, and it's going to be enough to get the kill. They didn't hang around in those Ice Shards long enough, so there won't be a Sunstrike Retribution. And, yeah, okay, back on the board. And again, another kill bounty worth about 800 gold there. So big pickup on the side of Level Up.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, there's a Midas on the Spectre, so it's not like she's dying with, like, Blade Mail. At least there is some future possibilities here. But silver lining is, it is Virtus.pro with the full control of this game.
Yeah.
I think Level Up is probably going to start smoking once we get that Blink on Slaughter. We could probably check how far away he is from it, because he's participating in a lot of kills. I'm assuming he's not that far away. Maybe 1,000 gold or something.
We'll come back to that because mid lane, it looks like there's going to be some aggression coming through from VP here. Invoker going towards those Boots of Travel, but what he's really going to go towards is Lupsion in the lane and Focus he's playing. There is going to be a Shadow Realm coming out here as well, so trying to get himself away. Squadix on the back line though, can they connect onto this Dark Willow? They might actually see Focus. Focus is going to try and get himself away in the Brambles. It does get the trap. There is going to be the Nature's Grasp coming through now as well to slow down Focus. Focus trying to get himself away with that Shadow Dagger, and it looks like maybe they get the reveal here. FNG chasing down Focus, will be able to get himself away. Lupsion will go down on the back lines to Sayush, but the main part, the big important part for Level Up is the Spectre at least did get out alive.
Yeah, he will be okay for now. Probably needs to TP or go for the Twin Gates, which he will. So Focus is going to be fine. Does have that Midas to use. Not the end of the world. A pretty big movement here from VP. Only losing the Dark Willow doesn't feel that bad.
No, and it looks like the Slider not even going to go into the blink. Oh, there is going to be the dive in once again. Sunstrike comes out. Snowball might have saved the Dark Wellow's life for a little bit longer here. Can he get himself away from this one? Saush, he might be the sacrificial lamb. No, still gets a kill onto Lupsion. They might be able to take down this tiny Shadow Grave out onto Squadix. Do they have the heals as well through the wall? And yeah, Saush, how long did it take to take him down? Vacuum back onto Squadix. Squadix still trying to run himself away. His teammates going to try and stack up now as well. Divine Llama has to get himself away with the Surge. There is going to be that Lucent Beam as well into Divine Llama, but he's fast enough to get the run away. And yeah, before all of that happened here, Squadix, he's going to go down. Desire gets the kill, and now he's going to go for that big run away. And TP, nothing to cancel it in time here, and Tusk is away. But yeah, Slaughter going towards the Ag Scepter, no Blink Dagger for the big man.
Yeah, they need someone to bait and tank a lot of spells, and the Darkseer doesn't want to be that hero this game, because you want to get those really good walls into the Luna. As long as you get the Luna Illusion, these fights become so much easier here for Level Up. I'm okay with that. Like, they are in no... They don't have the map control to be hunting heroes, so you might as well just be able to protect your towers as the Spectres. Noble save! Where is it?
It's...
He didn't put the Spectre inside of it.
Way too late here. Yeah, Sunstrike not even needed, as FNG is going to be the one to get the kill. Trying to get himself away, the damage not going to be enough. And in fact, if they wanted to, they could have grouped up for a little bit more here, but FNG was low. Oh, Desire... He's got to be careful about ticking down. I think he got Poison Touch there as well, so he is going to get really darn low, but not enough to get the kill onto the Tusk.
Oof. Luna is almost half... the Spectre is half Luna's net worth right now.
Yeah.
This Luna is gigantic and focused. Oh, Divine Llama.
He's going to be caught out now. Did they actually get the kill onto Divine He's trying to get that surge away, it looks like. But
boy.
the Manners, yeah, he's still taking a lot of damage. Can they get himself away? As it looks like he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay, it looks like.
Tiny going for a Midas. Yeah, that's becoming pretty common now. Safai Llama.
And they're going to go back onto what is it? Tornado into the Sunstrike. The Poison Touch Notice gets the kill. And in fact, look at this. FNG back line. So you could be able to get himself on top of the mid lane slider. Doing a lot of damage now as well. Crush comes out with the Avatar's back into the Poison Touch. Look at this damage. And notice he stacks himself up a double kill. And Level Up just keep getting picked off one by one by one.
Oh, that's a tough one, man. They're bleeding a lot of kills. This might be a tower here for Level Up. I think tower lost for Level Up. As Squadix is looking for even more kills. He is on a roll right now. He, did struggle in the lane, but once the mid game started, VP just turned the switch or something.
Yeah, and you can see that, like you say, Squadix, it's not the biggest set of items because, utility, Spirit Vessel here, Hand of Midas, as well as the Boots of Travel, but the impact he's having with these tornadoes, the catch he's having with the cold snaps, he's the tempo controller in these fights, and in fact, they might be able to find Luxion again. So...
Okay.
They back themselves away, but if you're on the side of Level Up here, you're going to be giving up your tier 2 tower mid. How do you what's the Spectre build have to be after this Hand of Midas? Do you have to, turtle out until the Radiance? Do you want to go back for a Blade Mail? How does he want to build on the Spectre?
I think you need a Manta this game. You need a Dispel. The Poison Touch damage, even the Eclipse is going to be a problem.
Oh, speaking of...
Llama.
Did they get on top of him? Avalanche comes out. They might have the control against Snowball. It's going to be a little bit of save through the EMP. The EMP still goes on to Divine Llama. Divine Llama losing a lot of mana. Shellgrave onto Cyrus as well. You've got the backlines as Luxion trying to do what he can with that Shell Realm, right? Stoikov, he's slowed right down. Can he get himself away from this one? Even the Spirit Vessel, Deafening Blast. The illusions from the Luna doing a lot of damage. Sunstrike won't connect. Does reveal now as well. But look at this. We've got 20 minutes in this game, and VP, they want to go high ground here, and they're saying you can absolutely not stop us. As soon as this tier 3 tower falls, Kiritich is going to have those Manta style illusions. He's going to rip through the buildings in the base of Level Up.
I mean, you could see how tanky the Slaughter is with the eggs, but they don't really have, like, he survives a bit of damage.
Yeah.
But where's the damage coming from for Level Up? It's just not coming. The Spectre, super underfarmed, gonna be surpassed by a Tiny at this point. They're gonna smoke here. Maybe they can find a good wraparound, but it's just not looking good.
And we'll see how they want to move it. I mean, the Tormentor's up as well. They might just go for this 5-man Tormentor to take it away from the side of Level Up. And yeah, Level Up, no real way to contest. In fact, Lipsion's going to be real careful. Tornado's going to connect. Do they shift targets now? Shadow Realm comes out. Do they have the damage to take him down, though? He's going to be slowed down by this ice wall. And it looks like it is going to wear off. Drops at Bedlam. But he's going to get dropped by Noticed after that.
I'm surprised they ended up going for this Dark Willow despite the Invoker, right? He's notoriously known for having all of the control. Dark Willow. I'm not really feeling the presence of the Dark Willow as much. I think Dark Willow is already bad against Invoker, but then you have that pure protecting Spectre against the Dazzler. Like, almost impossible for the Spectre to have a good game. You had the fact that it's bad First Blood, and things just got way too crazy here for Level Up.
Yeah, and now you have the Alacti coming out into Kiritich. He's holding that Manta style a little bit. The backdoor protection is up, but the creep waves will be pushing through. In fact, there was a creep wave in the mid lane from the side of the Dire, so it takes a little bit longer for the creeps to get in. In fact, the TP's to the top lane, though. They might be able to get the catch out. Avatos here onto the Spectre. Focus just disappears, and now they're going to be able to go for the last tier 2 tower, remaining on the side of Level Up, and VP, they just aren't stopping.
They really aren't. Constellation prize, but a very small one. It's 381 gold at this stage of the game. It barely matters.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Can they Roche? I guess they potentially can. But there's still tier 1 tower in the bottom side for Level Up, so there's not really a lot of moves. Smoking into VP is not that easy. Like Luna is gigantically farmed despite the Treant being dead. So you can smoke, you can force Roche, you actually cannot hit towers. Your draft is really bad at that. You're kind of out of options.
Yep, Avalanche onto the Spectre. Focus has just come back alive now. He's going to go right back to the grave. Tornado doesn't connect. Spirit Vessel's still taking him down. Sunstrike. Ooh, so close. But it's not going to be enough to get the kill here. And Focus going to be able to earn himself up to a decent amount of health. And he does survive, but the fear of God has been put in him. And VP, I'm surprised he didn't confirm that kill.
Yeah, I guess they were, scared of, that getting punished after all. The churn was not there. But at the end of the day, it looks like they're not really gonna do anything about Roche, knowing that the Spectre is very low HP. And that's about it. For level up, they're gonna have to defend high ground. This Larder with the bottle can hold the lane and can make it hard for VP to really hit towers. But if they get like 1 or 2 kills, it's pretty much game over with these Aegis. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but this game is... Even though it's only 11k goal lead, it feels like the momentum is pretty much gone here for level up.
Yeah, and with the Aegis now as well, I don't think VP will be shy about moving up to the high ground, potentially pushing this mid lane out and just trying to take the rest of the bases. Yeah, Kiritich with an Aegis, you weren't really killing him before, and I don't think you're going to be able to do it now, especially not twice. It doesn't seem like in one fight. He even has the Shard coming out as well, so he's going to have that extra protection. Butterfly, Manta style, got himself a Dragonlance. This is, Kiritich, he is looking super farmed, and like you said, he's nearly double the net worth over there at the Spectre, still 25 minutes into this game.
I mean, the Tiny will surpass him, I think, before this game ends. That Tiny, not known for farming very fast, I'll say that.
And the move comes in. You can see that the Racks have already taken some punishment. Kiritich, if he wants it, the Alacrity comes through the wall. Is going to be dropped. He has that Manta style if he wants to pop that one as well. Eclipse comes through. Divine Llama, the drive on the back line's coming through with the Avalanche. The damage is going to be up, and it looks like he's going to rip through the Racks now in the mid lane with these illusions. What else can they go with this one? The wall, not super effective here, and level up just need to back themselves away. So with the tier 2 tower standing on the top lane, it looks like VP, they want to back themselves out and then right back onto the high ground here. Tier 3 in the bottom and take 2 lanes of Racks. Maybe just buy them time while they move themselves out. Take that tier 2 tower on the top lane and make it a full set of megas.
It's tough that they use the wall there, because now the buyback from the Vailama means very little. So he might not even buy back and wait for the push that's going to come from the tier from top.
Yeah.
But they're actually going tier 4s here. This is how far ahead they are, and I think this is a good move. After all, there is no wall in the next 100 seconds.
Yeah, and they still have Aegis. There's going to be the Avalanche toss coming back onto Lupsion. Lupsion's trying to do what he can to keep himself alive, which isn't a whole lot here. And this is going to be the base being broken. Dive into the back line. Skoikov's trying to do what he can. It's going to get the control as well with that cold snap onto him. The Meteor's not going to hit, but the Ice Wall, the toss-up, everything here stacked onto the Slaughter. They take him down, and that remaining tier 4 tower has less than a sliver of health left here. Kiritich going to be able to finish it off with a couple of right clicks, even forcing Focus right back into the fountain. Sunstrike coming through. Sayush, he wants to get the dive in. They get the kill onto Focus. Focus, he's going to be able to buy back though. Can they get even more onto this? The dive comes through. They're just fountain camping here and level up. I don't know if they can contest back into this one. Focus, trying to do what he can to get the kills, but he's just controlled. That's the dieback on the Spectre. And I do believe this is going to be GG coming through here. Game number 1 going the way of VP. Yes, Stoikov calls it after everybody dies in the fountain. And they even go back to finish off the Ancient.
Yeah, that was a quick one. It didn't really felt from the first 5 minutes that things were going to be a stomp, but honestly, that Spectre pick was to me the biggest problem here with the level up draft. They just could not stand to that Dazzle, a hero that we're seeing less and less just because of the nerfs, but still very powerful despite the Blink Dagger. Like in the lane, against some heroes, it is very strong, and the Willow Spectre lane just couldn't really stand up to it. Obviously, not feeding First Blood would have helped, right? But at the end of the day, VP just played much better.
Was there a hero you think would have been better in the safe lane there instead of the Spectre? Was there something specific you think that might have made that game go just a little bit smoother for the side of level up?
I think Void was open in the draft, wasn't it?
Maybe, yeah, I think so at that point in the game. Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah, like, Void, we see... I think Weaver might have also... Maybe Weaver was banned. But I think Void, Morphling, anything that actually has some mobility, just in case that Dazzle comes through. It's obviously kind of a hero that doesn't pop up very often. But you gotta... Now they know, and they have to be careful about it the next time.
Yeah, and the next time will be coming up soon, guys. We're going to take a quick 5-6 minute break, and then we'll be back with the second game of the series right after this. We'll see you after the break. Oh, we'll still see you. Prediction? No? Okay. We can talk for a little bit longer, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, what's your favorite hero right now? What are you playing, Clubs?
At the minute, I'm playing Necro off.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Running through a lot of heroes here with the just being able to get that heart axe, you know, just deletes heroes. So yeah, okay, we will be able to throw it to a break, and we'll be back in about 6-7 minutes with the second game of the series.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody, to what could be the final game here for the side of Level Up, coming up against VP. Bowie, in that first game, it didn't work for them. VP took control, and what are you looking for in the second game? What's the bounce back here for Level Up?
I mean, it's a tough one because I really like their draft, and I think despite all the things that they had, they couldn't really execute at all. They got totally dismantled. So maybe reset, go to a different path with your draft, right? You don't need to force the slaughter. Don't need to force some of the heroes they were trying, and get something different that is still your comfort zone, because I think trying to play around that idea might not work. First, because I think they know what they're going to do, right? The slaughter could be flexed to mid. This is not something we see very often. You're not going to be able to utilize that as effectively as they did with their first draft. And besides that, just make sure you don't give a focus such a bad lane. I think any carry playing those conditions would struggle to really deliver, right?
Yeah. After giving away the first blood, that lane was it was a bit of a horror show there. Some great ganks coming through as well, and Focus just couldn't seem to get himself back on the horse. Maybe they do get some fights a little bit early, because the big power spike comes, you've got that early blade mail, the early urn as well, so you're able to jump on. And like you said, the Tiny, not the squishiest hero to try and jump as well. The Treant, not the easiest hero to jump. So Spectre really wasn't set up to have a good time in that game at all.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully, you're going to be able to crack the code here against VP. But, there's a reason they went so deep at TI. I'm still unsure how exactly they got dropped to the lower bracket. But I guess this is just a testament to the amazing finals we're going to have, right? Maybe we get a couple of stumps here during the top 6 selection, but I think the top 4 is going to be super contested.
Yeah, looking at that series up against Team Tickles, it was a 55-minute game, a 33-minute game, and then a 76-minute game there. So a long series, and in the end, Team Tickles were able to take it, and just going so long that I actually saw it. Yeah, the Anti-Mage just kind of dropped off a little bit. It wasn't as effective as the Spectre coming out from the side of Team Tickles. They got the control out. Timbersaw was so hard to kill. They dropped down the Lina every single time the Lina came forward. It just got burst down. So it wasn't the easiest fight for VP, but they took it, to 76 minutes and just weren't able to close it out. In fact, I think they got 2 lanes of racks, and then after about the 60th minute, just couldn't win themselves a fight. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it here. And get themselves to, into the lower bracket finals, or semi-finals, with Team Falcons. But again, Level Up, they want to be coming back into this one. They know that they've there's a couple of series they've played where it's gone 2-1 and they've been able to drag it back and win it. So they've got to keep the fingers crossed, knocking on wood, and lucky, not even a lucky rabbit's paw, but just the entire rabbit there on the desk with them to try and get this win here in the second part of this series.
Yeah, I do believe the series that they won against Klee, they also dropped game 1 and were able to come back game 2 and 3. Looking back into what they could ban against VP, I think the Invoker is something that they're just very comfortable first phasing. This might be something you have to either ban or pick yourself, or find a better answer. Because lane-wise, I think they did okay. But I don't know, that Invoker felt so comfortable rotating and getting kills around the map. Maybe it just gives Quadix something he isn't as good at or comfortable with.
Yeah, and that becomes the puzzle then, I guess. And what is Squadix really bad at as a player, What heroes doesn't he play? And can you figure it out?
Maybe mid-slaughter. Force the mid-slaughter on their side.
Yeah. But yeah, that like I said, that mid-slaughter, it didn't look too bad. But I think once the Invoker had a few levels, like I said, the control come through, the rotations from the supports, like you said, it did start to drop off. So we'll see if they go back for that as a hero, on the whole. But yeah, it didn't really work out the way they wanted it to here in that first game.
And I'm looking at Squadix Dota buff here. His Invoker is actually his 7th most played hero. There's still TA, there's Tinker, there's Tiny, Puck, Ember and Void Spirit are his most played heroes, and thankfully to level up, those 2 heroes are trash right now, so he's probably not going to play them, and you only have to worry about Puck, Tiny, Tinker, TA. That's
looking at his pro tracker, I think we should be able to get into the draft soon. And yeah, so there we go. Looking at his pro tracker, he's lost on Necrophos, he's lost on Tinker, Wind Ranger. So if you can force him onto one of those 3 heroes, maybe, maybe not the Tinker, but
please do not get the Tinker. There you go. They banned the Invoker
straight away.
All right.
So yeah, looking at what's, like I say though, the ban of the Pugna, the Invoker comes through, Primal Beast and the Nature's Prophet, so it means there is some big heroes that can make it through into that next phase. The Moat of the Kunkka, Grimstroke, like I said, I think the Grimstroke's been banned in the first phase every single game we've seen so far today.
Yeah, the hero, despite the nerfs, still looking really strong. Pugna, same thing. I don't think I've seen a single game of Pugna, and you just have to ban the Chen against FNG, so that one they're not going to change. I'm not remembering that here they swapped for the Invoker ban though. You remember which one was it?
I can tell you, I'm not trying to buy time here. I'm definitely remembering which hero it was. So if you just give me about 20 to 30 seconds, I'm definitely not opening up the Dota buff page of the last match.
Okay.
So last game, it was the Centaur and the Grimstroke that got banned out.
Okay. I mean, I'm definitely banning this Invoker of the Centaur, I think.
Yeah.
Centaur by itself, I don't think it can feel as powerful as that Dazzle was in game number 1. Because there's just a couple of matchups that are really hard. And even the Tiny, the way the Tiny works with Dazzle was amazing. And it's hard to say that of Tiny 4. And not only that, VP can flex that to mid because Quadix is his 4th most played hero is Tiny.
Yeah.
Just very scary to play against those guys, man. No surprises they ended up going that far in TI. They're pretty good.
They are, and I've said it a few times. If you looked at the DPC results, everyone's saying, the big 3 are Team Spirit, Bet Boom, and 9 Pandas, and VP just whatever. Like I say, they're going to drop out first. But if you looked at the actual series played, VP didn't drop a single series across all 3 tours, across all 3 mini tournaments of the DPC. They only dropped a series to Spirit, Bet Boom, and 9 Pandas. And they won the rest. Didn't matter who they were playing against. They went 4-3 every single season, and they barely missed out from all 3 lands by a series.
That's so crazy. Yeah, Eastern Europe is... I mean, I guess it's going to be different now, right? With the way DPC doesn't exist. We might get to see more VP than before. But all the other teams in Eastern Europe are also very popular. And it does feel like popularity is going to play a bigger role this time.
And hopefully, like I say, they get to move on. They get to carry on going and stack up, because I think it would be a shame if Virtus.pro didn't get any more LAN opportunities, because again, they are an incredible team, and they're also banning out the Lone Druid, picking up the Treant, and have to play up against the Tusk.
pretty similar to game number 1, right? I think the bans on the side of VP are the same. They do grab this treant here. All right, nothing that different. The Slardar still unaddressed. VP didn't didn't seem to be quite impressed by it so far.
And how then? Because we've seen the Lunas coming through. You know, we've seen these heroes. The Mortars. Mortar is still there. Do you, for either side, pick that one up and then just be able to flex it into that support if it doesn't get a good matchup?
I think it is possible. Yeah. But now this Timber ban, what is up with that? I don't think they banned Timber in game number 1, right?
No, and that's...
So they're going a different route here. This definitely indicates like strength melee core somewhere, either mid or somewhere for sure.
Yeah, I know Divide Llama likes that hero, whether Stoikov likes it as well. So yeah, no, maybe like you say, they are planning to run maybe that strength safe lane here on the side of Virtus.pro.
Maybe VP wants to pick Phoenix and feels like Lifestealer is a good opportunity for level up, and then just having the Timber with that could be a problem, as level up also taking some time here with their last ban. I don't think you have to ban the Dazzle here. I think it's okay. So you can probably, if I had to ban anything that they picked, I think the Luna is fine. You don't want to ban that hero. The Tiny is also okay. Actually, you probably just ban something that's good against what you want to pick. Because out of the other heroes left in the pool, yeah, they just ban the Spectre.
Yeah. Okay. That's, fair enough. Maybe Virtus.pro, they have that ability. If it is going to be maybe some squishy heroes, they go back for the Luna straight away on level up. So, potentially looking at the safe lane here, the Tusk into the Luna.
Okay. Very bold move. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of Luna as a second pick like this. You have to be very confident with your Luna gameplay. But at the same time, I find it hard to see Focus have a worse time than he had in game number 1. So, probably it's fine, I guess.
Yeah, and it's probably one of those heroes, if you don't pick it now, again, it is one of the most popular heroes at the Pinnacle Anniversary show. So if you don't pick it now, there's also always the chance that Virtus.pro, it was in their plans for the next phase, but they go back for the Shadow Demon, the Centaur War, and I like this. Centaur gets on top of the Luna, either Stampede or Blink in, controls them out with the Stomp, a lot of damage with the Double Edge, and then we've already seen the Shadow Demon absolutely ruin one Luna's day today already.
Really good response here from VP. The Centaur has the gap close against the Luna as well, which is a problematic thing. But a Tusk should maybe be this saving grace. If he gets that fast Blink Dagger, you can try use the Snowball and buy time here for Focus as now level up. There's not going to be any Timbersaw because of the ban here. Maybe they already wanted to pick the Centaur anyways, as they do get a Tide for that protection of the Luna.
Okay. But this is the thing, right? Level Up have to show either their full offlane here or their mid laner, so Virtus.pro are going to be able to react to the pick. So Tide coming out, now if it is going to be that good, that good Mortar game to come through and pick that up next, maybe. Or even the Weaver, to be honest. The Weaver is still available.
They go for the Willow again, They really like this. It's probably a slightly better Willow game, but not by much. Centaur still has that AoE control. If you get the overgrowth before Shadow Realm, Dark Willow's still gonna be stuck. I'm not that big of a fan of the Willow. I don't know. I was not surprised. I was not impressed with their performance with the hero game 1.
Yeah. I mean, Lucian did get punished by them. Tide doesn't really affect the Mortar with the Anchor Smash. Gonna be able to do a lot of damage even if he tries to get him close with the Gush. So the ban out the Lina. I'm surprised that that's something that Level Up weren't considering taking them from themselves, trying to do that damage to the Mortar inside the Pierce the Veil.
Yeah, it is into a Centaur though, so maybe they're just scared of the gap close. Maybe they want to play Puck themselves. But Muerta, Lina's definitely good against Muerta. I've seen like Lina's pretty much solo killing the hero the entire game, if you're farmed enough.
And what else is that? I mean, the Kunkka is still there. Is that a good pickup for either side?
Let me think. Kunkka, It's probably better for level up, I think, having that damage
Yeah.
mitigation on the Luna, and just it really plays off of the Tidehunter team fighting as well. But the matchup is really the thing you have to be careful about. So, are you afraid you're gonna buy Huskard or Viper? You know, there's always some cheese they're gonna throw at you. I think VP has the first pick of the next phase, right? Depending to the pick.
I think that's the way. I'm pretty sure it comes out, and then level up have the overall.
Up. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a chance they can get Kunkka because they're gonna know the matchup. Kunkka's still open, unless VP wants to pick it up.
Yeah, it still offers some really good control, and Luna's not the hero that likes to go for that early BKB, so the Torrent Storm could still do a lot of work, effectively disrupting the Tidehunter as well if he's trying to march in for that Ravage.
Alright, so VP thinking about the last ban here. A lot of burst damage being removed by level up, and VP taking away the Coddle. That one I'm not sure I get that much, besides, you know, being a hero that he likes running.
Yeah, okay. They brought themselves straight into the Pangolier.
Okay, they do ban that Kunkka we talked about. They get the Pango. Huskar is available if they want to go full cheese here.
I mean, needs must, right?
I mean, I kind of like it actually, because you have damage into Murta's ulti with the life break. You have the disarm as well with your Q, and the lane against Pangolier is really good. So technically, you also have a dispel for the Chain Protector ulti. I'm not sure if they run Huskar, but if they do, I think this is a decent time to pick it.
I mean, does anyone not run Huskar, really? All you need to do is get yourself an armlet, and that's it, you're ready to go.
Yeah, you know, it's a bit more complicated than that, and they're just going to get the puck. But I like it, right? We talked about the puck, just having the silence on Sayu and FNG, preventing those key team fighting spells from being cast. You have all of that magical burst damage on the Morta too.
Yeah,
it's a decent lane as well against what they have on the side of VP. It's a decent draft, but after the stomp on game number 1, I just have to go with VP. I don't think the draft on the side of level up is good enough to really stand the test of the Bears.
Okay, well, we'll see if level up, are they going to get mauled here, or do they force it through to that third game? Again, looking at the drafts, just how strong that VP looked in that final series, the last game of the series, that I don't know whether they have the ability here level up to. They can. I'm not saying they're not going to make a good run of it, and sure, I'm ready to be proved wrong, but I think VP, like Falcons in the series before, you know, they'd be disappointed if they don't move through 2-0 here with the perceived difference between the two teams.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money. Would love to see an upset though, but considering how game 1 went, it feels like both of these powerhouses are very pissed that they got dropped to the lower bracket, and they really want to grind their ways back to first place. I mean, just in general, since we didn't start yet, do you have a favorite for the whole thing? Like, you said VP, but are you still, like, after they dropped, are you still sure that they're gonna take it?
It wouldn't be the first time a team's made that lower bracket run, you know, to the finals and win the whole thing. I think with how it stands now, I might be leaning to a little bit more towards Dudley Boys, as I think we're going to be able to get ourselves into the second game here. But I don't know. I think Dudley Boys are the favorite, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Virtus.pro moving through into the finals.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much with you. Dudley Boys are looking really strong. The second iteration of the T2 Hustlers. They at the start in the group stage, I didn't really feel like super good, but you know, they are a team that formed for this tournament pretty much. So it's gonna be a learning curve for sure.
And I wonder how long they're going to stick around, because obviously you've got, a couple of players, technically on loan, let's call it, in Yuma and Mind Control.
Yeah.
So whether, do they finally break away from NGX? Is this going to be Mind Control where he wants to move? Or if it's just because Mind Control during another event, he said he just likes to play Dota. Even if the Nigma are taking a break, he just wants to play Dota. And like you say, this team formed for this event. Yuma came along with him as well. So how much he thinks he's going to get out of playing with Nigma, or if he thinks maybe, jumping to something like the Dudley Boys might be better in terms of game time for him.
He Probably depends on how well they do it here, right? Because there's also
Yeah,
contract
yeah.
stuff. We saw how ATF couldn't really play for certain teams because of the contract clause or something like that. So if we
Yeah.
can go to the Dudley Boys, then winning this tournament probably kind of is a boost for him in terms of like, okay, this could
Mhm.
be an interesting decision. These guys are good. We're winning some EU tournaments. It would be nice. Like this would be, the first time the Enigma team like swapped a player ever since Miracle, and he didn't even like leave the team, right? He was just on a break, let's say.
Yeah, just in that inactive slot, and that's another thing that. So I suppose that if there's going to be tournaments open up the MENA region now as well, if they're open to that Nigma might see a lot more
Yeah.
events just purely because they've got Falcons to play against. But if a region's given 2 slots, they have a much better time to get through MENA than they do coming through somewhere like Western Europe.
That is true, but I wonder how much other orgs are gonna try and explore that slot, right? Because if
Yeah.
there's this slot where, sure, there are a couple of very strong teams, but way less competition for now. Maybe you want to migrate. Maybe you want like one player from that region, and then the Enigma team, the players could be poached just because I don't even know how that slot works, right? Like, do you need someone living there? Do you need a player that is from there? How does that even work?
I just think it's like every other region, right? As long as you've got when the playoffs, I guess, are going, as long as it's an established MENA team. Because if you look at Falcons, it's only really ATF, I think, that you'd expect it to be in the region itself. And we're going to see ENG coming through here, taking a lot of damage. But Kiritich, we get baited to the other lane as the first blood will be going the way of the Muerta. But yeah, no, it might just be that as long as like the DPC rules, as long as the team stays there for the majority of the year, then they qualify under that region.
Okay. All right. So we do see that first blood going for a VP once again. This time on another core. It's the Muerta. Very scary position, but at least it's not your carry dying. Focus seems to be having a decent time here. Not great, but I've seen worse.
And we'll see Kiritich just trying to do the damage onto Davai Lama now as well. Davai Lama using a lot of mana here, and Lipsion's going to come back into this lane. So, yeah, we'll see if Kiritich is going to be able to capitalize on that, or Davai Lama, because he's a big tanky boy. So I feel like the Dark Willow needs to be the target here in the early parts of the game if you want to get any more kills in this lane.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely easier to kill the Willow. They have a decent amount of control despite the Shadow Realm, right? That's why I don't like that Willow this early anyways, because you have all the Muerta spells that hit her through the Shadow Realm. You have Leech Seed that can be cast before she pops it, and the Vines. So pretty much every spell in the top lane affects the Dark Willow.
And like I said, Davai Lama, apart from the Gush, there's no real gap close here. So we'll see, if the Tides is going to be able to get the slow down in time. But by the time you slow them down, you get in range of the Anchor Smash. You might have lost half your health here to the Muerta just standing right-clicking you down. He's got, like you say, you've got the dead shot as well. So even if he does try and get in your face, you're going to be able to push him away again. Bottom lane. Going to try and go once again onto Focus. A lot of damage coming through onto this Luna with the illusions, but they turn it around onto Desire. He's got that tag team trying to run himself away. The Blink Grenade was thrown out onto Focus, which means they're not going to be able to tick down Desire with it. But it looks like, noticed, he's not scared of trying to press that tier 1 tower as the Centaur.
Mm-hmm. Once again, though, we do see Level Up having a really good performance in the mid lane, 21-1 for the Pluck, as a lot of spells being cast here. Kiritich.
Can he get himself away from this one? Shadow Realm might be able to throw out that right-click damage. The Vilam is going to be pushed back. The Shadow Realm damage, it is going to be that max Shadow Realm. But Kiritich, he has a tango, and it wasn't enough to finish the job. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Sayush in the shards, but the disruption comes out here onto the Tusk once again. Just going to try and trade aggression, and Desire has to walk himself away after that. And yeah, at least forces all of the mana use out of Sayush now as well. But look at this Focus. Again, one more right-click. Is it going to be enough? No. Focus will be able to use those sticks, get himself a decent amount of health underneath the tier 1.
Alright. Pretty even performance here in the mid lane. It's pretty much just Focus struggling here, as they might find notice with the Blow Grenade.
Yeah, Snowball underneath the tier 1 tower. He's not going to be attacked by the tower, but he will still go down. Desire does get the credit for the kill.
Alright, that's good. This Luna was definitely in a super hard position, but that gold's going to help. And obviously, Luna, you get enough levels, you can just leave the lane, you can farm, and should be able to recover. Unlike a Spectre.
FNG. Getting a lot of damage here. Does he go down to this one? The silence comes out from the calling, but still going to be able to get the kill. Divine Llama was able to close the gap, and yeah, FNG has no real proper way to escape. You know, the trees would have been nice, but the brambles were blocking his escape out.
All right, so pretty decent recover from Divine Llama as well. He was struggling a little bit in the beginning. Now 28 and 2. Probably gonna go. Yeah, he is going for the Meteor Hammer build we know and love. Although Morita is actually pretty good at stopping that. The Deadshot has such cast range that if you just get a ward kind of in this tree area that he's stepping right now, and you can cancel a lot of those Meteor Hammers, and it kind of makes the Tide feel pretty bad.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Puck in the mid lane, how is he doing? Top of the last hits chart here on the Puck. So, at least this time, Stoikov, he's having a good time once again. We'll see if he's going to be able to translate that into some lane dominance, into game dominance. But here at the minute, you look at the last... I mean, the Pangolier is neck and neck with him. So we'll see if there's going to be some quick rotations for them Rolling Thunders, because both lanes from the side of VP, keeping these heroes pretty low and open to a gank from the mid lane.
Puck definitely an easier hero to rotate, an easier hero to create impact around the map. So I do feel like we're going to see a better performance in that sense. But it's not like Pango struggles rotating either. So we're going to see either one of the heroes going for the aggressive move and the other one counter TPing, trying to punish what the other one does.
Yeah, and you can see that Divide, like you say, building towards that Meteor Hammer. Once that comes out, do you think that you do see those rotations focusing on the Tide to make sure Kiritich doesn't lose this tower early?
I don't even think they need rotations. As I said, if Kiritich does get that ward, I've seen a lot of teams do it. So far, they don't have it. But you just get that ward going, and you cancel the Tide, and like he is not really gonna take your tower if you consistently do that. The Muerta is not gonna farm too deep into the jungle just because you need that Maelstrom. You're not really at a point where you can jungle as gonna go for the Wisdom Runes here.
Get the snatch on to Zizai. In fact, FNG gets the other one on the other side of the map here as well. He was hiding himself in the trees to pop out. Yeah, Brambles have already been used. Nothing to cancel the TP. And they even lose Desire here. So that really wasn't what Level Up wanted from those two rune snatches.
Not again, man. How do they keep doing it? Always just like a second faster than Level Up, and they get both Wisdom Runes. At least though, the Luna isn't struggling as much as the Spectre was, so you know maybe this experience advantage for sports are not gonna snowball as much as it did, but overall it just feels pretty bad.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer comes out, connects onto FNG now. Can they get the damage? Kiritich going to take a little bit of harass as well from the creeps, but they do get the kill into FNG. Now Kiritich has to back himself away. Gush pops a Pierce of Veil. What damage can they do from this one? Divide Llama is a big tanky boy now with that Meteor Hammer up. And it looks like Swashbuckle. Do they have enough for the kill? Well, he's going to try and go in for the Rolling Thunder, and he might just connect. He will connect. In fact, he actually connects onto the Dark Willow now as well. Dark Willow pops that Shadow Realm. Going to go for the TP. Anything to interrupt. No Deadshot, no nothing. So he gets himself away, but they trade a position 5 for the Tidehunter, and that might be a really big pickup.
Yeah, good rotation. And not only that, the Puck didn't want to rotate just to secure the rune, but he got denied by VP anyway. So even with VP's punishing these aggressive moves, somehow the supports also deal with the runes. They are just playing on another level, man. I know that the gold advantage doesn't seem that good, but I don't think they made a single mistake on the side of VP, like strategic-wise. You know, maybe someone died in lane, but generally speaking, the way they're approaching the objectives here is just flawless.
Yeah, the team coordination is amazing now. Kiritich, he might actually lose this tier 1 tower, holding the dead shots as well. You can see the FNG trying to get back into the lane, but Divine Llama is starting to drop the hammer onto this tower. Build-wise, yeah, it's going to be enough to, again, he just offers that protection with the Kraken Shell, and Kiritich can't burst him down too quickly, so he can sustain under the harass of Kiritich.
Center does have that Stampede yet to be used. You know, despite the Wisdom Runes being picked up, the levels are not that bad on the side of Level Up. We have this Tusk level 5.5, so should have it at level 10, 11. The Willow a little bit lower than that, but still not the end of the world.
And we see that, I mean, Kiritich, he's moving himself around, got that Falcon's Blade. Are they looking for a gank onto... Oh, his courier delivers. Actually, his courier comes down with him.
He just lost
might
it.
actually give it away.
What the hell?
Yeah. He gets taken down by the towers, by the creeps, and I wonder what his courier's doing down here. Maybe the hero's down here as well, as he actually goes back through the Twin Gate. So just nip down to show off his career, I guess.
Pro
And the Radiant
players,
didn't like that.
They're definitely they can surprise you in multiple ways, positively and sometimes. Like look how, like. Anyways, good snowball here, dodging the baited hoof stomp.
Yeah, the hoof stomp.
Oh.
No, into the ice shards. Does he actually connect onto it? He does. The range on that hoof stomp now. They're going to be able to go into the Desire. Desire, can he get himself away from this one? Tag team into the Warriors Punch. But you've got 4 heroes down here from the side of VP, so Desire at least will go down. The silence onto the puck. Do you want to go any further onto this one? He's going to be able to use that Invis rune. And it looks like they might just give up the tier 1 tower. But Stoikov, I mean, he's still looking for a good dream coil here. What's the follow-up from that, though?
Yeah, you need the tide, right? If you get Ravage into Meteor Hammer into the pluck damage, for sure you got a kill. As they drop a center though, so they realize that Stoichkov is here, and the angle now becomes much harder for him.
Okay, they're going to get this stack onto Notice. He's got a couple of creeps as well. Mid lane, Rolling Thunder comes through. There is going to be the Shadow Realm, but Squad X is going to be able to bounce around once again. He got a little bit stuck. Now the Dream Coil comes out, and Lupsion, is this a bait into a kill onto Squad X? Squad X might try and get himself away from this one. Uses that shield crash, was a swashbuckle down to the low ground, but he's already going to be followed up now, and Stoikov might have gone a little bit too far. The damage coming through. He has to jump himself back up to the high ground, and the damage coming through from Cyrus, that Shadow Poison, not going to be enough. Divine Llama does at least lose his courier, so notice he gets something from that. But for the most part, some big ultimates, Rolling Thunder as well as the Dream Call, both used here, and won't get anything from either side.
Really good phase shift from Stoichkov there, dodging the OT damage from Shadow Demon. But yeah, unfortunately, he'll probably be able to kill Squad X if he didn't have that shield rune, but he's just way too tanky once he pops that item, pops that rune. Diffusal Blade still kind of far away from him, so in general, like, this is a much different game than game number 1. I think at this stage, you could already see VP being like 5k gold ahead. So despite all of the right moves they did, I guess probably because this Luna is way better farming than Spectre. And in defense still, the Luna is very underfarmed. They are holding a decent net worth against VP here.
Yeah, and you can see that Luna, Wraithband up, Mask of Madness there as well, going straight into the Manta style. And this is one of the surprises for me, that Focus really hasn't been put under that much pressure, but the Mortar is still going to be ahead in terms of net worth. And now, Desire slowed down by the Purge, it looks like. Could he get the kill onto him? He's going to be pushed away. Dead shot, yeah, can't even get the Warriors Punch out onto Squad X. And really nicely done there as a team, just to defend the players, to defend the teammates. And Mortar, with the Maelstrom, is going to be topping that net worth, with Divine Armor just a little bit behind.
We've got a couple of Lotuses here. I'm surprised that he's in the bottom side rather than trying to force mid. Usually that's the second tower you see the most offlaners prioritize. But maybe the plan is trying to punish the aggression here coming from VP. They do have a lot of ways with the puck to be able to do that. And so far, Divine Llama is just jungling. But if they do try to hit the tower, he's going to be the guard here of this bottom side of the map.
What do you feel about Divine Llama going for this pipe before the Blink Dagger here? Just trying to, I guess, use the perk for the Dream Call engagement. How much do you like that?
It is very good against Muerta, right? She is literally magical damage when she pops OT. In terms of actual burst damage, they're not there just yet, I think. Once the Tusk has Blink, I think is probably when the Tide also wants to have his, because both of them can go in with the puck and you can burst people. But right now, I think I'm okay with the pipe, honestly. You just want to make sure that you're going to be able to defend towers. And if you are able to hold those towers, Luna is one of the best farmers in the game. I think Muerta isn't that far behind her, but just a bit. So they will accumulate maybe a net worth lead here over VP, which is something they actually are yet to do, I think, in the series.
And you see that Focus, the Manta style. He's got the Asha coming out, at least it looks like. On the other side, Kiritich wants to build towards, well, he's already got that Maelstrom, so we'll see how far he wants to go with that afterwards. If he goes back to fully complete into the Melania a little bit later on. FNG just on the brown boots here for the Portrait, and he's been picked off a couple of times. Squad X, he's already got that Diff Blade, and notice with the Vanguard out, so is it the Centaur Blink to come out next, I think? Yeah,
that's definitely the item. I think Centaur kind of forced to go that type of item, whereas the Tidehunter has a little bit more leeway just because his OT has such a big range. Now they're gonna smoke, possibly looking for Kirich. They do have vision, but not the easiest kill. Oh,
No,
he
he's
is
gonna be able to
actually,
back
he's
himself up.
sensing all this. He just runs away with the creep still yet to be killed. There's still a
Yep,
troll there.
Hero's missing on the map here. The Spidey sense is tingling, and yeah, he just backs himself. I mean, you would be careful, right? If the puck's missing off the map, you know, you've got to think that the puck at this point in the game still wants to be farming creeps, still wants to be farming waves. So just playing it super safe.
I see. Yeah, and they are. I mean, they're wrapping around, but this Muerta, I don't know what's up with Kirich right now, but he just dodged that smoke gank like a boss. As soon as they go the way around, he actually comes back the same way, and fine task.
Yep, snowball out. Noticed. Ice shards get thrown out there as well, so it looks like he's trying to give himself a bit of a barrier. The drag back into the disruption, into the shadow poison. Easy kill. As we do get that nighttime coming through here, so Sayu should be able to pick him up. And Kiritic, how's he looking? Yeah, just gonna go straight into the Melania here. Already got himself that Hyperstone, so some good protection from his teammates. You know, it goes for the BKB afterwards. It's just allowed him to go straight into the full farming tool here. So, notice they have the damage out. There's going to be the Stampede now as well. Dream Call pops that straight away. Can he get himself away from this? He absolutely can. And good rotations here from Focus, from the rest of the side of Level Up. And 4 to 6. So, yeah, still a great kill onto the Centaur, but it wasn't who they were trying to look for initially. And War's Punch here. Squadix has actually used the Diff Blade already. Has he got himself the Rolling Thunder if he needs it? He has. Snowball's going to come through. Do they have the control with the Terrorize? It might look like they do with these Ice Shards as well. Chasing away Sayush. Ravage does get popped. Great timing onto this one. It looks like the Meteor Hammer. They're going to be able to get the kill. Squadix will fall. Good rotation from Level Up once again. Sayush has to run himself away. No disruption for 8 seconds. He does have the Purge if he needs it. But Sayush into the trees, trying to break vision. Snowball comes through into a Lucent Beam. Notice back in. Gets that stomp off onto 3 heroes. Can he follow up from it? Because he's already lost his teammate. And now the calling comes through. They're going to have the Overgrowth as well as the right click's coming through from Kiritic. And Kiritic may be looking to clean up. The right click's onto Focus. And Focus is going to be the focus here of Kiritic. Kiritic gets the kill. He's on a double kill. Can he go for any more onto this one? Locked down into the Brambles. The Vilam's going to try and throw this Meteor Hammer out. FNG, they're going to be able to dodge it back in. And really good Nature's Grasp now as well. The puck dives in, out, shaking it all about. And Divine Llama will be the one to fall here. They do get the kill onto FNG, but a big cleanup coming through from the side of VP after just a long chase from Level Up.
Yeah, they got a little bit too carried away. It ends up being a 4-4-3 because they killed the center before they chained all those kills in the mid lane. But losing the Luna definitely doesn't feel that good. Although, the good advantage still maintaining a decent margin here for Level Up. And yeah, it's not the end of the world, but it's also obviously not the perfect scenario here. But Level Up, they are after game 1. I think they're still quite happy. Like, this is an actual game they're playing. They're trading back and forth. This is actually close.
Yeah, they look like they're like you say they're actually giving them each other a game. So we'll see. You know, if Level Up are going to be able to drag this back into a third and final game for the series. It's still looking good for VP, especially if they're stacking these kills up onto Kiritic. You know, net worth-wise, the Luna hasn't been able to catch up to him. Those 3 kills in the last fight really are going to help Kiritic out. And if he does get a shard soon as well, that means that his damage amp really will start to stack up if he can catch up these Pierce the Veil kills. So I think Level Up maybe just need to look to try and catch him up. But Kiritic, he's reading the map so well at the minute.
Yeah, he's definitely making it really hard for Level Up to get any kills on him. As Stoshkov almost also died. There's ward placed by VP, and he just decided not to go that same way, as he's also still being chased, but we'll be fine.
And you can see the noticed, Glimmer Cape is going to wear out. Doesn't actually close the gap here to the puck. So the puck, actually with the orb. No, he jumps himself down to the low ground. FNG coming in as well. He might have just been seen. It looks like he's going to be able to move up. Do they want to go for the Overgrowth now?
Oh.
Nope, Centaur doesn't get that stomp off. How's it looking? So, not going to be the right-click build as well. We didn't talk about the right-click build coming up for most pucks, but this is going to be Witchblade, Blink Dagger into that Octarine core. So, more control, more magic damage here for the puck for when maybe potentially that Pierce the Veil comes out.
Yeah, just trying to get that uptime on the silence way down so you can prevent the swashbuckles and disruptions and the stampedes. None of those heroes really wants to go BKB. I guess Centaur can go Lotus Orb, and that's probably what we're going to be seeing from noticed eventually, as Sayuj going for the Netherlands. No surprises there. Like, gold advantage, very even, and they're gonna smoke at nighttime, which is usually hard if you don't have vision, but they have a Luna, so it does make it a bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you can see that they're moving through. Do they have anyone? They don't have any actual vision around the Twin Gate. Notice 3 seconds. Ooh, he sees them, and he just gets that blink away. But the chase is on now. Noticed in the trees. Just going to go for that extra TP out, and this is going to be a little bit quicker. He will be away, and nobody gets caught out from that smoke. So level up. It is a bit of a waste of time for them, but it makes VP panic at least. And I don't know. That might be worth something.
Yeah, panic might be a strong word, but they did run away from level up, so I guess you can attribute that to panic, as the Luna about to surpass the Muerta here. So the game is actually looking quite even, and I wonder, with a game like this, can level up take it to VP all the way? Are they going to be able to play the map as well as VP did in game number 1? So far, they're showing decent resilience here, but I want to see a little bit more proactiveness from them. Like, what is the timing they're waiting for? Blink on Tide obviously helps. BKB on Luna is going to be important, but they will smoke. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to see another double smoke coming through. Divide Llama maybe acting as bait in the lane here as Lipsion hanging close to him. Muerta actually not going to be too far away from the BKB. About 900 gold here from the Muerta to be able to pick them up. So the Mjolnir is up. The Mjolnir, excuse me, is up, and they're going to be able to go for BKB, which makes it, so scary when Kiritich starts to get involved in these fights, because once that Pierce of Veil comes up, for 7, 8, 9 seconds, the hero is quite literally untouchable.
Only the magic damage is going to go through, which, Luna has a little bit, Puck has a little bit, but you do require to press all of your spells at the same time. As VP still holds a 66% win rate probability here.
Oh, the overgrowth. They've caught out the Puck. Do they have enough damage? Do they? Do they? He's going to be able to get himself away. It looks like still taking him down, but it might be enough with the Rolling Thunder to get the kill. And the Puck is going to be away. Snowball here onto the neutrals. Maybe waiting for somebody to come right back into this Ravage. Divide Llama has already popped the pipe. The right click's coming through onto Kiritich. Kiritich with the range, and they are going to be able to get the kill. Notice is the one that picks it up. And Divide Llama doesn't hang around to see what his teammate was doing. Stoikov got so low, but was able to dive himself away. Keeps himself alive with the bottle charges, and they only give up a Tusk here. So not the worst trade in the world, but I wonder if VP, if they want to try and take this opening into the Roche pit.
Who got the Wisdom Rune, actually? Did the Puck actually steal it?
I think it was... No, I think he was locked down enough that FNG picked it up, maybe.
Okay. Because very... Oh,
Notice.
there you go. The center.
Notice got it, yeah.
All right. As you said, Roche is open here on the bottom side. It could also be a possibility here for level up, since they did use Rolling Thunder, Stampede, and the Shadow Demon ult.
Who's coming through the Twin Gate, though? It looks like... BKB out. For Kiritich, Snowball's going to be here. They're trying to waste a little bit of time. But look at this. The right click to the Gunslinger. He gets 2. He's going to be able to get 3. Kiritich is on an absolute roll. His BKB's worn off, but he's got that lightning charge coming through from the full Mjolnir active, and now with those 3 heroes dead, just straight into the Roche pit. Or they might even fire at Stoikov. Stoikov can get himself away from this one. No lockdown, no silences, nothing like that. So they chase away the Puck, and the Puck not going to get brave to try and dive into the Roche pit. And again, 3 heroes dead on level up. They just knew, and the calling through the Twin Gate got the silence onto the Luna as well. Wasn't able to respond to that, and Kiritich cleans up 3.
Yeah, just popped that BKB. That's such a strong timing for Muerta. Sometimes you see people being a bit greedier with the item build, but against the Luna, I think you really need the BKB, and he just paid off big time there. Just right-click everyone to death. He's the one that was apparently being surprised, but he just bought BKB and killed everyone on level up.
So, and again, if he does go towards that shard now that the BKB's out, or they're going to be able to get the stomp, did they get the lockdown onto? No, it's Stoikov going to be able to get himself away. Blade Mail here from the Centaur. So it's actually going to be a lot of damage back here onto the Dark Willow. The Dark Willow has to get himself away to this. There's no follow-up. I don't think there's any blinks, nothing like that to close the gap. So the Dark Willow with the Bedlam put his life in his own hands and just barely gets out alive.
All right. They don't feed anyone. But the Aegis still up for a long time here on the side of VP. That Muerta's like level 18 right now. Just so farm on Kiritich. Kind of bizarre how much farm he got.
I mean,
Muerta seems to be farming faster than Luna, and I didn't thought that was possible. Luna to me is one of the most, the fastest farming heroes in the game.
Well, it helps when you have your farming heroes as well as creeps on the Muerta, because I'm pretty sure Muerta has at least 6 or 7 kills here.
True.
Half of the kills for the side of VP.
Definitely got a couple of kills in the lane as well. As we do see now the Silver
Yeah,
Edge.
704. Involved in nearly every single kill on the side of VP.
That's actually insane. Like, I cannot believe that's true. He's a part of 11 out of 13 kills, and he's just been farming this much as well. Damn, Kirtich.
Yeah, Tide now gets that shard, so the Dead in the Water is going to be available. I really don't think anyone on the side of VP wants to be running away, though. You know, that lockdown is nice as Kirtich gets himself a tower now as well. Shadowblade into the Silver Edge coming out, and Divide Llama not going to be bounced back by the dead shot, but VP, it looks like they're feeling comfortable enough to group up, start to take these fights against Level Up, and force Level Up to either fight them back or start to lose objectives.
Let's see how much they're gonna try and pressure here. I do like the anchor against Pango, but because of the Centaur, you really don't care that much as long as you save the Stampede once the anchor gets used. The Vailama going for that blink you were talking about, so should have it for next fight as FNG.
FNG? Overgrowth comes out now. Can they get the kill? They do. And it looks like the rest of his team are just like, you know what? It doesn't look like too much fun, so they do back themselves away here. Kiritich just continues to push once again, and yeah, one of the best building takers in the game at the minute with that gunslinger. And if he's... what level is the Kiritich as well? Level 18, so he's not going to have the plus 20% proc on Gunslinger just yet, but when that comes out, I mean, pretty much every single, 3 out of 4 shots, you're going to be rocking the Gunslinger, so easily rip through buildings, as well as heroes.
Blink out here from the Tusk, so the Vailama...
Yeah, he pops that pipe. The right-click damage coming through once again. The Pierce Veil. Just look at how quickly Divide Llama is going to disappear. And it looks like Kiritich wants to go even further. Stampede comes through. Pierce Veil gets used. He still has that Aegis now as well. Dream Cold comes out. Kiritich just pops it. The BKB was still going. And now he's going to be able to turn around on the right-click. The Gunslinger damage coming through now as well. Focus. He's going to try and man up with the BKB and the glaives of his own to try and deal with the damage coming through here. Eclipse. But Kiritich, he's going to stand his ground and says, I can out-right-click you here. I've got an Aegis. You might have illusions, but I have a second life. Oh... He had to blink away. Stoikov, he was blinking right into Kiritich's path with no health to his name here. And Desire, he has to come right back into this one. He's just going to lose his life.
I mean, it's... I think I've said this the entire game. Like, Level Up, they're taking okay fights, but it's always VP just slightly ahead. And they're just slowly taking this advantage over and over again without really making many mistakes for VP. So Level Up... There might be a point in the game where they're going to be strong enough. I think Focus... This is not a bad Aghanims game for the Luna, just because they're against Muerta, right? As the BKB duration for the Muerta decreases. Maybe that X is going to be the damage they need, but they just lack damage to kill Muerta right now. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, and Puck, do you think with the Oxyrene Core coming out, would you then look to build up the Witchblade into a full Revenant's Brooch, or, you know,
Probably.
Is that not something that Puck wants to go for that early?
I mean, I'm not sure if like as the next item, but it's definitely an item. Like, this is not going to be the last item he makes, I think. I'm just thinking, you know, if Side of Vice could be good, because at the end of the day, Sayu's saves have been pretty important in some of these fights. If you can get the Centaur before he pops the Stampede with that Vice as well. There's an argument for many different playstyles here. He has a lot of money, so Stokov is probably going to be able to choose between the actual item he needs instead of something he needs to complete just because a fight is, you know, looming.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll see if that's, you know, what he actually does want to go towards as a Centaur. Warren at BKB. Heart queued up there now as well. Pango going to go towards the Ags. Going to get a 3-man smoke coming out from VP. I wonder who they're going to be able to find here, because vision-wise, they do still have a really good ward just ahead of the tier 1. That spots pretty much everybody. They're going to be able to get themselves right on top of the Luna. Will the Luna jump in? Pangoli is going to be going a little bit too far, and let's send Divide Llama onto the front lines as well. They get the kill onto the Shadow Demon. Can they go for any more into this one? The Bedlam here, but they've got Squadix. He's got that BKB. He's got the protection now. Divide Llama is going to be able to get the Ogre Seal Totem bounce back towards the bottom, but the Silver Edge damage the break, and there's not going to be a Kraken Shell here. Just look at how quickly the Tide disappears. The dead shot onto the Tusk, and another good couple of kills coming through from the side of VP. 3 for 1, and you only lose the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, they got beta. Like, VP, they didn't go into the Luna. Instead, it was Level Up that ended up finding that first SD kill. But the Puck was so far away that that Ravage got held, and then he dies in 3 seconds because of the Silver Edge. That was very anticlimactic because it felt like Level Up could have actually forced a good fight there.
Yeah, and you can see that the Majolia charge still coming through on Kiritich, using it on himself for, you know, if he does get aggressed on, you can use it for farming on the neutrals as well, just to extend that that farm capability. So you're using every tool in his shed to make sure he gets the most out of the downtime here between fights. Blink away, still caught in the brambles on the Centaur. Does he get himself away from this one? He doesn't have that Stampede for 24 seconds. Blink up from Desire. He might be able to get a lot of damage here onto the Centaur. The Centaur pops the BKB. He's going to go for the TP out. Any interruptions? Kiritich, he comes in, so he's going to be able to cancel the TP onto the Centaur. Great bait, mate, as he get the kill onto the Vile Armor. And how much further can he go with this one? It looks like Buck wants to get the dive in. BKB's down now onto the Centaur, so it looks like both sides just going to give it up.
The way they're not afraid to connect as VP is crazy. Every time it feels like they're like brewing a good fight for Level Up. It never actually happens. Like, Level Up has 5 heroes out of nowhere, and this Tidehunter died twice, as they will get the support probably again. Good overgrowth with the silence.
Overgrowth, yeah, into the Colin silence now as well. The Puck is going to be able to get himself away from this one. Teammates trying to defend them for as long as possible. Snowball's going to be coming through. They actually sacrificed the Tusk to make sure the Puck can get away. And on the top part of the map, high ground, yeah, Soikov, he's not on the wards just yet. Jump in, maybe not. Don't have the reveal. Squad X backing himself away. We'll see the Dark Willow jumping from Notice now as well. Centaur Stomp comes out. The AoE through the Shadow Realm. They get a good couple of kills. Now, Disruption. Does it actually get the kill? It's going to actually keep FNG alive here. And Stoikov, he drops his Dream Call, only latches onto Squad X. Squad X really doesn't care. Going to try and shrug that one off. The jump forward to get the kill onto the Puck. The Puck is going to be a hyper-mobile hero and not enough lockdown to keep the Puck locked down for the kill.
Yeah, the fact that he has those reduced cooldowns because of the Octarine Core is how he survives. He pretty much has 100% uptime on the phase shift there, and just has so many means to move with the orb. Nicely done. And they're gonna smoke, trying to abuse the fact that pretty much every cooldown was spent and the Muerta is out of mana for her ulti. That is one thing this hero struggles with. The build that Kirich went for has no mana regen whatsoever. So he is struggling a little bit with casting his spells during this very prolonged, elongated fights.
And
that's a 10%? Oh, man.
So you tell me there's a chance?
Yes. There's, I mean, 1 in 9 chance, right? That is 1,000 times easier than winning the lottery. Probably like 1,000,000 times easier. So
yeah.
Obviously, you know, this is only game 2, and you don't want to compare winning a series to winning the lottery, but you know, it's better than nothing.
It is, as this. I mean, it is do or die. So, Level Up, they need to pull this one out of the bag and force it through to a game number 3. Because otherwise they are just straight up out. They will get some cash, you know, some money, which maybe not the lottery win that like you were talking about, but they'll get something for the time here in the Pinnacle Anniversary show. But obviously everybody wants to be moving forward as far as possible here in the lower bracket. Well, lower brackets, upper brackets, they get the reveal, they get the dust, they have the damage, they get the kill. Kiritich, he's dead. That was a cheeky TP out. He just gets revealed, and maybe a little of overconfidence sneaking into Kiritich here with how well this game's going for VP.
Yeah, that 10% is probably looking a bit more like 15 now. Come on, Observer.
Yeah.
Let's see what we're working with now. There you go. 14. 15. There we go.
15%.
It is twice as much. No, it's 50% as much. As,
yeah, and it keeps ticking up. But yeah, well, I mean, on the kill there as well, that was, I think it was 11,000, God, you can imagine 11,000 gold for a kill, 1,100 for the kill, and then another 600 or so for the assist gold there as well. That is a big, it's a big chunk of gold to get away for getting the kill onto Kiritich.
Yeah, looks as Saya will blink out of that OT, drops a ward, knows the position, very nicely done by him. She's probably going to survive.
And
Courier, the Courier actually spots him, but he does have that blink dagger, so Willow unable to chase.
yeah, they get the D-ward off though. The D-ward's nice. Roshan is back up, still 15 seconds until Kiritich, and if they want to get to here this one, they have to go around the long way, excuse me, the TP to the maybe the Dire Outpost, Twin Gate and now as well. And look at how quickly Roshan's going to go down. So big opening to getting that Kiritich kill, and it means that Level Up, they're going to be able to get 1 or 2 objectives on this map. So really good opening here for them.
We have to be at like 21% once this rush drops. This has to be like a big boost, because Luna with Aegis, okay, yeah, 19. It's gonna increase. I'm sure of it. 21. There we go.
21. 21.
All right,
Yeah, it's coming. It's doubled. Yeah, the past, what, 2-3 minutes? That win probability has doubled up for level up.
Only 8% experience advantage on the side of VP. That Midas on the Willow slowly paying itself as they will smoke with Gem here on Squadix.
You think we're going to see the Octarine, or they might be able to get the jump now as well? If the reveal comes out.
Good Brambles.
It just grasps now. Into the Shadow Realm. Do they have a cancel onto this one? The Brambles. Maybe trying to bait them in, but the Ravage comes through. They're going to be able to lock down Kiritich again. Look at this. The damage coming through. Kiritich pops that BKB. He's got the rifles coming out now as well. He still doesn't have that shard, so no lifesteal onto the Pierce the Veil, but he's still going to be able to do a lot of damage now. But the Aegis onto the Luna. The Luna wants to try and stand and fight. Focus. He might be burst down once. Can they do it twice here? Tusk trying to get himself away with the Force Staff. They have the damage. They're going to be able to clear up the second support. The Dark Willow is going to go down and focus. With the right clicks, they're going to have that banishment with the disruption. Trying to focus him down now. The Eclipse gets popped, but then again, so does the Luna. All 5 heroes dead on the side of level up, and all of a sudden that win probability right back down in the dumps there. 5 heroes dead, and VP, they're going to march themselves down this mid lane, try and get what they can out of this. 4 heroes do have buybacks, but are they going to try and use them here?
I feel like a kid in Christmas, but you know, under my tree there's only coals. Like we were getting a comeback story. Look at this. 4-man Ravage with level up just connecting into it, and Kiritich just holds his ground and turns the fight. He has so much control here, and even with low, I guess Focus popped the BKB for the first life and couldn't really survive the second one.
And that's the thing, right? Excuse me, the lockdown wasn't enough, and as soon as the BKB Pierce the Veil comes out from Kiritich, you literally cannot touch that hero for a good 7 seconds. Magic damage doesn't matter, physical damage doesn't matter, you just shrug it all off, and Kiritich, but with the Gunslinger, with the amount of damage he was doing, he just ripped through everybody, and Level Up just had to turn and run away. 1% chance here to try and win this game on the side of Level Up after that fight.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks from some bad Christmas here. This is...
well,
man.
'Tis the season.
This is tough here for Level Up. Obviously, you know, VP, they were the favorites, but there are definitely times here in this game where they could... There's definitely a timeline where they take this game at VP.
And now Kiritich has the shard, so the lifesteal coming through, 30% lifesteal every time that Pierce the Veil gets popped.
He has a Vise, man. He can solo kill this puck. He can solo kill anyone.
And they might try and force. There's no Aegis now as well. There's no Roshan for at least 5 minutes. Could be a full 8 minutes onto this one. They've taken a top lane. They've taken a mid lane of Rax. Do you think VP, do they close it out here? Do they look for the kill and blow against Level Up?
A little bit of a Kale.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, make sure that you have all of your lanes pushed. Make sure that you slowly poke. Ravage still on cooldown for a little bit, and you know, once those cooldowns are back, you know that Level Up has all the heroes in the base. You can reset. You know, you don't really need to end the game, but you don't want Level Up. You know, just split pushing lanes.
And let's see, the unpause comes through. We'll see how they want to fight this. Pango still going towards his Ag to get some... Oh, he sees a double damage. He's going to keep it, though, because it's still got 30 seconds on the clock. So they might keep it for the Muerta. Yeah, Kiritich is going to come along and pick this one up. He even hands himself over the bottle, so trades out those boots for the bottle.
Oh, good positioning here, though. They break the smoke.
Yes, the blade got to the high ground. Yeah, the smoke breaks, and now everybody, the stampede up, and Kiritich wants to get himself right onto this high ground. The Wolves Punch coming through onto the center, but look at this, the double damage rune's going to be popped here and focus. He's going to be focused down the right click coming out from Kiritich. He is killing absolutely everybody. He's got 3. Is going to be able to make it 4 and 5. Focus goes the other way, away from his base, and Stoikov on the high ground. You only have 1 buyback on the Tidehunter. Tusk and Willow, they're out for 30 seconds.
No glyph for Level Up, although they might just get it right. I think it's about to come back. This is... I mean, maybe if the double damage wasn't there, they could have taken that fight, because the center just jumped blindly there. Very bold moves from Notice, as he will buy back the center.
BKB for the puck now as well. They're going to be able to get the Ravage off, and Wurtz doesn't have that BKB, but the right click's coming through. Doesn't have the Pierce the Veil as well. He's going to be able to get it out now, and the damage is just going to be ticking up. And Divide Llama, he bought back for this one. Notice gets the double kill. He's the last one alive. Divide Llama, divide. The chase down comes, the GG comes, and he is going to fall at the very end, and that is going to be a 2-0 series for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I think a lot of people probably expected a result like this one. Game 1 was not even a game, but at least Level Up, they came back and did a better job. I think game number 2 still not at the level or at the consistency they needed to take this series.
Yeah.
It's a good start. I think top 6 is not bad, but looking at the caliber of their players, I honestly probably think they expected a bit better, right? It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
They're going to get a little bit of money, but they probably see themselves as a top 4 team, and you kind of have to if you really want to play with the big boys.
Yeah, and again, like the Yellow Submarines, it is the first steps competitively as a team moving through and moving up. So they're going to get more under the belt. We take a look at the playoff table, how it breaks down. We have our top 4 now. It's going to be Team Tickles, the Dudley Boys, VP, and Falcons all playing off for those final few spots to get themselves into the grand finals and win the Pinnacle anniversary show and win that $50,000 for placing first here. There is a lot on the line. It jumps up 12,000 for third. Second place gets 20,000 and first place gets $50,000. So still a lot to play for these 4 teams.
All right, which team you think? Which teams are going to be playing the final?
VP Dudley Boys.
I think you're right. I actually think it's going to be that exact series. It's probably going to be really tough between Virtus.pro and Falcons. It also depends on whether they're going to have a standing as well on Falcons, because they did play with Fishman today. Not sure if Staking is going to be back for their match. Is it today?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Final series of the day will be Team Tickles versus Dudley Boys.
True.
And then it'll be the lower bracket run for tomorrow, and grand finals the day after that. So, it is going to be one more series to come. It's going to be Blue and Otomo taking over. Bowie, any final thoughts on the day before we throw it off to the break?
I mean, I think I'm happy to see Yellow Submarine. I actually cast so many Satanic games, and this is their start. This could be the beginning of a beautiful story here for Yellow Submarine. So I was happy about that. But at the end of the day, it feels like the big names, they will retain their place here in the tournament, and it's going to be nice seeing both Virtus.pro and Falcons fighting it out. But before that, as you said, Tickles and Dudley Boys, we're going to have Otomo and the illustrious Blue casting, and I'm going to be watching.
Yeah, I'm going to be following the rest of the event with close eyes. That is it for me and Bowie here today. If you want to follow us, our Twitters are there at the bottom. You can see what else we're going to be doing in the near future, but it is going to be Blue and Otomo taking over. So we're going to throw it to the break, and there'll be the final series coming up after this break. Stick around, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be an exciting one. Blue and Otomo, we'll see you after this break.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pinnacle 25th anniversary show. I am Blue Scale, joined by my good friend and colleague Tomo, and we're here to bring you all the action for the final series of the day. Should be a pretty exciting one, should it not, Tomo?
It should be, especially compared to the kind of the disappointing series that we had before. It was like a couple of 2-0s that were 3 of the games were under 30 minutes. One of them was like 22. The last game was like 35. It was all just one-sided stomps. But we almost can possibly, potentially hope for the best that we'll get a decent 2-1 game, 2-1 series here. Team Tickles versus Dudley Boys. If you win this, you go to the upper bracket. If you lose, you do go to the lower bracket finals, but that's not as exciting.
It's not, but you know, down in the lower bracket, I feel is when you get the really, really exciting games, because that's when both teams know that there's, you know, elimination on the line, and that's when they really pull out all the stops. But regardless, we're going to have a very, very exciting game in this one right now, because as you're mentioning, both of these teams were top of their groups by 1.5 miles. Second place in their groups were just so far behind them that, you know, they were just in their rearview mirror in a different country. So it's really going to be quite cool to see how this comes out. Yeah, we can see obviously Team Tickles 6 points. Second place was 0. Just I think they only dropped 2 maps. I think it was for Team Tickles. Yeah, so really, really solid.
Dudley Boys only dropped 1 as well. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure against which team, but they dropped 1. Yeah, but both of these teams also first round of the playoffs. They didn't drop anything. They only dropped a game to Virtus.pro and Team Falcons. Dudley Boys for Falcons, Team Tickles for Virtus.pro, which I was surprised as hell about that. I gotta say. Because I entered this tournament thinking, all right, Falcons versus Pro, that's the grand finals. But we're not going to get that. That's actually an impossibility now. That's going to be the next match in the lower bracket, but it's kind of crazy. These are the top 4 teams, though. Tickles, Dudley Boys, Falcons, and versus Pro. But I expected their situation to be completely flipped and the other way around. So it is a surprising development, to be sure.
Yeah, so you're expecting Team Tickles and Dudley Boys in lower bracket finals, and then Falcon and VP are up at the top ones.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But now that we're here, hopefully we will have the best match. So what's on the line is that if you win this, you get guaranteed additional 8,000 USD. You go from 12,000 to 20,000, and the chance to play for the 50K prize pool. You know, in the grand finals if you win that. So a lot of money on the line.
Huge amounts of money, like absolutely massive. In my mind, when I see that, I could just imagine the amount of like Chinese takeaways I could get. Oh, mate, so much food, so much tastiness. It'd be absolutely amazing. Also, we look at the lineup here of Team Tickles. These guys, you know, you got a couple of people who've been around the scene for a while, and a couple of slightly fresher people here.
Yeah, let's see. For Ducalis, Actually, for Tickles, they've brought some interesting picks so far. They picked Alchemist as a carry this tournament, which I thought was pretty unique. Yesterday, they brought offlane Enigma back for Force. Other than that, they have some, a lot of the standard picks as well. Like, they love 3 and 5 for Ducalis whenever they get it. Babysitting position 5s in general, like Enchantress as well. So, occasionally we see something crazy come out from them, but a lot of it is a bit samey to what the meta has.
Well, if it's tried and true, you may as well stick to what works and just keep picking up those very solid heroes. Obviously, the lineup here of Dudley Boys. Everybody, obviously, of course, knows Mind Control. This man has been around since cavemen were first learning how to use fire. But he is a real solid person to play around. Yuma as well. Been a fantastic addition when they were back on Nigma. But obviously those days are done. And, the one player who I really like this tournament is Adzantic, purely because it is the only other UK player here in, like, the entirety of the Dota.pro scene. So I'm always edging my bets, mate. Always.
I love that there's absolutely no bias there. He's like, I like the team that has the guy from my country. That's my favorite team. Yeah. But yeah, for them, yesterday they did something very interesting, the boys. They brought up Centaur support 2 games in a row for a 9 class. And they paired up with the Grimstroke and the Primal Beast. And it worked out. Like, me and Bowie, we've seen a couple of Centaur supports. Doesn't look very good, but they made it work. I'm hoping they bring it in this game as well. Apart from that, they are the team that picks Spirit Breaker the most when they can get it from Mind Control, which I think is fine because I believe the hero is still pretty damn good.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, I remember in some of the series I was casting in the group stage, Spirit Breaker was going unbanned and unpicked, and I had absolutely no idea why. Like, the hero is still ridiculous. Like, it still feels like a free win no matter what. Sure, he got, like, a small nerf in that very minor patch, but it's absolutely negligible, made no difference. And I like you mentioning about the Centaur position 4. They also did that in the groups, which I had the fortunate ability to cast that game as well, and I was extremely confused. I immediately was like, okay, right, this is probably game over. They had to do some weird hero shift to fix a problem. But no, it actually worked, and it's still working. It's absolutely insane.
I mean, it's not something where they were like, oh, we can probably beat the team, so we can fall down. They brought it up against Falcons twice, and those are the 2 games that they actually won with it. So it is something that they're looking at like, this is very legit. This is something we can completely rely on. They go for very interesting utility. I mean, he gets the shot, then he goes for like Pipe and Hex, along with the Blink Dagger. So it's not like the stats that I was thinking about. So it's interesting. And I hope we see it, because I want to see it in front of me, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those things which is, potentially meta changing, because already it feels like Centaur Warrunner is a first pick hero anyway for the position 3. But if you also have that flex to put it into a 4 and pick up an even better offlaner in loads of different situations, it just makes the hero even more versatile, which is really, really crazy. Yeah, already a Meepo ban taken out. And again, the last time I cast Dudley Boys, the Meepo was first face banned against them every game as well.
See, I mean, I guess some of these teams might be screaming against each other because we haven't seen Meepo a whole lot in the tournament. But again, they might just know. And Tickles, they take away the Centaur that we talked about. For Dudley Boys, they take away Tree and Protector, which Jukal's like, if he can get his hands on it, he will. Otherwise, he might take the Enchantress. But we'll see if that's they're gonna stick to that or not. Tickles, you gotta consider: are you gonna ban the Spirit Breaker? Mind Control loves having it if he can get his hand on it, or the Primal Beast. They get rid of that Lone Druid instead. All right.
Oh, feels like he's going to be getting one of them then. Which one will it be? And it does feel like he should be the Spirit Breaker. Like, why the hell not?
I completely agree.
Yeah.
It's like, it's how could you not? What about Dudley Boys? What would you like to get rid of? Weaver is still in the pool. That's something that you could consider removing for Tickles.
Yeah, Weaver is still pretty strong. Quite a versatile hero as well. Goes in tons of different roles. Yeah, still obviously the Enchantress in there. There is still the Alchemist as well, like you're mentioning, a hero which Tickles have been favouring quite a lot as well. So, how do you feel about Muetta now as well? Like, because obviously she got quite a heavy nerf, and some teams are still liking her, but I just think she's not really viable anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's as good as she used to be. There is more people picking up the Shard, which I kind of like because you get that magic amp. It's nice, but yeah, I don't think Muetta looks as good as she did before. Dudley Boys, they say, all right, you guys left us Primal Beast and Spirit Breaker in the pool. We'll get rid of one, so you can't take it. We'll just take the other one, and which is the Spirit Breaker, as we were both kind of saying was the likely option. We both believe in it. Some of our other casters, they say Spirit Breaker is weak now, and I'm just like baffled by that.
What do they know? Absolutely nothing, mate. They're clueless. Absolutely clueless. I mean, what was the nerf he got? It was like damage
1 second on
reduction to
charge.
creeps or something like that. And yeah, 1 second, which sometimes in very niche situations that 1 second can make the difference, but in the grand scheme of things is just nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Tickles, they do take the Nature's Prophet, so that does give them global presence to sort of like counter the Spirit Breaker, but it's nowhere near the same impact, at least later in the game. Early on, you could say Nature's Prophet because the instant teleport is a little bit more dangerous. So, alright, this means that Spectre kind of moves up in importance right now. If you're a Spirit Breaker, you love having Spectre with you, you give her the vision, she can just chase. Nature's Prophet, the same thing. If you want to show up for a gank, Spectre shows up, it's a great +1. So both of these teams could go for it. However, I don't believe either of these teams has picked Spectre that much previously.
No, I don't think so. In recent history, I think Tickles have played it 3 times. One with it twice. And that's it. And I don't think Dudley boys have actually played it a single time.
Oh, yeah, that's sort of the impression I've got as well from those two teams, is that they're not big on the Spectre. They do remove the Luna, which is ironic because Tickles, out of the 6 games or 7 games they picked Luna, they only won 2 games out of it. So not the highest win rate, but very small sample size means that, you know, it's not like it's the biggest thing. It's like, oh, out of 100 games they won, 15. You're like, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, 100%. But, the fact that Dudley boys did take away the clock and the Luna, there is still that Spectre play which Tickles could go for. If they really want to double down on it as well, they could also go for the Dawnbreaker perhaps. Get triple global.
Oh,
and
yes.
then just
Zeus.
completely shut down the Zeus mid, quad. Anyone else? Maybe Pos 5 Ancient Apparition?
Actually, if we are talking about a global hero who I do feel is high priority right now, would be Invoker. Really good against Spirit Breaker because when he comes charging in, you throw the Tornado, and that's another way to like remove the Bulldoze. And Shadow Demon, of course, it's also an answer to that because of the slow, because of the disruption. Both good on the Spirit Breaker and whoever he charges.
Yeah, definitely. I do like this hero pickup for sure. Should help deal with that problem. But again, if you don't shut down the game really early, this Spirit Breaker will just basically become a carry in his own right and just really start destroying the game. Even with a Shadow Demon counter, it's going to be very, very difficult to deal with. And Dudley boys are going to go for the line after that.
Damn it!
Should have said it, mate. Should have been quicker.
You didn't let me, but yeah, they removed a lot of the supports that we see. Which is like the Tusk, the Nature's Prophet, the Centaur. So it's like, all right, probably Lion's going to come up for Dudley boys here. They might go for an ES or Muerta as another support, but I'm not sure if they're going to showcase that right now. Or they could take the Pango as a position for their mid lane right now. Life Stealer is also a very solid option for Dudley boys. They go for the Pugna instead. Okay, so none of the things we just talked about.
Absolutely none of them. They got their own game in mind. But what I really like, I love to see Lion getting picked up now. I used to be a real big Lion spammer, and apparently getting that extra 100 cast range, I think, on the Earth Spike, literally the only change. But that has been enough for him to get picked up really, really often now. So I do like it.
And it's also a lot faster, right? It's like the Earth Spike got a speed increase from like 1.2 to 1.6. It's pretty fast. Interesting pick by Tickles to go for the Terrorblade. You're up against Lion and Pugna, especially with Pugna if he goes for the Shard. Like, there's a lot of ways to remove illusions. And Terrorblade does rely on these illusions. Also, most of his damage is physical, which the Cremify is pretty good against. So it's a slightly unusual carry pick that I wasn't expecting Tickles to go for. I imagine Spectre is pretty bad for them just because you Haunt. These two heroes can instantly remove the illusions on them. It's still surprising though.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like there's potentially quite a lot of other carries out there which they could have gone for instead. But they are going to decide to grab up something they're feeling comfortable with. Obviously paired up with the Tide Hunter as well. Gives them quite a lot of space to work around with and actually chuck out that damage. But as you're mentioning, just the 2 supports alone are going to be quite a problem for him. But we will see what Dudley Boys are going to grab up for their 4th hero right now. Is it just going to be their own carry as they know the matchup now?
I feel like you might. I'm thinking either Lifestealer or Spectre. Spectre for global presence. Lifestealer pretty solid in the matchup in general. However, if you take Spectre, Disruption is really good if you go for Radiance, like the illusions do damage. If you go for Lifestealer, I don't feel like you chew through the Terrorblade's health a whole lot. He very high armor, but only decent health. So both of these carry picks feel like they come with a decent sized catch that makes them not auto pick, and they go for the Ursa. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot more.
Yeah, should have a pretty damn easy time in the lane. Going to be quite difficult for the old Watermelon to deal with that about getting split open all the damn time. So should be a decent amount of farm coming their way. So just the mid lane matchup left to go. Obviously Tickles do have the slight advantage of having the last pick here, which is always handy. But we'll see what they're actually going to get. Don't worry, mate. Sneezing all over the place. Spread those germs.
That's how I do it, you know. Let's see. For Dudley Boys, I'm thinking Pango would be an option for them. That's what they've been most consistent mid, or the Lina, Zeus, or Pango. You know, either a lot of burst damage or a lot of control. Those would be one of the 3 that you think. They get rid of the Pango for Tickles. Lina and Zeus still in the pool. We'll see if they want to go for one or the other. I mean, imagine Lina Lion with Pugna Decrepify on top of that. That's just instant death on everyone.
100%. That is a disgusting amount of magic burst damage for sure. We'll see what they are going to go for. You know what? One thing I will say, Dudley Boys maybe lacking a bit of AoE control. I mean, Spirit Breaker to some degree can do that if you can get like insanely good like angles of charge and hit multiple heroes. Same with the line Earth Spike, but it's not very easy at all. So they might need something.
No, if Tickles, you're thinking Puck. You're thinking Puck for Tickles because you can jump on these 2 squishy spores, instant burst them down, which I like a lot. You can go Yule Scepter if you want on Puck's on a very unusual item, and it's good against both Ursa and Spirit Breaker because it removes Bulldoze, and even if you enrage, the stats resistance doesn't affect it. So Puck is the choice for Tickles. Dudley Boys, I'm thinking Lina or Zeus, one of those 2. Invoker also comes as an option for either team. So these are the 4 picks I'm thinking about. I'm going to keep adding, and so that no matter what they pick at the end, I'll be like, well, I said half the hero pool, so I'll be right eventually.
Yeah, you start listing it off alphabetically if you like. You know, just go down the whole list, see if you hit it all.
AA mid, nah, not happening.
Well, maybe if this was like the old 9 playing, we could maybe see that. He's like the only person I'd really expect to play wacky ass mid heroes like that. But probably going to be a bit more traditional. Invoker has been removed. Dudley Boys, it does feel like that Puck ban is nearly essential at this stage.
Puck, Lina, and Zeus. Those are the 3 I feel like are very premium.
Yeah, I feel like Puck for themselves could be really good considering how they, you know, do need the AoE control. But as you mentioned, Tickles will probably end up just taking it first. So I think this is worth banning it.
Let's see. Actually, the Dudley Boys has the next pick, so if they want Puck, they can get it. I don't know.
They had the first pick, didn't they?
Dudley Boys? Oh yeah, they did. So that means Tickles 6 last pick.
Yeah.
Dragon Knight gets removed. That's unusual. Alright, is it Lina or is it Zeus or is it Puck? I don't think the Dragon Knight would be something that they want to get rid of for Dudley Boys, just because I don't really feel like he has the jump necessary to get on these people and like be a threat. But alright.
Okay, we'll see what they're going to go for, obviously. Not much reserve time in the bank for Dudley Boys either, so not a huge amount of time. But yeah, definitely one of those 3 that you listed should be it. If it is any other heroes, then, you know, whatever.
That's not one of them.
Tiny!
That's not at all where we were thinking about. Okay. But extremely durable hero to have in the mid lane. And when you look at that, you look at Tickles, you're like, my god, you guys have a lot to chew through, especially with Pugna heal behind them. These 3 guys are very tough. Will Tickles consider taking a Timbersaw as a mid? That could be an option. It's not. It's like a bit risky, but you're up against 2 strength heroes, and you can sort of shred through these supports. Puck is another option just to disable them. So we'll see. And of course, Zeus gives you percentage damage. But I don't think Lina is as good for Tickles as it was for Dudley Boys. Like Zeus and Timber Sauce, what I would like, or Puck.
Yeah, Timber will definitely make winning that mid lane a hell of a lot easier as well. So, feels like there's multiple ways they could go. Definitely feels like the Puck though is still top of the list in my opinion as well. Necrophos. Alright, okay, a little bit different direction again, but this should also do quite nicely in the mid lane. Might make it a little bit more difficult for Azantic here on his Tiny to actually effectively get some CS.
Oh no, Azantic's on Pugna.
Wait, what?
It's mid Pugna, baby.
Oh my
Yeah,
lord. What the
Yeah, it's
hell?
going to be probably the position for Tiny. I did not see that one coming.
No.
No, I don't want. I mean, I want to know what the players were picking. No.
Oh. Well, it's mystery, mate. You know, we'll find out when the game actually starts. That adds an extra layer of this. Because, you know, it's going to affect our predictions, which I'm going to ask for you right now, Tomo. After these mental last picks, what are you going for?
I think I'll go with Tickles, man. I don't know how I feel about this mid Pugna much. It's not my favorite thing. And you're going to have, what, position 4 Tiny, position 5 Tiny? I don't know, like, Tiny and Spirit Breaker in the same lane? That seems like a recipe for... No. I don't really like the last pick Tiny. Obviously, this is a team that knows what they're doing, so probably they might just take it no matter what, but I'm going to go with Tickles. I feel like the draft makes a lot more sense in my eyes.
Do you think that maybe the Pugna was meant to be support and Tiny mid, but that Necro maybe made them change their direction? Because Pugna is, you know, on paper pretty good versus the Necrophos. You could still push his tower in and try and, you know, reduce a bit of the space for the Necro to work with. So do you think maybe it was like a plan B and they've just had to go for it? Because it does seem really crazy. The last time I saw Pugna mid was in the hands of Thompson at TI, and it did not work out for him at all. So I'm not sure at all how this is going to work.
It's very hard to imagine what the teams were discussing, right? Like, it's like maybe it was from the start, it was going to be Pugna mid, maybe they were going to fool them, or maybe it was, like you said, it was a last second adjustment, but we don't know. So it's hard to speculate on that one. Personally, I feel like neither Pugna or Tiny are just that amazing matchup against the Necrophos. I think Necrophos is going to be fine regardless against either of them. I would have. So I don't know. I'm taking with Tickles. You asked me, now I have to ask you: do you believe in Tickles or the Dudley boys?
I'm sort of similar, like where I'm sort of torn between 50-50, but I think I'm just gonna go Dudley boys because again they got Atlantic, mate. I'm gonna be biased. I'm gonna be biased to the UK player, mate. You know, it's got to be done. He needs some fans out there, mate. The UKC needs to grow, and this could be the start. But we are now into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how this first one goes down. Maybe we might get gifted a little early first blood, as we do see the Dudley boys with this smoke move, but already Tickles using the power of a Nature's Prophet and getting down some very deep wards at the start.
And so this is going to be the 4 Tiny. I do like the combination of the Ursa and the Lion. Like, that is, you know, multiple slows, a good stun. It does feel like Tickles could suffer a lot in this bottom lane due to against. Is it pronounced Hakoda, or is it like you know the XA?
I think
Hakoda.
Yeah, I think it's Hakoda. That's how I've always done it.
Yeah. So Hakoda and Yuma, I think they can do quite a lot in this bottom lane. But at the same time, I think MC and 9 class will suffer top. Like, jeez.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a situation where after there's a couple of levels, Mind Control will probably get abandoned, and then 9 class will be making moves elsewhere across the map. But it looks like maybe forcing some danger. They spot him out. No stun actually comes in time, so everyone's just going to disengage. Might be a little bit risky either way, so close to the tier 1 tower, but it's looking like it's going to be 3 bounties going towards Tickles here. Or is it actually that the stun comes through? It allows Yuma to get the grab. There is the disruption there. 9 class coming from behind, but he's already got the tree, so we can't go for a nice 3-man avalanche. Instead, Force separate from the rest of his team, and the Tide Hunter nowhere to go but in the grave. And that will be first blood going over towards Mind Control.
Odd movement by Force. He kind of like wasn't sure whether he wants to go east or west. He kept kind of hobbling in between the middle, and then just kind of got killed eventually. So nice first blood coming out here for the Dudley boys. And I like that they have a different icon in the loading screen than they have in the actual game. Cause
got the old Pepe, mate, with the shades on. Feeling extra chill. Force, once again, the Tide Hunter's back in the lane and constantly getting aggressed right now. Makes it quite awkward. But fortunately enough, it is just the Earth Shock that was picked up for the Ursa first. So can't really be pushed out too hard from that skill alone.
Alright, so mid lane is going to be Lornoff versus Adzantic. or as I would call it, Lorna versus Blue Scale's favorite player in the entire world. So, and looks like your boy is starting off pretty good. 5-2 to the 3-0, but it's just 1 minute, so not too much to write about.
It's the battle of the green flying balls in that mid lane, and clearly the Puggners is that little bit better than the Necros so far. But we'll see how that shifts as the levels do start applying, and whether or not the old Pugner can actually get any CS under that. And Ducalis will be safe as there are 0 bashes from MC. It feels like whenever there's a bash, it's always at the times you don't really want to bash. It makes no sense.
You mean you get that bash on like the last hit on a creep as it's about to die?
Yeah.
And you're like, I showed it. I'll send this corpse flying.
No. The worst ones are where you hit it and it bashes and it puts it on like 2 HP and then another creep just kills it instead. Those are the real bad ones. But charge through, they could try and go to Carlos, but instead another bash comes through. MC Unli is actually going to be the one who goes down instead. And the TB is gone whilst in meta as well. That is salting the wound there for Team Tickles.
Gotta say, man, this is not the start I thought Dudley Boys would be off to. Killing top lane when you're up against 2 melee versus 2 range. I know they're tanky, but still, Narman taking a few hits, but looks like he's gonna be generally fine. Yuma might be suffering a little bit here.
Yeah, actually jumps in aggressively there with the old Earth Shock. Maybe trying to scare her off force, but it does not work. Instead, got to be careful where he positions. Narman's trying to get the grab. We'll have to just go for the disruption on towards Hakoda. And actually the TP comes in from Tickles as well. Hakoda just going to get ran down, and that damage is just way too much.
I just realized Tickles can make a lot of enemy illusions using reflection and disruption, right? At the same time, none of the illusions you make are going to be that impressive, right? It's like Pogda, Ursa, and Spirit Breaker. Those are pretty sad illusions to have on your side.
Yeah, not really ideal. Maybe you could it would have been nice to be able to maybe get like a Radiance on somebody just for the mischance of those illusions, but again, you just give the TB one anyway, so you damned if you do, damned don't be on mid. Ooh, both of these two extremely low right now, and it's pretty bang on equal in terms of CS as well. 20-3 to the 19-2, super even.
It's only the big loser of the lanes right now is Unit right now on the Team Tickles with only 9 CS at 3 minutes. Not ideal. MC is slightly ahead, but he is ahead on Spirit Breaker, which not the best laner in the game. So when he's doing well, you're like, this is pretty bad.
Yeah, I feel like Unit getting killed in his meta is so detrimental to him. Like, still another 20 seconds for us off cooldown, and then maybe these two could try and make a play and try and push him off the lane. But probably not going to happen. Charge through from MC. Is there a bash? There is. Maybe that can lead to a kill. The avalanche comes through. There is going to be the sprout with the blood grenades. 9 class goes to the tree toss. It will force the stick charges to be used. Already, man, this TB, no HP. And he's going to have to run back to base. This is so much wasted time for him now.
And the thing is, that's the problem with Terrorblade. He's a low health hero, and you're up against very heavy magic damage. I thought that, it looks like low enough brings down Xantic and the other side of the map. So, Tickles, at least they get something going for them in the mid lane. But
yeah, this is so horrible for Unit though. He's all the way back to base. He's still only 9-3 on his CS, miles behind anybody. Like, the position for Tiny has nearly got the same CS as him right now at 4 minutes in. And we can see as well, the Lion is just chilling in the tree. So as soon as the TB comes back, he might just die. And he's TP'd in. He's going to get gone up. Actually, the Mayor's going to be there. Actually, reinforcements coming from the Shadow Demon as well. They're going to set up the kill into Ducalis. 9 class will be able to get himself away. MC as well should be safe here.
They want to go for more. They got the stun Narman, but kind of too close to the tower and this giant TB. So they get a kill on Ducalis, but I think that's about as much as they're going to get out of this. Still another win for the Dudley Boys. I always call them Nigma because half the team is from Nigma.
Yeah, this is about half. Hakoda has been found in the trees. Ducalis is also here, and eventually this Lion will die. Will there be a sneaky kill from the neutrals? There will not. So the kill going over towards the Nature's Prophet there. But even still, space created, as they say in pro games in my pubs.
No. Oh, it's always the space. But Lorinoff, man, he is kicking Britain, at Xantic's ass right now. 39-8 to 28-3, and he got that kill as well. How does that make you feel, Blue Scale?
I mean, you know, it's just the nature of a Necro when you get levels, so I'm not too disheartened. You know, we'll see what Azantic has still left in the tank. I haven't actually seen how much damage he's done to the tower, if any, yet. I mean, it's only 6 minutes, so it's quite early. But a little pause, apparently some voice issues, but they're going to go straight away. And the 6-minute rune, where's it going to spawn? It will be down the bottom, so that's going to be a shield rune there for Azantic.
Such a good rune, by the way. Like it's like basically invulnerability, you know. What do you get, like 400? It's half your health as a shield, which is a lot. And lasts for 75 seconds, which is pretty crazy. It can be dispelled, which is nice, but still. 75 seconds is a long time. Oh, force.
Maybe in danger. These stacks are going to be starting to become a problem, and there's going to be the stun. Guarantees the kill. And Yuma gets a freebie onto the watermelon. But talking about freebies, Night Class just offered himself up there to Lorinov. Now it's going to be the first Scythe kill of the game as well. Start racking up those faster regens.
And Ducalis, he's actually taking the lead. They did put the Terror Blade in the jungle. Does he have, his one was level 4 when he went to jungle? Yeah, so only at maximum 2 points in the illusions. Not the best, but oof, MC takes a lot of hits.
Yeah, I think he cut the wrong tree there, but here comes Azantic. As soon as the TV shows himself, he's immediately dead. That's rough. Stay in the jungle where you belong, unit. You can't come back to this lane at all. May as well make it a carry Nature's Prophet at this point. Meanwhile, down at the bottom Wisdom Room, looks like Akoda attempted a steal, but ended up giving away a free kill there.
Tickles, their supports and their mid are doing really well, but it's the cost of unit. Unit has just been obliterated. Lorinov.
In danger. Okay? Azantic with the controls well. Decrep applying the damage. Nice blocks as well to make sure to get as many connections as possible. Luft still alive. Managed to get the stick charges off. There is going to be the Never Strike from MC. And a timely Earth Spike as well. Another kill going towards Dudley boys here. Maybe even a decent amount of pressure to this tier 1.
Especially with Azantic, right? The Nether Blast from Pugna, you can bring down towers really fast. And Mind Control is having an amazing game. He shuts double the net worth of Unit, which on the Terror Blade, getting very close to the hand of Midas. He's been all over the map as well. Like he's putting in the work for his team.
Yeah, he really is. He's having a fantastic job right now. And this is the real scary thing, you know. Spirit Breaker is a hero that when he gets to the late game, he just dominates everything. So if you get this good of a start, it's just going to get even more awkward so much sooner. And he's pretty damn close to having this hand of Midas completed on top of everything else as well. He's feeling very happy about that one. Meanwhile, down the bot, Yuma in some danger himself. Sprout up at the trees. He cuts it, but it's wrong one. He's still stuck in here. He's in danger right now. He will eventually go down. Tries to take Ducalis with him, but not enough damage. And that's a big kill to find there for Tickles.
I think with the illusions and Narman, he couldn't actually get out. I think they body blocked him. He cut a tree, but they couldn't move. Lorinov being charged, but he's gonna be fine. I think he has an infused raindrop as well, so a lot of this damage is being blocked out. Yeah, oh no, that was the charge was removed. That's okay.
But there you go. Tier 1 tower mid gone as well. So that's 2 tier 1s. Sub 9 minutes into the game. Setting a very good pace here, Dudley boys. Start controlling that more this map. Meanwhile, Unit. Oh, MC actually cancelled his charge there. That might have been a misclick. He's still going to go for the Never Strike though. Gets the push back. Not quite up to the high ground though with the body blocks. It allows Azantic to get closer. And it's just another death there for Unit. Nowhere to go.
Oh, it's brutal. And they get the bounty rune out of that as well. Like Unit, every time we look at what is his score? I think he's like something like 0-4 at this point. He's died a lot. Yeah. And where is he? 0-3. Jeez.
Yeah. Bottom in terms of score. Bottom in terms of net worth amongst all of the cores as well. Bottom in CS amongst all the cores. This is a pretty disastrous start for any TB. Yeah, bottom in XP
bottom
as
levels,
well.
thank you.
Oh my god, that is so
Production's
rough.
like you missed one. You know, there's one more. He is not doing so well in. By the way, I like what Lorinov is going for. He's going for a Yule Scepter first item after Boots of Travel on the Necrophos. I like it. We're talking about this item being really good against both Ursa and Spirit Breaker. In range and Bulldoze, they don't really like affect the Yule Scepter duration. Yule's removes Bulldoze, and in range you just stay up 2.5 seconds regardless. So I really like that adjustment.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic tool once he gets it. And maybe that can be enough to lay out this game for their actual TB to become a hero. Who knows, but it's going to be a hard task, because it looks like Dudley boys thinking about making a play down towards this bottom tier 1, although 9 class will get found out. Sprout's in a good place, but even still, we'll find the angle to retreat. Hakoda making space as well. And they're just going to disengage. Quite a few TPs committed there from Team Tickles. They can't find him.
Wow. Yeah, I thought he was dead to rights, but the trees did not actually stop him from going up the ramp. He was able to go on a little bit on the side, found a bit of a gap and made it through. So, a big investment for Tickles. You don't get anything out of it.
Literally nothing. It's just more and more net worth slowly funneling into the hands of Dudley Boys right now. 3k gold advantage at 11 minutes in. They're feeling very, very happy with themselves. Yeah, a couple of thousand gold. Yuma ahead of that of Unit still. Needs a long time.
Oh, check out what Lornov also has. He's got a cloak and the occult bracelet. So that's an extra, what, 25 magic resistance? It does add up. He kind of does need it. Unit playing with fire, walking around with half health, which for him is like, what, 300 health left?
He's like, I got the Sunder, mate. Come at me. Come on. Try it. But he definitely shouldn't be too scary or too confident because he 100% could get turned on. But there is still 3 heroes from Tickles hanging around this bot lane. Make that 4 as Lornov also turning up right now. So they definitely want to try and take down this tier 1. But their tier 2 is already getting beaten into right now. They're forced to glyph. This is not a good position to be in.
Not only is it scary because your tower's on the third, but that's where Unit wants to be. You know, you kind of want. That's generally one of the safest areas in the map for you to farm on the dire carry. And you're like, I don't feel comfortable farming next to it if my tier 2's about to fall as well.
Yeah, it is pretty brutal. But finally, they do get something. Tier 1 tower gone at the bot lane, and they go for an immediate smoke right now. And they're going to try and get a backstab on MC. They've got Ravage and everything ready, so they could take a good fight. Oh, the TP from the Shadow Demon actually cancelled there, so he's not going to be nearby. Actually, no, I think it was the Nature.
They're all here.
Sorry, yeah, they're going to come on in. They actually found Hakoda, not really the best target they want, but they will just take it. There's going to be a freebie going over towards Tickles there. Everyone else, though, from Dudley Boys just retreats on out, avoiding that potential gank.
Nice kill for Team Tickles along with the tower. They keep theirs alive. They take the bomb tier 1, which is very important. Remember, that's going to be Roche access for Roshan. Sorry, for Ursa. Unfortunately, there's still also the outpost, so it doesn't. You still have the TP there. It's just going to be a little bit longer, but you know, small victory for Tickles. At the same time, though, mind control, 3,000 gold ahead of Terrorblade. Unit is just not. He's really suffered. I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah, he's definitely not a unit at this stage of the game. But, you know, give him another, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, and he will eventually become that TB that he dreams of. But it just depends if you get there. He's actually forced to go for a Midas on a Terrorblade. That is when you know the game is not going your way.
Oh, God. I had to fight. It's not like the Yasha where you're like, oh, he's going to be farming in the Dragon last. No, it's straight up Midas. Because it's not, I mean, we were saying it earlier, it's not just gold that he's behind on, it's experience as well.
And we'll help him just a little bit, but you know, yeah, on the road to recovery, it begins with a single step, Atomo. That's what he's thinking right now. He just needs a hell of a lot more steps, though.
He's on that 1,000 step, 10,000 step program a day that a lot of people do. You know, it's like, all right, one down. 9,199 to go.
Except it's not alcoholism he's addicted to, it's dying. That seems to be his little fix for now. As it looked like there was an attempt from Tickles to try and get a kill on towards the old lion, but not even going to be able to find him. Slips through their fingers, and bit by bit, this net worth advantage continues to grow for the Dudley Boys. Do you think maybe 15-minute mark, Dudley Boys might try and go for that Roche at the top? Just gain that advantage on top of everything else?
I mean, would you really want to? Tickles will have their TP for the outpost there, so it's not ideal. And it seems like they themselves are like thinking it's possible. They're starting posture there as well, putting a bit of wards, ensuring that the enemy doesn't have vision in that area. So I think it's a bit too risky to go for Roshan. You have the advantage. Why risk throwing it with a Roche that the enemy can't take anyway?
That makes sense. Meanwhile, MC has been found. Does get the strike off just on towards Force, but he's just trapped in his trees. Nowhere to go. In comes 9 Class trying to help out. Ravage is also there with a hammer to the face. He does go down. Finger from long range, though. We'll get the trade to Carlos as Antics here as well as Yuma. So Dudley boys are ready to take the fight. Out comes the Cypher to get the kill on towards the Tiny, but the Ursa just continues to press forwards. They kill the TBs, try and run away, but there's going to be the Yule to delay him. Xantic, though, standing his ground with this Pugner, can't save his carry's life, and eventually will go down.
Nice stun.
He will fall. The only survivor is Hakoda. Can he get himself away? Looks like he might. He's pretty fast. Gush is going to be there as well as the disruption. He's into the fog. He is away. But regardless, that is a huge win there for Team Tickles.
Yeah, they were able to get mind control out very early, and beautiful stun from Force, by the way. Hits MC and stops the Pugna life drain from moving on. 9 class, he comes in and he's like, oh crap, there's a lot of damage coming in from Lornoff, instantly dead. I think the Yules was not available at this point, because if it was, it would have been great to remove Yuma from this fight, but he casts a second later and then gets the kill on him. So still, Tickles, they cut the net worth advantage to basically nothing.
Yeah. And, you know, it doesn't really matter if the TB dies. It's basically a support, so, you know, why does it matter? One thing I will say, though, right, is I think that whole fight would have been completely different if Mind Control had his Quelling Blade in his inventory. But he had it in his backpack, so he couldn't cut out of the sprouts, which is why he was trapped in there so long. And it was a whole chain of events which got him and the rest of his team killed. So, Quelling Blades, ladies and gentlemen, they're a strong item. Probably better than a Wraith Band when you're against the Nature's Prophet.
How many games have been lost because the Quelling Blade was just not ready when you needed it?
Yeah.
As the game goes on, by the way, while the Spirit Breaker gets stronger and stronger, and Ursa's always a threat, I gotta say, I feel like Pugna falls off quite a lot. You know, the damage, it is there, but it's very much over time with the life drain. It's not incredible burst. We've seen them go Dagon to keep the damage up, but eventually it does fall off. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, nice stun.
Yeah, okay, cancel the TP from Force, and it looks like that will secure the Roshan there for the Dudley boys, as everybody is in the pit right now, beating into it. Although, Tickles maybe know it's going on. They're heading over towards the Twin Gate, but yeah, they're not getting here in time. Yuma makes way too quick work here. And that's going to be a free Aegis into the hands of the Ursa Bear. And nothing Team
It's not the worst thing in the world, for Tickles, because you know you can take a fight. You just did it, so it's not too bad if the enemy gets oh, MC.
Yeah, has been controlled, trapped inside the Disruption Hammer, perfectly timed, landed on his face. He is going to go down. Multiple deaths now here for MC, and that is definitely stagnating his game a little bit, and now Lornoff is actually the top farmed core on the whole game right now. He's feeling very happy.
And the gap between the Terrorblade and the other cores shrinks. It was 3,000 between him and the Spirit Breaker. It's now less than 2,000. He's with its tower as well. He might actually come ahead of Xantic. So he's recovering, you know. His addiction to dying, it's over.
Yeah, he's got the help he needs, but in comes the rest of Dudley boys that want to try and take this fight right now on it. Has been controlled. There's going to be destruction though, making sure the TP can survive and at least be able to get his ult off. An immediate Hex, but again, the Yules. Yuma just can't hit anybody. The long toss in, but they still don't manage to finish off the TB. First life of the Ursa is gone. They trade it for the Nature's Prophet. Is there going to be any sort of follow-up here from Tickles? Going to be a buyback as well from Tickles to join in with the rest of his fight. Yuma attempting to run away, but he's just slow to a cruel. MC with a good charge though. Makes space for his carry to disengage. Once again, the SD ultimate trying to go for the TP, but the disruption is there. And Micro might be going down, or is he? The re-engage with the Dudley boys are going to continue to take the fight. Another 3-man charge from MC. He will disengage. The kill onto the Necropros is absolutely huge right now. They're going to continue chasing for more. Depends if Tickles can get out of here without losing anybody else significant. To Carlos will go down. The hammer even getting cancelled there from the Avalanche. So nicely placed. Will actually manage to find the SD into the backlines. He will go down. Force comes flying in on top of his teammate. It might just be another kill. The finger not quite enough to get the finishing touch. But eventually the watermelon will be cracked. And it's an ultra kill for Yuma to finish it off. Big fight turnaround there for Dudley boys.
It started off so well for Tickles, right? Like, they were able to bring down MC. It looks like they took out the Aegis from Yuma's hand. The fight looks like it's just going to go really well. But then when MC came back, he did that big charge that I think hit 3 of them. And losing Lornoff, that was a lot of your sustain, a lot of damage over time as well. It looked pretty good for Tickles for a moment, but nice comeback by Mind Control.
100%. It was super damn good. Wondering as well if it's worth Yuma getting a BKB, because you could see he could have killed that TB so much sooner, but he was just constantly getting like Yules and disrupted and everything. He couldn't actually hit the damn guy. And if he does get a BKB, there's not really any answer for Team Tickles to deal with that.
And by the way, I gotta say also, Narman did really well with those disruptions. First, he saves Unit when they went on him the first time. Then he canceled the TP. Although that may have not been the best cancel because MC just he turned out. I was like, wow, they're gonna get more. And then he canceled it, and the MC's like, all right, I guess I'll just murder you all.
Yep, do Spirit Breaker things. He's happy about that one. Just push Laurenov back down the list. But Hakoda, someone always has to die. To the old Tormentor. It is him. Feels good.
Well, Ducalis is the one who's able to. Alright, not bad. His shot's pretty good. Slow damage over time. I like it.
Yeah, it can help
It's
in the
great when you're fighting
team fights.
the trees.
Yeah. You can get there. So there is a blink now up for the Tiny. I think there was an Octarine core also completed for a Xantic. There's going to be a few more Never Blasts being spammed and whatnot in these team fights. Should also be having a shard pretty soon on top of that, so there'll be a little power spike hit in here for Dudley boys, and they might just try and look for a fight because they are not really dependent on cooldowns at all. Like,
no, they're not.
The only thing is the finger from the Lion, and that's just like a bonus more than a necessity.
Yeah, especially because the other team they're getting a lot of magic resistance. We're seeing, I imagine a pipe might come up. We already have a cloak on the Necrophos, so. Finger is not really the big damage spell that it used to be. And plus Necro is going to get heart. So, you're not really hurting people. But your disables, your mana drain, always very good.
Yeah, 100%. There's still about 4,000 gold lead right now here for Dudley boys. It looks like they're just more interested at chilling right now. You can see on the minimap, all 5 members of their squad are just spread out, ensuring more farm, continuing to grow. Do you think they're just going to be waiting sort of until the next Roshan respawns and then try and make a play off of that, or do you think they can get active before then?
I think they'd like to get active, but your targets are not easy to kill. Look at Tidehunter. He's got Pipe and he's got the Soul Ring. When he's maxed out Kraken Shell, there's not an easy target to go for. The supports are generally far behind. Like Shadim will all be saving. The cost is going to be trying to hide. We don't see Unit. Lornov's hard to kill. Like, you can't. You haven't found a person to just be like, all right, let's just kill this guy. It's kind of tough for him.
Yeah, it's a difficult kill to get for sure.
So look at Tidehunter. He's going for use as well. They really want these dispels.
Yeah, I feel like as soon as Yuma sees that, I feel like BKB is kind of going to be essential now. Otherwise, he would literally not be able to hit anybody in these entire team fights. Just going to be running around in circles doing nothing. I mean, he's recently sport something. Was it Ags? It must be an Ags, yeah.
I think it's an Ags. I don't know if you can use Ags during the while you're used up. That's one thing I'm not so sure about. I know you can use it inside Chronosphere, which is crazy, and like Black Hole, but can you use it during Yules? I imagine you can, but we'll find out in the next fight. Keep an eye on Blue Scale.
You keep an eye on it, man. I'm going to be looking at loads of other stuff.
Well, focus on that as well.
God damn it, man. I need to grow another eye or something. Look at all these different angles. But MC also just completed a BKB as well, so controlling out this Spirit Breaker is going to be even more of a problem on top of everything else. I mean, for the Shadow Demon, right, who needs the ultimate more? Is it the Ursa or is it the Spirit Breaker?
Ursa, oh man, so tough.
Yeah.
It's so tough. I think of the Ursa though. I think the Ursa. And look at the net worth though. Azantic's starting to fall behind. Unit all the way to the top for his team, but sorry, not Unit. I don't know how to call you.
Oh, Azantic.
Yes, done.
He will actually get found right now. He's going to turn on the Hex immediately on towards Laurenov right now. Yuma going to charge it in. Ravage comes on now, so that's going to be a dead Puglet to start things off. And Yuma just deciding to run away. Hakoda as well, caught on the wrong side. Although MC charges through. Looks like it's just to make space. Dudley boys not wanting to re-engage into this. Or are they? They are still lingering around. They're going to make their jump. They've managed to find the Terrorblade. Can they control him and burst him down?
Nice
There's going to be the grab, but the disruption once again is always there. But the immediate Earthspike afterwards, and then the Hex! Unit can't do a single damn thing. Force trying away again. The Yules making the space, but MC pops the BKB. Going to continue charging after the Tide. The toss of Nightglass as well. Gets the grab on towards Laurenov on top of everything else. Instead, Yuma wants to focus onto these supports. Another disruption is there. Definitely slowing him down. Yules once again blocking him off. Try and run away. MC though going to get the AoE control with a good charge. Maybe going to be able to escape. Hakoda trapped in the trees. Nightglass though does get the toss. He doesn't go very far. And eventually Hakoda will still die. And Nightglass using his fellow support as a distraction to TP away.
It takes them a lot to get it, and they do lose Yuma as well as the Tidehunter here. So not exactly. It looked like a pretty good start for them. They get out of Xantic, but they lose Ducas. It's like, oh, that's pretty good. But then they lose 2 more, and they only get line out of it. The problem is that Tickles, their burst damage and their control is kind of limited. In fact, when you look at it, it's really bad.
Yeah.
Sprout is going to be removed by Quelling Blade. Disruption, yes, it removes someone from the fight, but you can't hit them. Necrophos and Tidehunter, their ultimates are stuns, and you get, so it's like they're just running rampant on Dudley Boys. There's just no stuns.
It really isn't. It's a big, big problem. Like, it's literally all down to the SD to really do the control. And you know, maybe they know that. That is why they are building so many Yules. It's like they just have to get it. Do you think we could be seeing a third one, either for the Shadow Demon or Tickles, something like that? Just keep building this item, get as many as you can.
I mean, it's nice, but it does present another problem, right? Is that it's also, you can't hurt the guy who's Yules, right? So you use him up for 2.5 seconds. That's enough time for MC to show up, basically. You might need hexes, not Yules. We'll see, though. Ducas is dead.
Yeah, he's 100% dead. Yuma gets the kill. MC was just, charged with vision. Although Lorinov is on his force. Or if we get found, started with the hex. So now, another stun to come on through. Well, the rest of Team Tickles is here, ready to take the fight if needs be. Ravage is off cooldown as well. And it looks like Dudley Boys, they just want to keep trying to find this fight. They're underneath the ward though. The information's there for Tickles.
Roshan's up in a few seconds though. Tickles does not want to give this one for free. And they know that they want to fight it like sort of now, rather than 3 minutes when they don't have that outpost to teleport to.
Oh, Yuma. Scouting illusions. There are some pretty decent observe wards though here from Tickles. Like they have one by the Lotus down to the south side. The MC just charged on through. Does get a connection onto the 2 of them. Immediately hit from the SD ultimate. Try and run away. Actually, we'll just go for the BKB TP to make sure he survives. Nicely done. And now maybe the plan is just to wait for Metamorphosis to run out and then make the other play. And you can see that Team Tickles know that they are now going to be the ones making the aggressive move with the smoke. But Dudley Boys are all just running away.
I wonder if he would have been able to kill him if he used his Reaper sight. He does get pretty damn low, but probably not. You still take like what, half the damage when your BKB is off, so probably wasn't worth it.
Never done too much to Carlos.
Oh,
will get found, immediately jumps on top of. That's just the life of a support, You're there to break these smokes, make space for your team. Everyone trying to run away. Good avalanche! It connects them to the 2 of them, denying the escape through the gate. Force using the Yules to try and run off. Although you can see MC's going to try and chase after this Tidehunter. He's in with the creeps right now, and it looks like Force is able to TP out, so the Tidehunter will survive. But both supports down there for Tickles, and this will be a free Roche going into the hands of the boys.
There you go. I mean, it Tickles. They kind of postured there for a while, but at the end it's like, nope, we're not really coming for it. Ducas dying that second time kind of made them go like, we're just gonna have to go out and defend the high ground. Their high ground defense is not incredible on Tickles. It's like shout, poison, spam. The reflection's kind of good. Yeah. That's about it.
Maybe it's just like you gotta sit the Necro maybe in front of the tower or something like that, and then just hope like a Shadow Demon can save him if he gets jumped, I guess.
No, poor guy. He was having a good game, but at least we can say Unit is caught up completely, right? Yeah, he's behind Yuma, but Yuma's just farming like a madman. I don't think that means Unit is doing bad.
No, he is doing everything he can with the resources available to him, and bit by bit he is growing, but how much more time does he need before he's big enough to deal with this Ursa and Spirit Breaker?
I think he can deal with one of them. The 2 combined is the problem. And I don't know if the rest of your team, the 4 of them can deal with one while you take out the other. And there's still that whole team. It's tough. What's the win percentage looking like for this game? 70%? 80% maybe for Dudley Boys?
I feel like 80 is probably where I'd be sitting as well for now. But, we'll see.
Tiny is about to get Nullifier, by the way, which means that Ghost Shroud is no longer the defensive option. Oh, it's only 70.
Oh, you're right.
Okay, all right.
You are a professional, Tomo. Wow, surprise even me.
Why? Because I thought it was 70?
No, because you're an actual professional. I find it very surprising.
Thank you. I don't really know how to take that, to be honest, but I guess good.
It's one
You
of
know, you
those.
thought-
It's one of those veiled compliments. You know, it has other
Yeah.
implications. I'm sure.
What they call backhanded slap, you know?
Yeah, pretty much. Take it, mate. Just take it if you can. But even still, now with the 10k gold lead for Dudley boys, they got Aegis, they have a cheese as well. It looks like they are ready to start bullying down these final exterior towers for Tickles. Gonna go for this tier 2 mid, but it looks like Tickles are actually ready to take the fight. They're grouped up by their own triangle area. Maybe gonna try and get like a grab into the back lines perhaps. They are wrapping round. And they will end up bumping in towards Koda, but gets a quick blink dagger away. He will be fine. Everyone else still charged on through. Immediate Yule's on towards the Ursa. He can ult during the Yule. See, I do spot it, Atomo, but the fire is happening up towards the top as the Met has been used. Narman, they've been the first casualty. It's Antic trying to survive with this drain. It's going to be enough. He just keeps on going, but the Ravage and the Scythe combined will be enough to finally take down the Bone Boy. Instead, though, Yuma going to continue to chase him forwards. Actually managed to dodge the Nullifier there, but it doesn't matter. Damage still coming through. Disruption keeps him alive for a little bit longer. MC jumping forwards, gets the grab. Lorinov, though, is still damn well alive. 9 class have to get a final toss away from the TB. But Unit has not been dealt with. He's still such a problem. And now Yuma, slowed into the back. He's taking so much damage. Has to use the cheese right now. Pops another rage. But instead, Lorinov is continuing to chase after him. There's just no escape for this Ursa Bear. Every single direction he's getting slowed and controlled. Then gets a bit passed over, but he still falls down. This is a huge victory here for Team Tickles.
Mind control, great charge coming in, but the disruption, dude, Narman's on fire with these disruption saves. I gotta say, like he was about the Nick was about to die. He saves him. It's like it's really well played. Good use of the Reaper Scythe early on, saying just let's get him out of the fight, and they were able to take a bit of a numerical advantage here. Yuma, he's trying to get his paws on someone, but he just can't. Look at the save. Yeah. Look at the saves coming out. It wasn't on side Lorinov. It was. On Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it's crazy as well that Lorinov was able to dodge the Nullifier with the Death.
I saw that. Yeah,
the hell it's called.
Like, the Death Seeker.
Death Seeker. Yeah, like, I didn't realize you could dodge it, to be honest, but that was pretty damn cool. And yeah, like this whole entire time, Unit was just able to AFK right-click people, just constantly chucking out these pretty deadly right-clicks, and it does so much work. I mean, obviously, it is still quite a sizable net worth advantage right now for Dudley boys, but they did manage to get a lot of kills. They took away the Aegis and Cheese both, so lots of space for the TV, who is now top farmed core in the game.
Oh yeah, a lot of that does come down to the fact that he just got a free shard though, so that is pretty nice for him. And by the way, Lorinov's got an Aghanim Scepter on this Necrophos, so huge amount of damage coming out, and I don't know if this damage is actually reduced by Enrage. You know what I mean? Like the damage from Heartstopper is relatively the same or not. But I believe it doesn't get reduced. I'm not quite sure.
I can try and keep an eye out for that one as well if you like, Otomo, but it's quite a hard one to look for.
Alright, when the thing on his head was like 7777, I want to see if it gets reduced during Enrage or not. So if you could keep your eyes on it, please tell me. But yeah, I do believe that it doesn't reduce because like a HP loss is not a damage. It's a weird mechanic.
It is, although making a move here, Tickles. They found a Xantic, find the tier 2, has to go for the BKB, but the life train as well on towards the Neverward is keeping him alive for as long as possible, allowing time for the rest of the team to come on through. He's back up to full HP. Instead, 9 class jumping in, can't get the grab. MC though, charge on towards 2. Still 9 class, he's too damn fat to fit through those trees. And now little Sprats come through. He will be fine. And Tickles will actually have to be the ones to disengage. Obviously, they use meta for this. They have to be careful.
I really like what Xantic does, by the way. He BKBs and he throws a life drain. And Lorinov is always like, do I Reaper Sight this guy and barely do any damage, even though he's down to like 10% health, or not? Because they can't kill him, but they can't just ignore him either. So pretty fun to see that.
Yeah, it's hard. Narman, though, just completed an Aeon disc, despite the fact that they know there is a Nullifier in the hands of this Tiny. But, as long as if he can... it feels like actually the Nullifier is going to be used a lot for the Necro, right? So maybe he feels safe. Yeah. He's like, shouldn't be targeted here. Another
thing is that if you use it on the Shadow Demon, Lorinov can then jump in without being afraid. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's like, oh, hey, it's okay, guys. They used it on me, and it's like, oh, cool. We'll just go now. So I like that. It looks like Yuma is able to, and Dukas pick up the Wisdom Ruin. Yuma should be very, very close to that level 25 talent for Enrage. I think it's what, extra 2 charges on Earth Shock, which he has the shard for. So that's pretty damn strong on him.
Yeah, definitely helps when he's
only
constantly getting kited around from the Shadow Demon as well. So, will help quite a lot. Even still sound about that 10k gold lead right now for Dudley boys, and they're 100% just waiting for this next Roche, which potentially up in just about a minute's time. And even if it's the longest respawn, it will be on the dire side of the map. And you can
know,
already
really.
see. There you go.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, it would really help Team Tickles if they can get an Aghanim Scepter on Ducalis. You get an Nature's Prophet with Ags, you have a lot more control. It's not something you have to target, like everyone's going to be hit by it anyway. So that could be something that Team Tickles could really think about. He's got about 2,000 gold in the pocket, so maybe he's thinking about saving for it.
Yeah, choices. Narman obviously has his own Ags queued up, but going to take a little bit of time before he can get there. Although he has been finding some decent items, but still bottom farm core amongst everybody.
Yeah, he didn't get the shard, unfortunately. I don't think Unit's shard is better than Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon, you get a nice heal and remove it, you know, the dispel. Yes, what do you get on Unit? The Zeal? It's like, it's okay.
It's okay. So, next Roche, a minute respawn time. Team Tickles, though, already coming in with this smoke move. Will break onto Force, runs immediately in towards Yumo, focuses on towards the tunnel. Tons of damage. Force having to try and disengage. Once again, the Metamorphosis has already been popped, so the timer has started here for Team Tickles to make a move before it runs out. MC waiting in the back lines. Gets his charge on towards Narman, who actually gets the Blink Dagger off towards the side with the BKB. He's going to focus him down. There is the Aeon Disc, though, to make sure Narman can keep on going. Yuma trapped inside the trees. Can't focus anybody down. Constant Sun's coming out from this line to lock down Unit with the Ravage. Pagoda manages to get the Ghost Scepter, but a jump force from Narman with the disruption. Eventually he will go down. The avalanche there from 9 class, not going to be enough to save his fellow support. The Yuma finding they talk, but again, these Yules, a continuous problem here for the Ursa. Can't lock anybody down. MC into the back lines, trying to run away. There is going to be the side for the Yules as well. Miscommunication keeps MC alive. He's going to try and run away. A point blank charge. Eventually, the Spirit Breaker will still go down. Another disruption onto Yuma, holding him back. He just can't focus anybody, but it looks like Lorinov will be sacrificed for the team. He can't get away here. And he will eventually die. Manages to get the Death Seeker off towards the side, but just no escape. He will still fall. Narman, as well as Force, are still lingering. Oh, the bash as well comes through. Narman dead. Now this will be Roche going over towards Dudley boys, along with 4 tasty kills.
Oh man, Force, he took away that Reaper kill, because that would have, you know, helped fill up the Necrophos back to full health in that situation. Very unfortunate. And these things kind of happen in the heat of battle. You just don't think that, you're like, oh, Reaper Sight is available. I forgot about that. And really unfortunate. Solid start from GT Eagles. They did a really good job of kiting them around. And remember, you are up against a Spirit Breaker. It's not easy here to kite.
No, you can see the whole time Narman is just trying to run away with him, getting into the trees, doing whatever he can. But I just love to see in these team fights how teams are like changing priority on hero and who shows up. Like you can see it all on their minds how the heroes just completely shift to one side and shift to the other way. It is great. I still don't think there's an actual BKB for Yuma. It kind of feels essential with all these damn Yules now. It's such a problem.
Oh, that was painful. That was painful. And look how long, like, because of that, I actually don't know if it was already full health, by the way, by that, but because of that, they kind of had to chase mind control a lot longer. That's a bit tough. And Yuma, yeah, like I said, there's no BKB on him. He doesn't feel like he needs it.
Was that a Wind Waker he had queued?
Yes.
So,
I've seen this with the Octarine core. You are able to dispel so much and get on top of people. It's really good.
Oh, okay. But the only thing is, like, you're getting Yules from the enemy, and then you're also using yourself. So he's probably going to be spending more time up in the air than actually hitting people in these fights. Oh, no, he does have actual BKB.
In backpack.
Yeah, it's just chilling. Has he used it yet, or is it still 9 seconds, though? That is the question.
I don't know if I've seen it. And then we hover over it, it's like down to 6, and you're like, whoopsie daisy.
Yeah.
Hey, he turns red and gold when he enrages, so it's kind of like the same thing as BKB. It's okay if we missed it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's a good excuse, Tomo. You know, making us not look as bad. Only a little bit.
By the way, I've been saying like Pugna falls off in the damage department. He does, but he's just been dropping these nether wards and decrepifying them and just life draining the Nether Ward. He's like, yeah, fine. This is all I need to do in every fight.
Yeah, it's working. He's so goddamn durable that it's difficult for Team Tickles to actually deal with him in all these situations. Just does whatever the hell he wants. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tickles found pretty damn deep on the Radiant side of the map there. Does get punished.
Yeah, not really a whole lot of value we're seeing coming out of the Tickles support. Like Naaman's support as saves have been amazing, but Ducalis, not a whole lot coming out from him. Whereas Dudley boys, I feel like Lion as well as Tiny, just the stuns by themselves are super useful.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I feel like even if it's like a position 5 Nature's Prophet at this stage in the game, generally they can still find farm and get pretty big, but Carlos just hasn't quite been able to find that window of opportunity to progress his own game all that much. He's definitely fallen behind in the support department. Meanwhile, though, the Tiny is only a couple of thousand gold behind the Tide Hunter, so he's feeling pretty good.
He's a core.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what Mind Control uses Refresher or Bot, because a lot of your spells on Spring Break are pretty low cooldown. Of course, you get the double DB, double Nether Strike, but it's cool. I'm interested to see what he can refresh and do with it. Charge in, then you refresh, then you charge the other direction.
Yeah, just a never-ending chain stun lockdown to come on through. And then you also have the Avalanche on top of that, and then Earth Spike on top of that. So much AoE control here from Dudley boys. It is pretty damn difficult. But I think there was a BKB freshly picked up from Lorenoff as well, so he will have that in the next fight, as well as Unit got a Nullifier for himself.
I think that's just to help them deal with the Pugnan. Yeah, Octarine Core with Urshock. Wait, what's the cooldown on it? 5 seconds or something like that? It's 6 seconds. Okay. Every time you Earth Shock, you get 1.5 seconds. Oh, and of course it affects Enrage as well. Jeez.
Yeah.
Enrage's cooldown's down to what, 20? That's very tough. In these long fights, you can get multiple Enrages off pretty easily.
Yeah, and long fights are generally what Necros like, as well as TVs, to some degree. So, it's got all good. Oh, nice, what a fantastic charge from MC, man. The AoE perfect. Bash also comes through just in time. That is huge pickup there. That's actually no buyback there for the Natures. Not that it really makes all too much difference in the grand scheme of things, being brutally honest, but yeah, that was really nice awareness of the charge radius.
He just farted on him. Look at that. There you go. He's just like boom, and blows him away with just pure gas power. That brings him down.
Yeah. You know, cows
nice
do produce a lot of methane. You know, they've got strong farts there, Tomo. That's what you got to do.
That's actually one of the reasons of global warming. You know, is cow farts.
There you go. Especially when there's space cow farts.
And we're only half joking, it's actually a problem.
It is. But looks like we might be getting the first high ground situation here. Dudley boys knocking on the top tier 3 door. And Team Tickles are starting to come on back into the base right now with the TPs. 9 class, the Chobby does have a friendly Lincoln's chucked on top of him, so he's going to be fine for now. Lorenoff already popped the BKB as well as the Metamorphosis. MC just going to charge through to delay this. And those are 2 pretty big resources used. And once again, Dudley boys, all they have to do is wait for Metamorphosis to be down, and then go again.
Yeah, you're wasting your time. Exactly what Zytic wants. Like, that is very unfortunate. And these Nether Wards are causing such an issue for them. It's not so much that's like the damage or anything like that. It's just the multiple all-man life drain, removing illusions. It's tough.
No, they're making the move here, Tickles. They know they have to make something happen right now. Lorenoff immediately gets jumped onto, has to retreat. And look at that, Tickles, they just can't find an actual angle to get anything done. So yeah, this meta is completely wasted. 100 seconds without that. And can Tickles actually hold on to the base without this very key ability? Although, Yuma just charging in so damn deep on his own. Who cares about that? He just wants to hit people.
He procs the Aeon Disc though. That means that Narmer's going to have the next fight. So it is a bit of a win for them. Oh dear. Yuma, I just love how he's playing. Jumps in, hits people a few times, gives them to proc their spells, and just walks out.
Yeah. Just baiting. You know, it's given space for MC to hit towers with this double damage. You know? That's what Spirit Breakers do, hit buildings. Once again.
Dude, there's no counter to the Nether Ward. There's no way to hit it. Oh dear,
my lord, Lorenoff attempted to counter it, but instead he gets killed. He's gone for 90 seconds, no buyback. This is a disaster now here for Tickles. Unit also been found. Disruption save is going to be there. MC, though, is going to carry on charging on through. They got the AoE lockdown. The TV
That's
is
over.
dead, also no buyback. And this is 100% the end right now. Maybe gonna end there with a triple kill for MC, and GG is cool. Team Tickles tap out, and the Dudley boys take game 1.
It's so, dude, it's so good the way the boys played around. Like this draft with a lot of easy stuns, very tanky team. You give Mind Control Spirit Breaker. You know what I mean? Like you give them Spirit Breaker, and you think that you're gonna have a good time. Very tough for them.
Yep.
Tickles. The thing they suffered from the most, I think, was the fact that your supports had no real lockdown. Yes, we know disruptions like does it, but you can't hurt them. So you rely on Ravage and Reaper Scythe for real lockdown, and the rest is Yule Scepters. It's not good enough. So a little bit unfortunate for them the way it came. And of course, you just completely got dumpstered in the laning phase, which means he took forever to come back.
Yeah, that was such a rough lane for him. Absolutely brutal. Like, as you're mentioning, they give away the Spirit Breaker, and then the Spirit Breaker has probably the best start a Spirit Breaker possibly can, killing the carry multiple times, taking down the tier 1 at like 7 minutes in or something like that. It was really top-notch stuff there from MC at the beginning, which really just helped the whole game spiral out of control. But, you know, it wasn't all doom and gloom. There were a couple of really good fights that Team Tickles took, and they actually did get a big win. But unfortunately, they just couldn't chain all that together, and eventually, you know, enough time went past that Dudley boys just took another big win in return and just completely reset that lead.
Yeah, but overall, very enjoyable game. I gotta say, like the fights were super chaotic. A lot of times, you know, the middle fight, you're like, I don't know who's gonna win. You know, this could really go either way. So it was very exciting to watch. Great performance by both of the teams. Hopefully, we get this in game 2 and maybe even game 3. And but either way, I'm enjoying the match, and hopefully, we have a great series on our hand.
Yeah, 100% I agree. You know, out of both of these teams, as we were mentioning, they did fantastically in the group. So if there were 2 teams to expect a game number 3 off of, it is going to be these guys. So fingers crossed we get that one, guys. But game number 2 will be coming up in about 6 or so minutes' time. We'll jump to a quick break, and then we shall return. So don't go anywhere.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pinnacle 25th Anniversary Show. Game number 2 will be coming up for you guys pretty damn soon. And hopefully we might see, a little bit more of an even one. There was a couple of times where Team Tickles were able to bounce back, but vast majority of that game was in the hands of Dudley boys for sure. So any sort of key changes, do you think, Otomo, that Team Tickles need to make for the second game?
Probably just remove the Spirit Breaker and make sure you you pick a couple of stuns for your supports. It's like, I don't mind the Shadow Demon, I don't mind the Nature's Prophets, but together, not so good, especially when your cores don't give you anything in terms of lockdown. So that would have been pretty nice for them. But overall, I feel like Team Tickles, they can take a game 2. It wasn't like there was a big gap between them, just with the way the draft ended up working out. You're like, you can see the holes in the draft that you may not have thought about during like the actual drafting stage. Yeah,
it's true. I mean, when the fights went well for them, you could see the sort of idea they had in mind with their draft, like the Necrophos and Tidehunter both making that sort of damage buffer between the TB and everybody else. It's like it all came down to whether if they could chain their abilities to good effect to just completely control out both mind control and humor, because as you were mentioning, it's sort of like you have to control one or the other. Ideally you want to be able to do it on both, but it's just so damn difficult. No matter how many Yules they managed to buy, it just didn't really look like enough. I
was also very surprised that Dukas did not go for an Aghanim Scepter on the Nature's Prophet. Like he bought a lot of the standard items that you expect. They're good items and all that, but you may have needed that Aghanim's to give you a little bit of lockdown. Like you can stop a charging Spirit Breaker with it, which is pretty damn useful if you can get it off sometimes. But that is the game 1 done and dusted. We're off to game 2. And we'll see what they'll be doing. Tickles, they get rid of the Centaur as well as the Kunkka. Dudley boys, they remove the Screen Protector. We'll see if Tickles makes any adjustments to the next couple of bans though. Yeah,
we'll have to see. What do you feel about teams still paying a lot of respect to the Kunkka pick? I think the last 5 games that I was casting in the group stage, every single time Kunkka got picked, it just lost every single game. I mean, he was hit quite hard from the nerfs in the last patch. Like the duration was reduced by like 4 seconds and the stun interval and everything. And it definitely does feel like this hero has lost quite a large bit of power. But do you think it's still worth banning in the first phase?
Yes, I do. Despite all the things that you mentioned, which I agree with, the hero is still very strong. Tidal Wave, the damage was reduced, but Tidal Wave's strength is the fact that it moves enemies towards you. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like if if Hook did half the damage, it's still valuable because it's the forced movement that you get from it. And Torrent Storm went from 5 seconds to 4 seconds. That 4 seconds is still plenty of time, so it's still very useful. I think the biggest nerf was actually Ghost Ship's damage mitigation. That was kind of a big one, but you'd think that all of them would push it out of the meta, but it's not. But no, Kunkka's still very good. He's just a bit weaker than before, but he's still very good.
Yeah, we're not going to see him this game at all. Maybe in the third, perhaps, if he manages to dodge more bans. But this time round, Team Tickles have actually removed the Spirit Breaker, so MC can have to play a different hero this time round at the very least. We'll see what they're going to prioritize next, as the Centaur obviously also been removed, as well as the Primal Beast that they took out themselves. So choices.
Yeah, quite a lot of picks that Dudley Boys would like to have. That meaty frontline offliner that you've been sort of relying on is gone. Who will they open up with? They do have the Grimstroke if they want to go with that as their opening pick. It's pretty solid. Lone Druid is there as well. Muerta. What else? You don't want to open up with an AA just because AA is like a little too random, and a lot of cores are a bit risky to start with. So Dudley Boys. Wait, Slaughter. Slaughter is good. I feel like Slaughter is always a good opening pick if you can get him in this patch.
Yeah. We'll see if they're good on the. If they picked Slaughter many times with Dudley Boys, well, according to my information, they've picked it once and they lost with it. So
yeah,
maybe that alone might make him push it down in priority. But they are actually going to first pick up the Lone Druid there.
Alright, I like it. I mean, it's a hero that there's nothing wrong with it. You can always just pick it. Looks pretty good. And Tickles, they go back for the Nature's Prophet. Okay. I mean, if you can pair it up with the more aggressive 4, that's fine. But hopefully it's not like Nature's Prophet and Oracle, or Nature's Prophet and the Shadow Demon, which didn't look that good in game 1. Or they could pair it up with a Spectre, which basically doubles the value of the Nature's Prophet. Because before it's like, oh, he shows up, he doesn't do much by himself. But he shows up with a Spectre, suddenly you're kind of messed up.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, it depends if they can start getting more of that global potential in these fights. We'll see though what the bans are going to have in store for us. As once again, the Luna has been removed. Dudley Boys banned the Clockwork, I think, in the last game at this stage as well. So we'll see if they're going to take that one away again, or just let it slip on through. Do you think it was interesting that Team Tickles didn't go for the ENG, despite that being one of their favourite picks?
I am a little bit. You know, to be fair, they could still take it as a position. Like, they could give the Nature's Prophet to Norman, take it for the class. But I am surprised that they don't want the Enchantress. Then again, I'm not so sure it's amazing for them against they're really relying on this global presence, so they don't want the ENG for now. And they go with the Clockwork. A little bit of global presence, long range stun, pretty solid. However, gotta say, this combination of Nature's Prophet Clockwork, not good against the Lone Druid.
No. Might still be a bit of a problem for him. I mean, I guess like a kind of common build for Lone Druid is just to get like an early harpoon. So even if like you trap the bear in the cogs or in the sprouts, it's still going to be able to run at you with the Quelling Blade as well. So not really going to be much solid control for it there. And there is going to be the Grimstroke picked afterwards. So pretty strong lane duo there for the Dudley Boys for sure.
Yeah, and you get one of the best ink slaves in the game. You just put it on the bear and you can just run forward. The Clockwork, if you have Battery Assault, is kind of a lot less useful against Lone Druid, just because the bear absorbs so much of it and he doesn't care. You know, it's like not damaging heroes, you're not killing people with it. Nature's Prophet can't shoot through a lot, and they go for the Monkey King here for Dudley Boys. That's going to be Yuma's hero. And they're one of the few teams that sticks to the Monkey King. They really like it. And it's fantastic with the Lone Druid. The bear hits the tower, and the Monkey King can just sort of set the Wukong around these racks. And you're like, I can't go in to hit the bear because there's a Wukong in stopping me. So I like it. I like this combination of heroes that the Dudley Boys has so far.
Do you not think maybe the Monkey King was a tiny bit too early? You know, before seeing the potential matchup in the offlane?
I think you're right. That is very early, right? The Darkseer comes out. If you put Darkseer and Clockwork, double Ion Shell. Barrier Assault is actually pretty damn solid against the Monkey King, just because you can interrupt him doing his attacks. So it is early, for sure. But we'll see what his partner is going to be. It could actually fix a lot of things. And ooh,
PA.
blast from the past.
It is. This was the carry, like sort of halfway early part of this year that was just destroying every single game, and has definitely dropped off in recent history. But here she is back once again to start bringing the hurt towards Dudley boys. I mean, if you get caught in the Wukong's command, you can always get like the Phantom Strike out of there to disengage. It's not. You get the invasion against the bear as well in the lane to maybe hopefully dodge a couple of roots or something like that. It's interesting.
It's solid, but I know what you mean, but I don't know. I don't feel like it's that great, you know. Maybe if she gets the shadow, the break will have plenty of value against the Monkey King, but I don't know. The PA bit fragile, kind of gets affected by soulbind very easily as well. Just because you jump in, you soulbind her, it's like, oh crap, now we can't back her up basically. So I don't know. I feel like I'm not loving the PA pick, and she's particularly bad against Wraith King offlane, which is probably going to be MC's hero. Because you kill him, he comes back, and your one-shot ability is kind of useless.
Okay, so yeah, if it's going to be MC taking the Wraith King offlane, and then is this mid Lone Druid for Azantic? Or...
Yes.
Yeah? I remember, I think 2 of the games that I saw, it was MC always playing the Lone Druid. So I wasn't too sure if Azantic really played the Lone Druid into the mid lane all too much.
Right. I should check this as well, but I think I've seen MC on it a couple of times here. Wait, let's see. Yesterday, to be fair, they did not have Lone Druid. They only had the Wraith King, and he was on the Wraith King. So it's a bit different when they have them both at the same time. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, there is potential chance that they might put this Monkey King for 9 class, the position 4, bit of really old meta again, perhaps, and then go for a different character.
You play him as a vision hero, right? Like you take the talents for the tree jump, or the tree dance, and that's how you play around the hero. I hope not.
Yeah, no, it's bad. It wouldn't be great, but who knows, man? Dudley boys might try something absolutely wacky. But going into these final 2 picks right now, obviously both mid laners, or it should be mid laners here, as Team Tickles take away both the Invoker and the Pangolier. Meanwhile, Dudley boys themselves once again decide to remove the Cottle, and looking to see if they can go for anything else right now. I think again, Pug might be a good ban.
Dudley boys could take is Pug not in the pool? It is in the pool. Really good combination with the Grimstroke. Decrepify into double Phantom Embrace is always very strong. You get the double life drain. Like it's really good for Dudley boys if they can get their hands on the Pugna again. We'll see if there's any reason not to, because you're also up against the PA, so that the Decrepify is also useful to mitigate that physical damage.
Yeah, until eventually the Nullifier does come out, but you know, it takes a bit of time for him to actually get to that stage. But they actually do decide to remove the Timbersaw there. Quite interesting ban to take out as the final one, but Dudley Boys only 5 seconds of reserve time on top of this, so once again, not a huge amount of time to really consider this final pick for themselves. Yeah, like you mentioned, the Pugna should be an alright pickup. They're actually going to go for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I've noticed something about the others is they seem to really like those durable heroes. You know what I mean? Like they don't want their heroes to be burst down this fight. You got Lone Druid, Monkey King, Wraith King, Earth Spirit. 3 of these are going to be cores. And if Earth Spirit support, like the guy's got what, 4 strength gain or something like that? It's pretty massive. Tickles, you need a mid here who can go up against either Lone Druid or Earth Spirit. Oh man, Necrophos is not bad actually.
Yeah, I mean Lorinov did decently in his lane in the last game. He was able to, after they got that kill on towards Atlantic or the Pugna, he was able to really start building up his game quite nicely. So it wouldn't be the worst.
Or what? Do you want to go for like an Alchemist maybe? And you have that on your side.
I feel like Alchemist is probably a little bit too greedy, right?
True, right? You already have the PA Alchemist a bit much. Then again, Dudley Boys, maybe they want to take the tower, but you have Lone Druid. They can take towers if they want. So, yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be bad if they go for Necrophos themselves. You can go in and out of the Wukong, doesn't really care. I guess a lot of what Dudley Boys have, not a whole lot of magic damage on their side.
Yeah. I also kind of think Tickles don't really have any strong frontliners either. I mean, like, Darkseer is okay to some degree, but there's always potential to get burst down. Clockwork as well, one of the best tanking supports, but at the end of the day, he himself will also get killed pretty damn quickly. So I don't know if maybe you need something also tanky coming out from this mid lane.
Oh,
Go for the mag. Okay.
I was gonna say Tickles was gonna. It looks like they were suffering the same problem as the previous game, right? Their stuns are Clockwork, Battery Assault, and Darkseer Vacuum. Like if I told you that that's the stuns you're gonna have on your team, you're gonna think something crazy. And this time they add Ravage for Magnus, which is RP from Magnus, which is nice, reverse polarity. But I feel like you have the same problem. The lockdown's limited. You're up against Monkey King, and by the way, it is going to be it's going to be support. Yeah, I see it.
There you go, mate. Taking a page out of a very old, dusty book right now. But I mean, you know, these are the guys that played Position 4 Centaur War Honor, and they won every game with that. Played it like three or two times, something like that. So, you know, they don't mind picking these kind of out there pos 4s, and it seems to be working for them. How do you feel about the Wraith King being the carry, though? Because it feels like in recent history, this hero is kind of always an offlaner to some degree. So
yeah,
see how it works out in the carry position.
I'm not too fond of it exactly against the PA matchup. I feel like PA has no problem killing the Wraith King twice most of the time. You know, with like the hero generally feels like you get Radiance and Assault Crest and BKB, and you're kind of like decent damage, but nothing too amazing. Not like a great 1 versus 1 hero. I think PA can sort of eat him and spit him out if he wants to. We'll see if his item builds are going to be different. Of course, you have your whole team back up, and you do have Lone Druid on your side. I feel like that hero brings so much to the table. So overall, I'm going to go with Dudley Boys. Very tanky. You have... the Monkey King support is a little bit iffy on my side, but they just look so much stronger.
Yeah, I agree. That's the only sort of question mark in my mind towards their side, is just that. We've also seen it so many times in the past when you've got an Earth Spirit and a Monkey King on the same team. Like, he always cuts the trees down back, so the Monkey King gets stunned in place and then just dies. Happens way too often. But I think I'm going to agree with you, just going to be leaning a little bit more towards Dudley Boys here. Unless, of course, Team Tickles can land, like, huge, like, 3-4 man vacuums into 3-4 man RPs with the PA hitting cleave crits on top of everybody else. Like, then I could definitely see Team Tickles to spiral out of control. But we'll have to wait and see as we're going to be jumping on into this game here, the second one between these two teams. And once again, Tukalis actually doesn't go too deep. Actually, no, he does get the wards there onto the high ground by the dire triangle. Might give him some good vision.
My biggest problem is just the lack of stuns on Tickles again. You know, and with Battery Assault, Hook Shot, which is very unreliable, Vacuum, and Reverse Polarity. It's like, besides Reverse Polarity, none of these actually last for more than like a second. You know, like it's. And the other side, on the other hand, though, you have Earth Spirit, who has a lot of lockdown, Lone Druid Bear, Grimstroke, Inkswell, and Soulbind, Wraith King Stun, Boundless. Like every single one of them can do something here on Dudley Boys. I feel like that's just gonna make it super easy for them to peel and go in and out of fights with Tickles.
Yeah. So I feel like there's quite a lot of pressure on the laning phase here from Team Tickles. If they fall behind, I think it's going to be extremely hard for them to actually be able to recover and try and chase after the Dudley Boys in that respect. Because otherwise, if it is Dudley Boys, they get a decent lead. I feel like they could just 100% continuously run at as many people as they can to try and get kills. Is 9 Class going to attempt some courier snipes? I think he might.
I hope so. He's got a deep ward for it. You know?
He's going in.
Like,
he's treed up. Oh, no. No, he's sticking with the creeps, or is he just blocking them?
Oh, come on.
He's just blocking creeps. All right, okay. Not going to be trying to sneak any sort of courier kills to Carlos, though. Oh, not quite in range. Actually, the
Sentry.
That was a sentry that got pulled over.
Yeah, an odd spot to put the sentry. It's not Observer. That was very strange.
Well, I think it's like it forces the creeps to pull over, which gets the creeps underneath the tier 1 tower, and then pushes the lane the other way, which will definitely be happening here. So unit going to be in an awkward spot for this whole lane.
Interesting shenanigans, you know? It's like one of those things where you see it, you're like, huh, okay, cool. It reminds me of the old days. I don't know if you remember this one. Rubik would lift a creep from the neutral and goes into the lane and pulls the creep there, and you're like, okay. Like, that's a lot of work just to pull a creep.
It is. It's like when back before Punch Hook instant killed creeps, you could like hook
Yeah.
neutrals into the lane and stuff and drag the creep that way early on, which was kind of cool, but that got changed pretty damn quickly. But this mid lane matchup, obviously the Earth Spirit versus the Magnus, who would you expect to really come out on top there?
Probably the Magnus. I feel like you just have a little bit of extra damage. Once you get those couple of points to the Empower, you should be able to get those a little bit more denies, a little bit more last hits. So I don't think anyone's killing the other one though. That's not happening. Bottom lane.
I was gonna say, unless of course there's like a really amazing skewer under their tower or something like that, and he blocks the roll, perhaps. Maybe we might see one then, but yeah, it definitely feels like it's gonna be just trading farm.
So far though, he has taken skewer for low enough, so he's not really thinking about that empower idea that we talked about. Maybe he does feel like, yeah, I could just skewer him back. Maybe we can get a kill. Of course, he's only level 2. We'll see what if he sticks to that. I feel like top lane Clockwork's losing a lot of health actually. Just goes down to half instantly.
Yeah, takes a bit of harassment back. Well, so far, you know, quite a lot of disparity here amongst the CS for all the cores right now. So not really any team pulling ahead all too much. This kind of feels like the happening of a lot of Monkey King position 4s. You spend a lot of time just chilling in the trees. You can't really achieve all too much. Actually, maybe we get turned on right now. Sprout just to lock in the bear. Man, so many people cut trees from that Sprout. They just got completely deforested.
Yeah, this monkey kind of reminds me a little bit of Pudge support, right? Instead of being in the trees, he's on the trees. It's like, but it comes out the same thing. He's like, I threw a boundless. What more do you want from me?
Yeah, that's all the help he could possibly give. But you know, we'll see if maybe 9 class could be making some relatively early rotations through the Twin Gate, perhaps trying to set up for ganks on towards the top lane. That's generally what you see from a lot of Monkey King position 4s. Try and use that mobility as much as possible.
Yeah, here doesn't kind of give you a whole lot combat-wise, if you know what I mean. Like, sure, you can throw a Wukong, but his biggest value is just the fact that he jumps around the map and spots people up, throw a boundless, and people will be able to back him up. In terms of what the hero himself means, it's kind of like, meh.
Yeah. Just gonna do Monkey King things, just swing around in the trees. But yeah, so far the CS in this mid is pretty damn even. 19-3 to 19-1. Bang on down the middle right now. Wraith King though is still finding farm, so is the PA. And both offlaners also in a similar position right now. Just constant like small amounts of harassment, but all in all, everyone is pretty damn healthy.
Yeah, for Team Tickles, they probably feeling a little bit of that pressure of losing game 1. You know, you don't want to be like, you don't want to be the guy who gives away first blood. And Dudley boys, well, you don't have the most aggressive lanes. You know, Lone Druid, Monkey King, Grimstroke and Wraith King, whatever as well. Mid lane you have the Earth Spirit who's up against Magnus. He can't just kill him. So Team Tickles is cautious, and Dudley boys has no opportunity to actually get anything going for them right at the moment. As I say that.
Into Carlos getting run out. Is there going to be a route though? That is the question. 3 hits and nothing. It looks like we're allowed Carlos to get out, although Unit actually stepping forwards quite a lot, attempted to just go on towards MC, and he achieves his victory, gets the kill, even comes the tree there on towards 9 class, and now this could just be a double kill over towards Unit at the very start of the game, waiting to get the last hit, but the mischief actually forces it to go over towards Carlos, but who really cares? It's still 2 kills for Team Tickles.
They're very happy with that, dude. We were just saying, right, Team Tickles, they're not giving them opportunities to go for these kills, and when they try to force it on Dudley boys, they end up losing everyone in the bottom lane. I gotta say, I was kind of expecting that to go for Tickles in favor. Yeah, PA, Nature's Prophet, they're not the best laners, but you're up against 2 melee guys. Kinda,
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, mostly. Yeah, I feel like maybe that would have been completely different if there was a single entangle that came out on towards the Nature's Prophet. And then, obviously, the Nature's Prophet would have died, would have left the PA on their own, would just have to run away. So maybe a little bit of luck there for Ticalis, but that's just the nature of picking RNG-based heroes, you know?
There Koda.
Getting got on right now, slow for the Inkswell. Yuma comes on through for 1 hit, but he has to be so careful, he's really low. Actually, we'll have to fall back. Sort of ends up trading damage between him and the Clockwork, but, you know, Pulse 5 always giving away those salves. Definitely helps out.
By the way, middle Lord off has really, like, shut down Xantic. We have 12 denies. I think he did go for the max and power build, at least 2 points in it, because he is just really ahead of Koda. Might lose his life here.
Yeah, it's going to be a free kill for Lauren as well, or is it? Shockwave doesn't get the final touch, but Narman will be able to secure that one. Also going to get the stack on top of everything else.
I don't
6
think it was in
rune,
time.
Spawn.
No.
Was it not? Ah, it was close.
No,
It was close.
it was close, but not enough. Alright, Xantic, he might be going for. He's got the gloves of haste. Is that gonna be hand of minus for him on the Earth Spirit? A little greedy, but could work out. You do need a lot of levels on this hero.
Yeah, it's true. I feel like this could be a game that goes on quite a long way, because obviously Brave King quite likes to chill and farm for a large portion of it as well. PA is going to be doing a lot of that. And maybe if this was like a huge lane win for all 3 lanes there from Dudley Boys, I feel like he wouldn't go for Hand of Midas just to try and use that timing, but wants to just go recovery mode instead.
Yeah, MC definitely will need to recover here. He's behind Force, and he's also died as well. Oh, actually, no, same net worth. Only CS difference. My bad.
Dying means nothing nowadays, Tomo. Absolutely nothing. Though 7-minute rune, Xantic will be able to roll on in there to steal it. Maybe he can also go for a kill towards Narman. Drops down the Magnetize, going to attempt to deny himself to the Ancients, and he does get that at the very least. But even still, losing his life. And oh, Xantic actually TPs all the way back to base there. Yeah.
Oh, Bart just want to refill his body, get some mana going for him. Plus the ultimate was off cooldown, but damn. This is something that we were seeing a lot of pros do, is that they rotate around the 6-minute mark. Oh, nice jump by unit.
He will get away. So he's going to bully down this tier 1 tower though. Take away the space here for the PA. Unless of course they want to try and defend it. TP coming in from Lauren as well. He has RP available. Going to charge on through, drops it. Just going to get the grab on towards MC, who will go down. Free kill on towards the Lone Druid. They've even got the grab here on towards 9 class as well, who will TP out successfully. So good response there from Team Tickles to protect their tier 1 to get another free kill onto the Lone Druid.
Alright, he's got enough for reincarnation, but is he gonna die before the Ink Sword comes out? Yep, it comes out in time.
Let's get that at the very least. Force also getting lows, has to run away. Narman might not be so lucky. He does get caught. There is a Phantom on top of him, but the right kicks alone from Yuma should be able to finish him off. Actually, Xantic also turning up there to make sure Force cannot retreat. Ends up being another 2 kills there towards Dudley Boys. First 2 kills for the whole game for them.
Reincarnation is put on cooldown, but you're okay with that for Dudley Boys. A lot of times your carry is going to be in the jungle farming anyway, so it doesn't really matter a whole lot. That reincarnation gave them a lot of value out of it. But MC, he is suffering, not really having the same performance that we saw in game 1. Remember, Spirit Breaker all the way, 3,000 gold ahead of unit. This game, nothing like that.
Yeah, definitely. Complete opposite side of the spectrum for him. There is a Diffusal Blade now completed though. Is that really going to change the power dynamic in this lane at all, or is he still just in mass recovery mode?
Nah, it doesn't really give you too much. You know, you're rarely hitting the enemy heroes anyway, so it's nice when these team fights begin. But for now, I don't think the Diffusal Blade gives you too much.
Although, it looks like Dudley
The slow
Boys,
is nice.
they're coming on over. They're going to find Carlis. They will love that spin to the PA. Fortunately enough for Unity, he does back out in time, so he will not get caught. Ends up being a free kill towards Xantic, and probably a lot of pressure onto his tier 1 tower as well. Doesn't really look like Team Tickles are in the position to defend it this time though.
Unit also has the Orb of Corrosion. That's good for the laning phase, but does delay his Battle Fury. On the other hand, he is farming very well for himself. So the Orb of Corrosion, once these fights begin, will also be pretty useful. Narman.
He's found a Coda. There's a lot of damage there with the Iron Shell on top. That just ends up being a free kill though. Atlantic coming on in. Actually does get the Soulbind connection onto the 2 of them. Narman has got a lot of us also here. Gets the RP connection on towards the 2. Force going to carry on going on forwards with the Skewer. Gets the kill onto the both of them. And now Yuma in danger. Still has ultimate on cooldown. This Iron Shell is just going to run him down. Nowhere to go. Double kill for Lorinov. And it's a huge victory there for Team Tickles.
What a flip, right? From game 1 to game 2. Game 1, Dudley Boys, all the lanes looked really good for them. Game 2, even though the draft feels very similar, right? Like a stuns, a bit of a slower pace here. And they're fine. They're just winning it right now.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've got to say, I'm a little surprised to see this go this badly for Dudley Boys.
Yeah, it feels like it's been some good rotations there from Lorinov. Coming down to the bot to get a kill and defend, and then come up here to basically secure 3 more kills for the whole entire team. Makes a real good use out of these rotations. Xantic has been doing the same, but just not quite as impactful as what Lorinov's been able to achieve. Now also with a Blink Dagger for the mag, just going to make initiations that much easier here. And he is
By the way,
smoked.
Ducalis, he's got a Spirit Vessel, so now dealing with them with mind controls launcher is a lot less of a problem. You know, you get that percentage damage. It's gonna be very useful for them.
Yeah, it really is. Now 11 minutes in, 4,000 gold advantage for Team Tickles so far. In a very commanding position right now, and 100% got all the space to work with, it feels. All 3 cores top of net worth, do whatever the hell they want, resuming the farm.
Class, he wants to get Spirit Vessel as well, but it's gonna take some time for him. And if you're Dudley boys, the thing is you can't really leverage the aggression from your care. Yuma doesn't want to fight right now, so you want to be able to use the Earth Spirit and those 2 supports. Oh, it's a little awkward.
Yeah. Earth Spirit is like one of those mid-heroes which doesn't really like to sit and hit creeps to farm all that much.
Yeah.
Very active and aggressive mid laner. Just can't really find the opportunity to actually get many kills together right now. He does actually have an arcane rune, so it would be a decent time for them to fight if they can find the opportunity. It's just everyone from the side of Tickles is generally grouped up.
Lornoff. Oh, okay. He's got a Blink Dagger, by the way. He's going to go for Echo Surge just so he can farm. They might be able to get this kill on the Clockwork here. Wukong's up.
And Gallus also getting involved, man. 9 class is taking so much damage there because of the Iron Shell on top of everything else. The Xantic does roll in, kicks them both there because of the Soulbind. Yuma is also here. Well, it looks like there's not really much left for Dudley boys to resume the aggression. Or is there? Roll for some with Xantic, but again, Cogs and Sprout both make this an impossible place to go through. It ends up being 2 kills there for Tickles, though Lornoff maybe going to get caught. MC hitting into him, no roots. He just skewers away.
Just losing your supports again for the Dudley boys. And that's a problem, because that means your aggression is just going to be super limited. They keep trying to go for him. What does Norman have? He seems very tanky. And you saw the Monkey King, by the way, right? Like, on the wall with an Ion Shell on top of him, he just loses all his life. This is not a hero that is usually played for support because he's very, very squishy.
Yep.
You know, you rely on getting those hits and using the Jingo stacks to life leech with Boundless Strike, but you're not getting that at all as a support.
He's really not. It's just complete paper it feels in this game. There's 0
No
and 3 and 1. Can't really do too much. And they are hunting.
No points in
for
Jingo.
unit. Yeah, literally not. Maybe because he just expects he's not going to have time to get 3 stacks. He's there's no point. Just maybe try and get the extra bit of like damage and control for the other 2 abilities, spamming them up. Although, speaking of 9 class, it looks like maybe he's in danger. No, he's able to get up into the trees in time. Carlos can't find him there. Actually, going to go aggressive, jumping on. Just trying to waste time and bait him out. Although, good hook shot there from Narman will secure the kill.
Yeah, that's... Man, is this the same Dudley boys we saw in game 1? It feels so much more disconnected than they did in the previous game. You know, a lot of these awkward engagements that are happening for them. It's not quite what I was expecting. You know, like Lornoff is playing as good as he did in game 1, that's for sure. But mind control lost the laning phase. But Xantic's not really doing too much. Just the same guy who's doing magic with Pug now. So very awkward to see.
It is. I hope to take down the mid tier 1 and an immediate smoke from the 3 of them. They're going to try and go for kill here tomorrow and off. Bear is dead. Gets to be some there from MC. Skewer back actually. Just gets connected to Xantic, who pushes him immediately back into the arms of 9 class. Though this Magnus is so damn tanky. This is a support Wukong's command, not achieving all too much. There's going to be the RP turnaround. They're just dead so damn quickly. Lornoff will be able to survive. Yuma trying to do what he can, but now he's trapped inside the cogs. He just can't chase after anybody. Unit also turning up to the back lines. Focus onto Koda, gets a quick to the face. A triple kill so far. He wants to make it an ultra, and he will get that one. Can he get the rampage though? Yuma desperately trying to run away. He's just not that quick. Armlet Toggle's keeping him going. He's actually lacking mana for his ultimate, and there it is.
Wow.
Rampage 15 minutes in for Unit. And this looks like such a terrible game right now for Dudley boys.
Dude, they're going for Lornoff, like one of the most durable hero on the enemy side. They go for him again. They throw the Soulbind. They throw the Phantom Embrace. They kick him back into the Wukong, and none of it even matters. And then he just walks out just fine. What's the win percentage? This is looking very... I imagine it's not as bad as it usually is, just because Dudley Boys has lone druid, but holy hell, this is...
Yeah, it was at about 65% a couple of minutes ago, but after that fight, I'm sure it has skyrocketed even more into the hands of Team Tickles right now. 10k gold lead. PA firmly top farmed core, basically 2,500 gold ahead of that of Yuma. And yeah, they can just do whatever the hell they want, it feels right now. Gonna start pushing onto the tier 1. Actually, no, I think they caught a glimpse of just the Grim farming at the top, and they want to look for a free kill. Although, Night Glass, okay, he's able to hop out in time, we'll be safe.
Oh, good use of the Boundless. He's able to get at least those big creeps, so that's kind of nice for him. What's Narmin going for? He just has the 4-step. He's going for a Vanguard on the Clockwork. Probably can get disassembled layers and make some other items that he feels like he needs to make, but early Vanguard on Clockwork, I like it. I feel like this hero jumps in a lot and is usually the focus, so Vanguard looks good.
Yeah, obviously that with the Iron Shell on top of him as well, just makes him, yeah, quite a big problem for Dudley boys to deal with. It's like, how much time do you waste trying to kill this clock whilst there's a PA hitting into you with the Magnus, of course, on top of that? Not at all easy here for Dudley boys and their target prioritization.
In the previous game, 9 class, he was barely behind the other, the cores on the enemy side. This game, he's got what? He's very poor. Same thing with Hakoda, and that's going to be a dead monkey.
Yeah. Easiest skew of Loronoff's life, cuts down every single tree. Would put Timbersaw to shame. But yeah, it just ends up being such a free kill right now. MC trying to find what farming count this top, but it does look like Team Tickles, they're going to go for this Roche. Get the Aegis into their hands. I mean, normally you see a lot of times the first Roshan is just used to secure farm, but I don't know, is Team Tickles that far ahead that they can actually just start using this to apply pressure?
Possibly, although their tower, the people who can hit towers are kind of limited right now. Like you have units with Deso, sure, but Darkseer, Nature's Prophet, Clockwork, not amazing. So it might still be a farming Aegis. Like, why not? Why would you want to rush high ground? I mean, just get all the tier 2s and that's about it. Save high ground for the next Aegis once PA has BKB.
Yeah, still a long ways away from the high ground. You know, got tier 1 mid and bottom still yet to chew through just yet. But I'm definitely sure Dudley boys are feeling the pressure here in this game number 2. Just try to find whatever the hell farm they can on every single corner of the map right now. Definitely spread out trying to maximize that. But bit by bit, Team Tickles is going to continue to further this lead.
I think Yuma is getting very close to the Radiance. That'll help, but same as always, you know, when Radiant gets Radiance, he's still very fragile. Needs BKB Assault, and even then it's not amazing. And oh, it's just going to be a tower.
Yeah, that one is gone. More space claimed. They're actually going to make a move inside the triangle area where Yuma is farming up. Ducalis, well, we caught a glimpse of him, but a moment too late. Yuma was able to retreat successfully there, but forcing him out of the triangle area, more farms going to be secured up here for Tickles. It's just every single part of the map feels really damn dangerous. I mean, they got, for the side of Dudley boys, they've got a couple of wards up in their own jungle area. So maybe that is the safest place, but even then, Team Tickles have been roaming around the area just as much, so because no matter where you go, there is going to be the chance of death all the time.
Of course, there's a Nature's Prophet who can just teleport anywhere anyway, right? It's not like even if you think, oh, there could be Vision and there could be a Nature's Prophet and Hakoda, will we see a hook shot? Looks like no. Sorry about that.
Big cough, mate, big cough. The sickness of the game is getting to you. But yeah, finally that Radiance is now completed for Yuma, but as you were mentioning, he's still super damn squishy. Not really going to be able to achieve all too much. Definitely needs another couple of items before he's becoming a scary hero himself, but by the time he gets those couple of items, it'll just be even more for Team Tickles to work with. As they've now taken down the final tier 1, even going to start hitting onto the tier 2. We'll see if Dudley boys are really going to address this.
Yeah, and he's going for Blink Dagger next on you, which again doesn't give you a whole lot of stats. Narmin, no, because going straight up for the Agatims. Looks like it is going to be the Tormentor here. Can Nightglass get with Bonsai? Nope, he doesn't.
Oh, big roll in from Razantic though. Connects on towards Unit. The silence landing onto multiple people as well. It's nice boundless there from 9 class, but he dies way too quickly. The first life of the PA is gone, but what a huge RP there. Comes up from Loronoff, locking them all down. And Unit jumps into the backline. Dakota get his super load. Zantic trying to do what he can on his own. His ultimate has now ended. It's a large portion of their damage at this stage. Yuma still trying to get the kill into anyone, but the Sprouts holding him in place. First life is gone. Dudley boys going to carry on chasing forwards right now. Zantic getting the grab on towards Narman. 2 supports down here for Team Tickles. It looks like they will also lose the Darkseer. Loronoff maybe as well. He's trying away. Looks like 9 class is keeping chase after the 2 of them. TP from Lorinov will succeed, but they have managed to find unit, and there will be the PA going down. That's a huge find there for Dudley boys, taking down 4 as well as the Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, I like what 9 class does. He's able to separate a few of them with the Bound Strike and the Wukong. Like, look at that. He gets, what, 3 man? Yeah, 3 man with his Boundless. It's not, he still loses his life, but he buys back instantly. He forces them away. In the meantime, they're able to get the PA Aegis out of the way. And I like the fight. This, Yuma, he does give away his illusions a few times with the Radiance, but it doesn't seem to matter too much for them. And MC just stands back and is able to tank the whole time.
Yeah, it was. Like I say with 9 class, like, sure he died, but he bought that extra like 1 or 2 seconds, which maybe was just the whole difference. And yeah, bit by bit, they just ran them down. So that was a, what, 13k gold lead or something like that, now brought down to 7,000 gold, so quite a sizable chunk taken away there from Team Tickles. And maybe worrying as well, because they were miles ahead, and now all of a sudden, it is the Dudley boys shaking them up.
Especially Yuma continuing to just climb up there. It's been a day, like a series of comebacks by the carry, right? The carry does really badly. The game was Unit, then he comes back. This game was Yuma, now he's like, yeah, I'm recovering. I'll be there.
Yeah.
Oh man, 9 class trying to clear out this creep is taking forever. He's like, I'll get it eventually.
Yeah. I think he had a Maelstrom queued up as well from the Monkey King, which is...
Yeah.
Very interesting. I guess that's just to go for a Glepnir, but he's a long old way away from getting that. Needs a lot more space and a lot more camps to constantly jump onto before he can get there. Let's see what time it's going to be. Ooh, I thought he was jumping towards the tower then. I was like, well, man would have been crazy.
He's playing it like you'd play a pub, right? It's like, guys, don't worry. I'll just get a Maelstrom just so I can make it. Then the next thing he's got Mjolnir, and you're like, oh, come on. Koda.
Yeah. Imagine if he goes for Mjolnir instead of Glepnir. That'd be absolutely hilarious. Or maybe he's getting it just to put the effect onto the Yuma or something. I don't know. That would still be bad. It'd still be very bad. Don't do it.
It's like, I'm buffing my allies. You're like, you know you can buff them with a Solar Crest for half the price. Like, no. This is better.
Oh yeah. More flashy, you know? Wants to say he built carry items as opposed for... Although, now there is a BKB there into the hands of Unit, pushing onto that tier 2. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any defense there from Dudley boys, not even a glyph available. So that will be that objective going down. So try to, you know, gain what space they can.
Oh, there you go. That's good.
Hey, Crimson
That's
Guard.
nice.
Yeah, that's a nice takeout.
475 gold for the team. Adds up. It adds up.
It does. Well, you might be able to get another one. Does that come into his range? Oh, it will. He knows. There you
He
go,
loses his own, though, you know. Like, he loses his own career.
Kind of balances out. That's always the way, though, innit? You focus on trying to kill Kurros and you completely forget your own one is just flying up across the map to come to you. Very awkward.
Nice job by Yuma, splitting out the map as much as possible. But you do have an Aegis Prophet on Team Tickles, so you can, like, you know, TP to a tower, then he teleports to the lane to fight. But Tickles, they're also kind of forced to be together right now. They're like, we should be deathballing, so we're going to hold hands. But it's allowing Dudley boys to slowly, you know, very slowly remove that net with advantage.
Yeah. Let's suck around that 9k gold mark for now. Still another minute before the second Roach could potentially be up. And it will be on the dire side. So slight advantage there for Dudley boys if they do try and force that objective. Probably see them come over there and start setting up for wards and make that next fight as easy as they possibly can. But it's always difficult when you're up against a Magnus.
By the way, we're about to hit the 25-minute mark. This is kind of important because now the Wraith bands that I imagine Mindset is going to be making, they're going to each be giving him about like 5 armor each, which goes a long way towards countering the damage from the Desolator. Sorry, from the PA Deso.
Yeah, seen it many times before, just like 5 or 6 Wraith bands in your inventory, that's all you need. Definitely helps out in the long run.
You show up there with 40 armor and they're like, come on, dude, that's not even fair. Oh, there they go.
Big roll through. They got the grab here on towards Unit as well. The silence. Lorinov not quite able to get the jump in just yet, but there's a huge vacuum wall. They've still already lost their PA. Finally, the RP comes out on towards 4, but a large portion of their damage is already gone, and now they just have to run away. They've lost force. They're going to lose Narman. Fortunately enough, it looks like the other two will be able to escape, but that is a big win there for the Dudley boys, fighting underneath their tier 2. Fortunate enough to Carlis, yeah, goes the right direction to keep himself alive, but yeah, it just shows that Dudley boys are willing to take these fights. And And they definitely can win.
They believe that their PA is just unkillable, but we talked about the easy stuns from the other side. That's how you start fights. You are able to get a couple of easy stuns, and PA just gets chained until she dies. No save on Tickles, so there's nothing they can do in that situation. RP comes up on what, 3 people? But so what? I think it was on everyone, but it was inside the Wukong. There's no follow-up. By the way, look at MC. He's got 31 armor, and we still got space for another Wraith Band.
Yeah. But the question is, does he get rid of the Quelling Blade to get another Wraith Band, though?
Oh, no. You keep the Quelling Blade. That's what you have to. But you get rid of the Iron Branch. Like, come on, MC. Iron Branch? Really?
You know, sometimes you need to plant a happy little tree. That is the exact terminology. But yeah, this second Roshan was nearly a maximum respawn time. So still a long way before it is up. All the resources from both teams will be available for that one. But probably going to be getting another fight very soon. Some decent wards here from Dudley boys. Scouting out the movements here of Tickles. Maybe they can set themselves up for a strong fight. Because RP is actually still on cooldown for now.
Oh.
Tickles. I think the smoke breaks down on Xantic. Gonna roll in aggressively. Does actually connect on towards Force. Immediately silenced as well. But Loronoff jumping into the backlines himself without that RP. It's not really strong lockdown instead. Narman with good cogs on towards 2. Does lock down to Xantic as well as Yuma. Yuma losing his first life pretty quickly, and he's actually already gone. Xantic barely able to roll off. Off to the side though, Takalis does go down. It's going to be a stolen unit, but the BKB does absolutely nothing. MC though, making sure they can finish off Force. And immediately, Tickles have to run away. Narman attempted a TP, but he too will get caught. And it's another win there for Dudley boys. They basically balanced out this whole game.
Oh, for sure. Oh dear. I mean, yeah, they didn't get the big cores like unit at low enough, but it's still these fights are very difficult for them. As Xantic jumps in, he's got the ink swell off, so you don't really want to use any stuns on him. And low enough, he tries to go for MC, but he gets the bear transformation off, and he's just basically invulnerable. And so if Yuma dies, he's got reincarnation. That's what you wanted to use him for in this situation. He gets units BKB kind of wasted.
Yeah, it does. It's absolutely fantastic. I think as well, just before that fight started, he got an MKB completed as well, just for that extra bit of damage output, which really enabled his kills. Back on live, MC nearly went down there. Will obviously still lose the bear, but at least he does escape with his life. Does not give away any free resources. And the second Roche only just about to respawn, but there's not really anybody around the pit. Completely abandoned.
I like what Night Class did, by the way. He also went for double Wraith Band on him. We talked about this armor thing. That you know, like he gets so valuable at after the 25-minute mark. He's like, yeah, why not? I can use the armor as well.
Yeah, it's very valuable indeed. But Team Tickles, now they actually have RP back. They're going to feel very comfortable going for this fight right now. Still no reincarnation up for Yuma, so they do have the advantage with this smoke. Going to get themselves into a decent position. Everyone's quite split as well from Dudley boys. Narman, his smoke breaks. Oh, he actually misses the hook shot there onto Yuma. No, I don't know if that really was the best target either way, because his ultimate is actually back up regardless. Although, there is going to be a scoop out the Fallonoff trying to drag him out, but the immediate harpoon as well from MC cancels out a majority of that charge, but the jump force of unit has managed to kill the Wraith King immediately. Trying to do what he can as well on towards the bear. RP does actually come out in the end, but Tickles, they're just having to run away. Can't really achieve all too much. Xantic's charging forwards, he's managed to find unit, trying to control the PA, he's able to get the jump on towards the side. And it's just full retreat yet again here from Tickles. But Dudley boys, they don't want to let him get away for free. Narman maybe will still be going down. 9 Class though wants to get the grab on towards the PA. The stun will land, still gets another Phantom Strike back towards the safety of his tier 2. But 9 Class feeling like a carry. He's just playing around with this PA. Has to jump into the trees. It's not a very safe spot as Xantic's coming on in. The PA survived with the skin of his teeth, but eventually will go down. And that fight just went from bad to worse there from Team Tickles. They lost 3 more heroes. But Loronoff, been found by 9 Class. He really feels like a carry Monkey King right now. And he's actually doing work. Nearly gets scooted back into the place. He's trying to take him down solo. Might be forced to disengage. His force is here. And he will jump back. But man, this Monkey King, vacuum to the low grounds. Gonna get turned on again. 9 Class standing his ground. Finally, the root comes in there for Carlos. He says not that much life gets stolen, but good lord, man, he made that look very difficult.
I mean, all of it, a lot of stuff because MC, great use of the. He prevents Lorna from skewering him away too far. I think they're going for Yuma, so he uses the harpoon, prevents him from going. So that was really nice for them. And again, Unit uses the BKB just to bring down Yuma's first life, which is not what you want. And then he's forced to run away because he's like, I can't fight anymore. Lorna also, the RP comes out. It's inside the Wukong. It's not exactly the ideal situation. And I love the constant use of the Spirit Vessel. Like, he just made sure that the units suffered from this. Nicholas, he's really playing it like crazy.
It's so good, man. Like, he's just constantly poking and prodding the entire time. Just like, yeah, I'm still following you. You're not getting away from me. Yeah, fantastic stuff. And he's just showing, man, position 4 Monkey King. It had a rough start, don't get me wrong, but it is actually working out yet again. Like, just give this man anything. It seems to work.
Yeah, the game one was saying this game is the Monkey King. A lot more unorthodox, but looking just as good. Okay, here's something that Tickles is suffering from. Their damage is almost all physical.
Yeah.
Which is a problem, because what you can do otherwise is just get a lot of armor and you're all happy. Because where's the magic damage? It's just nothing, not there. There's no magic damage on Tickles' side. What, Darkseer? Clockwork? So this makes it very easy to itemize, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Assault Cuirass or even potentially a Vlad's on their side.
So what you're telling me is that Team Tickles need to build Dagons. Is that the big answer here?
Yes.
Yeah.
In generally, yeah, that's kind of how it works. Unfortunately for you, it's like someone's got to build a Dagon.
Oh god, imagine that. PA Dagon. That would be absolutely
I
fantastic.
got him.
I mean, it'd be terrible, but good lord, it would be so funny. But yeah, this net worth lead, basically nothing now. Only 2k gold lead right now for Tickles. And Dudley Boys going for this smoke. They have the Aegis. They will have a cheese as well. I'm not quite sure who has it just yet. They're going to bump into Unit. The smoke will break. There's going to be the Glepnir grab there from 9 class. Forces out the BKB. And Unit just in full retreat. Has to go for the TP out. No cancel for that. Although, maybe they can find Ducalis still. No. Gets cancelled as well. Ends up being a freebie there on Nature's.
This is a problem. You know that the PA BKB is down. You have the Aegis on Yuma. He's got 3 lives. If you're the Dudley Boys, you might be thinking, guys, we got at least a minute left where we can go higher if we choose to.
Yeah, they could definitely take their time. It feels like the last couple of fights has just been so disastrous for them. And maybe they're thinking in their head, is like, is there actually a way we can successfully take a 5v5 fight? Maybe they have to go back to like pick-off kind of plays. But 9 class, just a casual stun onto Lorinov, you know, just playing around with him a little bit. Not committing to anything. Although, tier 2, it's actually getting pressured a little bit here in the mid. Yuma not willing to show himself, just sending in the old Skelly boys.
By the way, I gotta say, Grimstroke, that charge is so good against RP. You jump in, you RP someone else, and as long as he gets the Inkroll off, you can just remove it. It's a very annoying thing. It's very unlikely that you'll be catching the Grimstroke himself when you RP. You have to be a little bit quick on it. Make sure you Inkswell him before the RP lands or just as it lands. Doesn't matter. And before he gets like skewered away. But if you can do that, everyone's safe. RP is no problem.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it feels like you don't have to make sure it lands into Yuma at this stage, because with 3 lives, he's going to be A-okay. I feel like just make sure, even if it's just MC's bear, just make sure the bear doesn't get stunned. And let that thing do its work.
Look at that. Blade Mail and Shivas on Earth Spirit. Armor's the name of the game.
Yeah, just everyone has stacks of it. It's working out nicely. I think the only one who hasn't really got armor is Yuma himself, I guess, but I guess it doesn't matter when you got so many extra lives. Who cares if you actually die? Although,
true.
When we did just look at Unit there, he has a Divine Rapier queued, so clearly feeling like the game is slipping out of their hands, and he wants to try and get any sort of big bonus he can. Whether or not he's going to be able to get it anytime soon, though, that is the question.
I like it. I mean, he's got the Aghanim Scepter. He's going for the shard. Then after that, if the game is looking rough, you might think, yeah, Divine Rapier is the only thing I can do. His damage on the PA. We're not seeing those 1,700 damage crits that we see on YouTube all the time. It's like, oh, it just doesn't seem like it does that much.
Yeah, we'll help him. Definitely, especially with the Empower on top of that. So I think at that stage, people around the person he's hitting is actually taking more damage than the real target themselves. Although 9 class has been found, he's able to get the stun off before he does eventually die. but ends up just being a little free kill there. He's actually worth a decent amount of golds. Like, in total, that's 1,000. Not bad.
Oh, by the way, the way the Empower has been changed is not quite as it used to be. That's why the cleave, like the armor still applies on the secondary targets.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean, like,
but
because he's got the Empower and then he also has Battle Fury.
yeah.
He's
It's still doing like 130, yeah.
Yeah. Just ever so slightly. Just that little bit.
Because the old days it used to be that the cleave damage was pure, and oh, that was so good. Or not good, depending on.
I was going to say, it really does depend on who you are there. Whether if you're the Sven or if you're the poor old +5 having to go up against him or not. But
the guy who dared stand next to the guy Sven's hitting, you know, like, oh god.
yeah,
Well,
feels rough. But yeah, another tier 2 gone, but at the same time, the Aegis has also timed out now. So maybe Tickles going to feel a little bit more comfortable trying to move outside of their own base. But again, I feel like just Roshan number 3 is going to be the next big target for both of these teams, which is potentially up in 2 minutes. So could be seeing a very early Dire side Rosh, or most likely going to be a Radiant side one this time.
that's something that Tickles could wait for. Is like they can save for buybacks. Oh,
They found his
Azantic.
antic. Yes, Stewart with the RP. But without the PA here, he's still alive. Eventually he will go down as soon as unit turns up. That's a pretty nice free kill. Hakoda actually also getting grabbed there from the dagger. Yuma also jumps in forwards, breaking all the smokes right now, but unit jumping into backline to crit, but still not enough to actually instantly kill this Grimstroke. He's able to disengage. A buyback as well from Azantic. It's already Team Tickles. Maybe they just have to disengage. That's a pretty big win in their terms. Actually, they found 9cast as well. Completely on the wrong side of that fight. So 2 kills and a buyback forced out. Tickles are very happy with that.
yes, they are. The question is, do they want to go for more? Because they oh wow, we're at a real 50-50 here. Because they know that there's no way Roshan can be up. That's just impossible. So it could be a good advantage for you to just go high ground. Maybe force another buyback from 9 class. Yeah, you play for. I guess they want to play for the win. You know, why play aggressively here? I mean, sorry, why play defensively when you have the advantage? There's nothing for you to wait for.
Yeah. When you got that much burst damage, you can always go for those kills. And yeah, back up now to a 9k gold lead here for Tickles. So that was pretty damn quick. It was only 2,000 gold, get a couple of kills and immediately jumps on up. Obviously the big thing there is Azantic using a buyback and not really achieving anything from it. So if he dies again, it could be really costly there for Dudley boys. Although Yuma? Ooh, he's able to get the blink off. He's fine.
Okay.
He gets out. Although there was an Abyssal now completed for unit, so deciding to get that before going for the Divine Rapier, maybe he's still going to decide to go for that one. He has it queued, but who knows?
It feels like the game is not as bad as it was before. You know what I mean? Like before, it's like, okay, this is we're gonna lose territory in Divine. Now it's like, okay, well, we got a few kills. Things feel good. All right, Roshan, is it gonna be a fast one or not? We're gonna find out in about 5 seconds here. Oh, look at Londred. Yeah, well, we said 4 Wraith Bands on him. He did get rid of the Iron Branch, which makes sense. Very fast Rosh. Very fast Rosh.
Yeah, so it'll be about a 40-second window here for Team Tickles to kill Rosh before it moves down to the Radiant side. And with a PA, obviously that can easily be achieved. If they actually go to the pit, they're still sort of hanging around outside of it right now. Maybe seeing if Dudley boys come over here to try and take that objective themselves.
Maybe both teams have sort of decided that it's going to be a Radiant Rosh. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're Tickles, you want it to be a Radiant Rosh. You don't want to fight it now, even if it comes out early, because if a fight happens, the buyback favors the enemy, the Dire side so much. So they're like, all right, let's just wait for him to move.
Yep. It makes sense. It's a lot safer. And obviously then it will be on their own sides. But maybe because Dudley boys are already down here, they can start setting up some wards for themselves and potentially catch Tickles unaware. I mean, actually, if we had a look at it, they are in the pit. So they're going to start this off, but it's moving in 8 seconds time. It's a lot of physical damage here. They need some more crits and units before they can actually get this one. Sprouts to block it all up.
He's moving.
Just walks through him, though the cogs some Narman.
Holy crap.
It's actually going to work. This will be Aegis going into the hands of Tickles there. Very nicely done. Refresher shard.
Well done.
Into the hands of unit? Okay, you must have passed it over towards Lorinov. Double RP makes a lot more sense.
That was insane. They're like, we'll get it at the very end. But now, if you're Dudley boys, you are in a bit of a tough spot. You're kind of setting up here this nice trap. Even though it was enemy territory, you kind of figured out you were going to take the fight here. But in the end, Team Tickles gets the advantage here. And if you look at the net worth, Atlantic and MC, they're farmed, but they're not quite as farmed as the Ekars on Team Tickles' side.
Yeah, just ever so slightly lingering behind. But yeah, that whole entire situation could have been completely different if Roshan spawned like 5, even like 10 seconds later.
Yes.
Then maybe that would have been a completely different situation. So quite a lucky little spot there to be in from old Tickles. Maybe they've actually managed to find Una inside the triangle area, although he stands his ground up against Lonoff right now. Unit jumps over towards Dakota. A on disc keeps him alive for a little bit long, but not too long. But there is going to be an Axe actually here for the Wraith King, keeping this Grimstroke going for a tiny bit longer. Not going to make all too much difference. RP comes out and connects on towards 3. It's a big lockdown right now. 9 class though actually managed to stun up Unit, so the PA couldn't really achieve all too much. Gets a kill on towards Dakota himself right now. Making sure they kill those illusions. Everybody just trying to disengage. Although, quick jump in from the PA. Does get the kill on towards Yuma. Backs on out. Gonna resume charging on forwards. Nice boundless. Still though, Unit keeping that Aegis intact. Another jump forwards. They get the skewer on towards MC, dragging him miles away from his team. And eventually he will go down right now as Unit jumps in to get the finishing kill.
They were lucky enough to get Ducals here, but with big jumping straight away on the Grimstroke, he can't do anything these fights, and they're going long enough. Was Refresher Shard used on the Magnus? Because I noticed he still doesn't seem to have it. Lord of, they went straight for him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think maybe if Lord died there, that would have been a whole different situation as well, because he would have been able to get off this RP, which locks them all down. And again, could have been a completely opposite sort of fight there, but at the very least I feel like if 9 class didn't completely lock down Unit in that situation, it would have been again a big disaster there for Dudley boys, more than it already was.
And luckily for Lornoff, by the way, he went down, he was able to get the cheese off, comes back to fight full health, because they put so much effort into killing him, but he is very tanky. We talk about how durable they are on Dudley boys. It's a Magnus, it's no easy kill. Someone just died, and I believe it's a Dudley boy hero. Can we go live?
Yeah, it's a fight going on inside the base right now. It was actually the Monkey King who died, immediately buys back. Unit though, gonna get jumped on here for Unit. They want to at least be able to get rid of this Aegis. They will get rid of it. The trade of Yuma's first life as well. They can continue to resume this fight. Lauren pops the BKB. Will skew away, although Unit, he actually BKB jumps in aggressively, gets the kill on Goda, goes to the TP out. There is just no stopping him, and he will be able to back on out as well. Yuma, second life is there because of the refresher to Carlos. No cancel for his TP. Even Narman, cancel? No! He also managed to TP out. Very slippery people on the side of Team Tickles. Sure, they do lose their Aegis, but they get a couple of kills, force a buyback. Definitely worthwhile.
Man, so many near catches here for Dudley boys, but none of them actually manifest. And again, the Grimstroke just being focused down first. 9 class died while we were watching the replay. And Darkseid, by the way, he's got a lot of auras on him. So even though Dudley boys has this tanky group, extended fights aren't the problem for Team Tickles. You've got Greaves, Pipe, and Crimson. So a lot of what Dudley boys throws out, it's not really landing the way you want it to.
Yeah, definitely slipping through their fingers quite a lot here. I mean, maybe the big play is just 9 class become an actual carry this game. Kills the creep wave, shows himself. There's quite a lot of people from Team Tickles nearby. 9 class though is trying to run away, but he will get found. Too many missiles to escape from. Eventually he will die.
That was very risky. I gotta say, that was very risky for him to be there because he's done it before. He's got no buyback. It was interesting to see him go all out in that situation. Now, the Dudley boys, they're going to have to defend 4 versus 5 for at least a minute and a half.
It's a long old time. And to be honest, the Monkey King's actually bringing quite a lot to the table there. With the Desolator as well on him, just passively reducing everybody's armor inside the Wukongs. Does help out quite a lot. But yeah, the high ground's going to be coming their way. There's the RP, all the resources available. Question is, who do they send to actually hit the buildings? Now that Unit doesn't have an Aegis, it's quite risky for the PA.
It is. And Yuma's got a refresher orb, so that's going to be 3 lives on him. And that timer is ticking. We might consider trying to go in from the mid lane. The mid tower is gone, so maybe we can catch someone that way.
We'll
Smoke.
Yeah. Quite deep inside the dire base right here from Tickles. Narman obviously the only one who really shows himself just yet. Dudley boys waiting for a jump. Lauren his smoke now breaks. Actually jumps in, tries to get the skewer, but there is going to be the roar. Does cancel that one out. Both teams are just played so carefully, and yeah, feels like Dudley boys are happy just to not commit to a fight without their Monkey King here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Tickles, when they got there weren't actually any creeps, and once they were saying kill the enemy creeps, you knew they're smoked. You know, if creeps don't randomly disappear, you're like, I think someone's doing some shenanigans over there.
It's quite a big tell, you know. That might slip by your pubs, but not in these pro games at all. Not gonna happen.
Especially not right in front of their own base, right? It's not like the guy moved all the way to the other side. You're like, oh, maybe the tower's like, no, it just spawned, and instantly they're dead. What's the buyback stats, by the way? That's going to be the big decider here. Only Mind Control and Yuma have it for the dire side. A bit awkward, although Azantic's only a couple hundred gold away from it.
Yeah, he should have that pretty soon. Maybe we'd have it if he got that creep wave mid, but Yuma just wants to secure the gold for himself, of course.
By the way, that sound when Narman uses the overclocked always makes me think of a refresher up there. I'm like, oh crap, he's going in. Oh.
That's not very simple. Yuma, big skewer there, dragging him miles away from his team. Still should be able to back on out. 9 class as well. Maybe we can try and get some vision off to the side. But Yuma is just so damn slow because of all of these rockets. He's going to get pulled on back right now. Big vacuum there comes on out from Force, pulling them all into place with the RP from Lorinov. Huge connection, skews him off to the side as well. Although Dudley Boy's still alive and kicking. They do lose the first life there of Yuma. He's going to come back on him. Azantic trying to stick on top of this PA with the Boundless as well, locking him in place, taking all the damage, and he is gone. Down for 100 seconds. Azantic as well, finding this grab on towards Force. And just trying to run away with the Magnetize on top of him. He can't run very far. Ends up being quite a nice win there for Dudley Boys. Taking down that all-important PA. Oh, 9 class. Oh, Lorinov, he actually cancelled the TP.
What?
On top of this Monkey King. Gonna try and go for that one. Skews him quite far back. The rest of Dudley Boys are really far away, so this might actually be a free kill. Although the Wraith King comes in radius, there is this second life. Gonna keep charging forwards. Yuma, though, does actually block the skewer away. They get that kill, and they also denied the runaway from Tukalis as well. The greed for Lorinov there to cancel his TP just for a support kill cost them massively.
Yeah, what an interesting judgment call, right? It's like your mid laner is going to TP away. Probably Tukalis was going to make it out, and they're like, no. We're going to fight instead for this Monkey King, and they pay a heavy price for it. He might be forced to buy back as well. If they were alive, they could have, sort of extended the fight, giving the PA a chance to come back. But no. Now, if you want to defend it with Magus, you have to buy back. They have glyphs, and they're going to refresh it, but this could be too late of barracks here for the Dudley Boys, or they could just go all the way for the throne if they really wanted to. You have a lone druid on your side.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you could punish Team Tickles if they didn't have any buybacks available, take that one down, but it looks like they're going for the much safer play. Full set of barracks mid, taken so damn quickly, man. These buildings just evaporate. There is going to be the second glyph, and without any creeps nearby. Actually, a move now coming into the mids. Zantic will secure the mid one. Hookshot though there from Narman. Gets the pullback. Force jumping on forwards as well as Eunice. Good lockdown. Yuma actually though jumping in, maybe trying to turn this situation around. Roy left the air sprint. First life for Yuma has been gone. Narman might be dropping down right now. But the rest of Dudley Boys, man, they're miles away. Whoa. They did not get the memo that this move was happening. That is a big old mistake there from Dudley Boys.
They almost could have gone and killed Narman, but they do both have buybacks. They get a Rax, but that is expensive. Lorinov does buy back with only 20 seconds left on the clock, so at least you can look at that as a win condition. Meanwhile, Roshan's going to be up in about 10 seconds. It's going to be a dire Rosh, but he's going to move to Radiant in just a second. And that might actually be a good thing for Dudley Boys, because you don't want to give them double RP, or double wall. You might be like, I give Scepter better for us in this situation. RP!
Oh, Lorinov, he's found the MC right now.
MC?
Skews him back. The PA is coming on in. It looks like he's trying to sacrifice the bear and run away, but he doesn't have a TP here for mind control. He's out to just try and walk this one off right now, but Lorinov continuously chasing after him, although into the trees here, where the Monkey King's in a good spot. The skewer not quite out of the radius there of the Wukong's command. Not that it makes all too much difference though. 9 class will still die. Still no buyback for him for 90 seconds. The bear will get picked off, but MC does have a resummon at the very least.
It's fine. It's fine. You have Monkey King's gonna buy back in 20 seconds, and Mind Control didn't have it, so it's well worth it for them to sacrifice the monkey for the bear. That's a sentence you say every day.
Oh, 100%. The courier just came running out the base. He's trying to actually drag the creeps here with Mind Class's courier, but unfortunately that move did get red and they killed that one off. A cute attempt to keep this backdoor protection up, but meanwhile, Barracks in this mid also drop it so damn quickly. They don't want to waste one right click to kill that range Barracks. Just not worth it, apparently. As even still, tier 3 goes down at the top. 10 seconds about Xantic, although...
Can they do it?
Dudley boys are going to try and make a move on towards Force with the Harpoon, dragging back the Darkseer with the first damage coming through, but Force have actually pushed him off towards the side as well. It's going to be able to keep this Darkseer alive for a little bit longer. They do buy back as well into 9 class, lose the first life of Yuma. There's just no escape for this Darkseer. He's in way too deep. Next objective now is waste time. But not much time, as he will go down. 90 seconds. And with this Roche, it looks like Team Tickles, they're TPing down there to get this one.
Yeah, they're like, okay, we lost our Darkseer, but they had to use buybacks on the enemy side. Let's see if we can get something out of it. But they haven't checked Roche yet. It was a very quick Roche, but oh, there you go. They check it now, and they know.
Dudley boys are coming, though. They're coming as fast as they can, and look at that Team Tickles. They're just not going to commit for it right now. And maybe that was a mistake. I don't know. Maybe Unit could have burst it down quickly if he got lucky with some crits, but they make the choice to back out. But everyone else is actually now turning up. They've got RP available here for Lorinov, and they go for a smoke. They want to fight.
Do you want buyback, though, on the Darkseer? That's the problem. It's like taking a fight 4 versus 5 when you have a buyback on one of your players. It's not worth it. But if you buy back and you lose the fight, there's a risk there.
Yeah, the rocket flares scout this out. We're having to use the old Ogre Seal to back out the pit for now. Lots of vision here because of this clockwork, constantly throwing out these rockets, making it pretty damn annoying here for Dudley boys to play around. Keep on sending through. Ooh, freak quit, man. The Wraith King nearly losing his first life. Lorinov waiting to go for a jump, although it's Antic actually trying to make the space right now. Jumps in, attempt to get the Soulbite on towards the two of them. First life of Yuma has been gone. They're going to continue chasing forwards right now. Unit is getting locked down because of this leash. He can't jump around. There is going to be the RP for Lorinov up towards the north side, but it's too late. They've already lost PA. Four buybacks expended here from Tickles. They want to take this fight if they can. Lorinov, though, try and run away. He's just not fast enough. He will fall. Gone for 2 minutes. Ducala's getting locked down right now, but Tickles, they put all their eggs in this one basket. If they lose here, this could be the end of the game. Unit do whatever the hell he can. The backlines focus onto MC, but all this armor's keeping him alive. Finally, he will go down. There is that second life, of course. Clockwork making space for his character to disengage. Unit has to get himself out of here. Doesn't have much mana to play around, though. It's Antic's going to keep chasing after him. Buyback suspended for Dudley boys to keep this aggressive play. But with the old blur, Unit should be able to TP out successfully. And it looks like Dudley boys, they don't care about Roche, man. They want to end this game. There are creeps coming into the mid lane, and tier 4s are exposed. Force needs to kill these quickly.
Dude, we got the best series of the day by far. The Unity actually bought a refresher orb just so that he can refresh his BKB and rejoin that fight. Which is absolutely, he sells it now. I think is he trying to get a Divine Rapier coming out for him at the end?
He is now. Wait, do you think it's worth selling Battle Fury to be able to buy it now? Because you're in a 2 versus 5. You need something. You need anything.
They have Glyph, but yeah, it's not enough. Oh man, it's not enough.
Yeah, they're coming their way.
Quite a bit here.
He will. Just sell your inventory unit. Do whatever you can. You've got to delay this game. But Yuma, he's actually jumping forwards, mate. He's trying to make the space right now. First off, Yuma has been gone, but the stun control was just too much. There's nothing that PA could do. He's gone for 2 minutes. All the hopes and dreams are on Force right now to try and keep themselves in this game. Just don't think he has quite what it takes to be able to achieve this one. The tier 4s are gone. These buildings dropped too quickly. And it looks like Dudley boys, they take the series 2-0.
Dude, I gotta say, this game looked like those Team Tickles for the win. You know, they had a great laning phase. They were like, we saw them 10,000 gold, 17,000 gold ahead of Dudley boys. And somehow, a few good moves from Dudley. One of them was every time we see the jump skewer, they would be a roar or a harpoon to prevent the skewer from coming through, which I thought was just incredible to see. So amazing play by MC in that situation. And 9 class on the Monkey King. Rough early game for sure, but later on, providing all that vision for the team, the Wukong's command, he got damaged. Like, he was actually hurting at the end.
Yeah, he actually was. He turned into a pseudo carry himself. It was just absolutely fantastic. It was an amazing game coming out there from Dudley Boys. Obviously, 9 class getting as much information he could on the Monkey King. Azantic always rolling forwards, throwing his body in there, just trying to buy space basically for Yuma to hit people. I don't know how many times Yuma died in this game, but as a Wraith King, who really cares? He just kept on coming back again and again every single time. Persistence is key, Otomo. That's how you end up winning games of Dota 2. Really, really fantastic stuff. And I don't know, it was a ballsy play as well for Team Tickles to literally buy back on everybody to force that Roche fight. But the thing is, TPing to the outpost is all well and good, but it's so long. It's such a long TP time that it's not like everybody is instantly there. And it was just enough time basically for Dudley Boys to, get a pick off, then another one, then another one. And it was just, it was just like a chain feed situation.
Yeah, it's a very awkward situation. When you show, we're gonna have bracket, but when you go up with 5 people, one guy, the first guy dies. By the time he buys back and shows up, the second guy has died, and it's like takes 6 seconds, as they said, and it gets longer as more people TP. So let's look at the brackets. Let's see how it's gonna look like. We now have our first confirmed member of the grand finalists. It is going to be the Dudley Boys. By the way, I see TDB and I'm like, to be determined? It's like, no, wait, that's the Dudley Boys.
Yeah, I think that every single time, like, it just gets you. Just looking at it from afar. Oh, dearie me. But yeah, Dudley Boys putting themselves in the grand finals. Obviously, Team Tickle's not out of it yet. They do have another chance to get into that finals again and get the rematch against Dudley Boys. But they will be playing up against the winner of Team Falcons versus Virtus.pro, which will be the first game happening tomorrow, guys. So very exciting one. That. Which team are you going to be favoring in that series?
I feel like I favor Falcons. I think Falcons will do pretty well. I think Falcons will go all the way and have their rematch against Dudley Boys. That's kind of what I believe. But I'd love to be surprised. And just this game, man, that last game was so good. Like I love how Yuma in every fight, what he does, he jumps on low enough. He's like, if you want RP, I'm happy to do that. Like just go on me every time. The way he played Wraith King makes it look super flashy. Azantic also was always able to roll on the supports that he needed to. 9 class on Dukas every fight. Like it's very impressive to watch. One of those games that it's so chaotic that you probably miss like 10 of the plays that are happening in these team fights.
Yeah, 100%. Really, really fantastic game of Dota. I mean, it was obviously Team Tickles. They had like a 10,000 gold lead at like a 12, 14 minutes in, something like that. They had a massive advantage. So do you think it was Dudley Boys playing really well around that, or do you think it was just Team Tickles not pushing their advantage when they could?
No, I think Dudley Boys played really well. Like, it's really hard to take, like you can't take anything from Tickles. They did what they needed to do, but somehow Dudley Boys just managed to bring it back, and like small plays, like we said, harpooning people who get skewered away was one of them. We see a lot of great Wukong. We saw the boundless strike on 3 where we're like, okay, he died, but then he made enough space. So it's like these small things, they add up. I don't know. It's just an amazing game. It was so good.
Yeah, really, really great game. It is a shame that it was another 2-0, of course. We would have liked to, had that third game, seen these guys clash once again, but that's just not what the Dota 2 gods had in mind, guys. But, we do still have more Pinnacle games for you tomorrow, but that is the end of us today, guys. Hopefully you've all enjoyed the show. But yeah, do come around tomorrow. The first game will be starting at 2 p.m. CET time, so make sure you're around for that one. Obviously, the lower bracket grand finals will be after that one as well. But once again, thank you all for joining us. We hope you've enjoyed, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Oh, esport. Oh, esport. You and I have come a long